are quite crucial, and that's why we all gathered here. Otherwise, one could say that this day could have been an email. I don't know. Anyhow, let's go through the second day of the General Assembly. So, what we'll do here. What sesiones will we have and what we will do today? Today, as you can understand, there will be some sessions which are related to various sectors of BEST, meaning the state of BEST, meaning proposals for membership when it comes to exclusion, suspension, and so on. So we'll have some nice talks. This here is a plenary. This is you. Here you're talking. You have your questions, you ask them, you submit them on the form, basically, and we are giving you the right and you can present them. There will be some presentations. People have prepared some stuff already in advance. So thank you everyone who had to make a presentation, and thank you for the flexibility because we were quite late with template for the presentations. So we appreciate the fact that you respected the time limits set and you worked on it and informed in advance. Then from the sessions, these are the ones that are planned for today. As we have started already the intro of the day, when finishing this, we'll go to the state of BEST, then we'll have some membership proposals, the exclusion of Riga and the proposal to extend the deadline for lifting the suspension. Please keep in mind that those two are two different proposals, though they have a connection with themselves. Because, for example, if the P7 passes, so if Riga is excluded, then they cannot extend anything because they're excluded. Then we have the proposal to suspend LPG Bratislava. We have the proposal to introduce the Innovative Events Handbook, a new definition, a new thing here. You have quite a lot to check about there. The financial audit presentation. Some of you were assigned to make a presentation after the commissions. I know your names. Please submit your presentations in time so we can already prepare in advance and have them ready for the plenary and not stress Dunya. Then we'll go for lunch. We'll go to the other proposals, which is suspend LPG again, suspend LPG Grenoble. We'll go to some great partners of ours who came here to present their association and always bring innovations to our events through their ideas, through what they're doing as good practice in their NGOs. And lastly, two more proposals to introduce a possibility to cancel certain external events and a proposal to suspend LBG DOF. I have to say that it's always very welcome and nice seeing LBGs having a having a proposal. So it's always nice to see someone taking initiative and not always wait for the boards to make the proposals. Then some important reminders from yesterday. In general, whenever you want to ask a you have a one finger form. You want to find everything, here is the link tree. Use it accordingly. There you will find the amendments form as well and the announcements form. Again, be respectful to your fellow presenters. Today we'll have a lot of presentations, so try to pay attention to them. Have your cameras open if you can. Try not to make faces when they're talking, and so on. Provide your point of view. We want to hear the point of view that you have. This is a discussion event. This is to have some talks. And do it respectfully and in a nice manner. You don't have to argue, shout loud or anything, or use bad language. Just normal talk. You present your point of view, another person presents their point of view. We vote in the end, and that's all. Then, even if it is something simple, and you might be like, yes, I agree with that proposal, but I keep it for myself. No, write it in the one finger form, make a statement or whatever, and say that, yes, you know what, we or I myself haven't talked with my LBG yet, support this proposal because of this, and that, even if it is just to get emotion, get a vibe from you. Communicate your ideas and engage with the delegates. In general, you're in this event together with other people. No one puts any barrier between you and other people. You can easily communicate with other delegates. You can easily approach another LBG and talk and present your point of views. What else? Don't be late to the mandatory sessions. As we said yesterday, you will have up to 5 minutes from the starting time. So if you do indeed not attend in the time limit, well, that's what is happening during aGA. Usually you're not allowed in, so there is a problem then with attendance. Only one LBG delegate per mandatory block. So if it has something that is mandatory, like a presentation for Riga later on, we want one delegate from Izmir, not two delegates from Izmir. Attendance will be kept during the mandatory sessions, at least 75% as we said and voted upon. Name yourself properly, like LBG Cluj-Napoca, Theodore Samuel, and yes, I mean, you're an example because I wanted so. Do not use WhatsApp for spamming during plenary hours. You can do that after those plenary hours. If you do indeed spam, it will be unfortunately having to block the messages and lock the chat. But yeah, pay attention during the plenary. That's what we wanted. So you get information and you also give it back to your LBGs because you're representing them. And of course, enjoy and don't forget to talk with your LBG members because all of you are taking decisions. I know some LBGs, they cannot vote on their own, like my LBG, LBG Patras, and they have to get the approval from all the members, the full members of the LBG. So find appropriate time, especially throughout the week. You will see that there is a lot of time for you to discuss with people. We made it flexible. So talk with your LBG members and make informed decisions. That's what we want you to. Or even, find questions that you would like to ask. Don't forget that there is also VA for that, if you want something to ask extra that was not asked in the plenary. That is all from the first part. Now, as we have finished with the intro of the second day, there were some announcements, especially one regarding the parking lot. So, yeah, you can go for it.
Yes, thank you so much, Agus. So, as you probably know, today will be quite packed. So we'll have a lot of presentations. With that, will pop up a lot of discussions. So since we're a bit on the schedule, if you have anything that you would like to propose, to discuss, make sure that you propose it in the parking lots forms. It will be open until the 25th. So yeah, make sure that you put your topics there. Don't be shy, and yeah.
Amazing. Thank you a lot, Anna, about the parking lot. And I also want to thank the people who submitted the statement already for some of the sessions today. Don't forget, on the form there, you will find everything. You can do it in advance as well. You can even make a statement for tomorrow. It doesn't have to be for today. Easier for you. You won't have to remember. We'll copy paste it on the chat and you will be able to find what you wrote. Amazing. Then, now, we will move on.
So hello people, welcome to the State of Rest presentation. Usually we have this on J's for you to understand a bit the situation best is right now, so you can understand better the overall picture and make informed decisions as well as questions. As a reminder, you have the J also for that. So a bit of a short disclaimer, there was an email sent yesterday by the Beacon with their newsletter of the mandate, so please check it out. It's a really nice presentation with a lot of information, background, numbers. So thanks a lot to the Beacon for doing that, as well as you will see some of the graphs are from those newsletter. So please check it out. And if you have any questions, you can approach me or them. Okay, so to start, here we have some numbers for you to understand right now how many LPGs we have. So we have in a total of 78 full members. That would be the ones voting on this yay. We have 4 suspended members, 1 baby member, And with that, it adds up to 29 countries right now around Europe. Uh, but we have a new observer group, Karlsruhe, so huge love to them. Mhm. Yes, these are some of the membership changes over the years. This is when Best started. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but uh, it started here on the first meeting. Well, started J Berlin technically, with 14 groups and so on. Ever since we've been rising, you see like the graph is always rising because these white ones are the ones that are excluded, meaning we have like LBGs that are not part of Best right now, but we count them as like excluded members. Yes, we reached the highest point, having 98 groups with total, and now um, we've been declining a bit. We are right now present in 29 countries. This is basically because Best is right now not hugely looking towards expansion. Like we used to approach more in the past, people to apply to observers. Now we are more on trying to fix our organization and let if observers want to apply, they can of course. But we're not like hugely trying to become bigger in that sense. Um, some of the number of applications of servers for you to understand how it works. There's two deadlines. One is on the 1st of July and one on the 1st of December. These are the deadlines in which interested groups can apply to become observers. And then the board selects either on board summer meeting or board winter meeting, if possible. If not, it will be on an online meeting. But we usually have these two big events for the board to discuss on the applications and choose who will be part of Best. And here you have a bit of the overview of how many applications we've had. So for example, on July 2025, we had two applications, one from Karlsruhe and one from Sakarya. And the way you read these, it's basically the yellow ones are the accepted ones, the gray ones are not accepted. And you have a bit more of information as well, as some LBGs were accepted in the past, but now are excluded, or some were, and so on. So uh, as well, a reminder, you have these graphs on the Beacons newsletter. So if you want to check it more in-depthly and detailedly, check it out. Yes, these are the applications to event in BAS, our best application system, which was basically two courses and IBEC, when IBEC was service of best. We can see that for some reason, the autumn applications don't appear at some point in time, so you don't see them there, but we used to have a lot more applications. Then COVID happened and we started declining. But we're starting to get back again, so that's nice. Services of best slay. And yeah, right now these are usually the amount of applications, rounding 4,000 each year. Um, Now, these are the internal events hosts. So you can see a graph on top, meaning the amount of LBGs we have, technically like the LBGs that can host, and down the events hosted itself, color coded. You may see, for example, that on the past, every year we used to have AGA or PM and SGA, and that stopped on COVID. We've only had a few. Anyways, we have a lot of sims and a lot of hosts for the event, so Slay. We've declined a bit compared to last year's, but we're starting to get strong again, so Slay best. Uh, a bit on the incomes and expenses. These are basically the net balance, meaning how many, if the board ended on positive or negative. So you can see here there were some quite good years in terms of savings, as for example, it was 21, 22 full years here, they got a great grant and so on. Ever since we've tried to minimize expenses, and maybe next year with our CSE grant, we will also see a graph like this. So slave list. Some other numbers. I didn't know where to put them, so you'll see some random combination here. These are approximately the amount of savings we have right now on Best. We have a total of 2,525 active members collected from LPG reports. We have 8 new regions this year, so yay. We have one successful innovative event and also the first ever successful innovative event, so that's a nice milestone in Best. And in terms of J hosts, we have a total of 0 J hosts. Um, In J numbers, well, there were 26 PMs in the past, now known as Autumn General Assemblies, and this right now is the 49th General Assembly. So if you add up, right now this J is the 75th 75th General Meeting. We don't longer use that term, but if you add up the President's meetings and J's, this is the 75th. So Best has come a long way. Which means also that the next J is the 50th J of Best. So we slay. It's a really nice year. Sadly, both are online, but it's okay. It's okay. We like online Js. A bit of the future. Best has recently made large ventures into grants, applying to the CSC FPA SGA grant, which we used to have and lost in for a while. But this may veer into a more enhanced financial future. So let's keep an eye on that. And good luck and kudos to GD and Treasures. We're also applying to three large-scale corporate relation partnerships with Siemens, MathWorks, and UiPath. UiPath you heard about yesterday, by Visera, Slay Visera. And, yeah. And for a deeper look on our strategy and the direction we are heading, as well as progress, please refer to our financial Q1 and action Q1 reports, where you can see what are our plans for this year, what have we done, and what do we plan to do. So please go check them out. You had the commissions yesterday, but if you have any questions, you can approach anyone of the board regarding it. So I highly encourage you to do it. And some final words. As we reflect on the numbers and milestones today, it's clear that VET has faced its challenge, particularly as we continue to recover from impacts from the past. Each step forward counts. The future of VEST is in our hands. It's up to each of us to make the right decisions, adapt to the current reality, and shape the path ahead. Let's stay focused, make thoughtful choices, and work together to ensure the future of VEST is a positive one. So, make the best out of this aGA25. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christian, for informing us about the state of our organization. It's always amazing to hear where we are doing well, where we're excelling. Basically, we're not doing so well. It's nice to see how things are going and being transparent with the whole network. And this is a moment for you people to ask any kind of questions that you have. So if you believe that something you did not understand, that you would like more explanations from the board, use the one fingers form and submit your question so the board can answer you accordingly. So far, there is nothing on the list. Let's wait for a bit more time. In the meantime, if you hear any background noise, it's my dog snoring. All right. Is there anyone who is writing the question? Please use the reaction go slower so I can see that you're typing your question. No. Okay. As I see no reaction so far, and I see some heads moving on around. Well, then I would like to ask LBG Woods, who is also not muted, what do you think about the presentation? LBG Woods, you're invited to speak. Okay, LBG Woods is connecting to audio. LBG Woods cannot connect to audio. All right, for now, you can get away with it. All right, LBG Leon, what do you think about the presentation? Paul?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we're gonna hear you perfect.
Great. It was a very nice presentation. Thank you, Chris, for all the details. And I see that we're getting back stronger, so it's always nice to see.
Thank you so much, Paul, and thank you, Olga, for giving your point of view to the international board. I can say, people, that in general, coming from the other side, where I have also been in the, yeah, Martina, no worries, I understood it. I can tell you from the other side, when you're in the international board, sometimes you do not receive that much feedback when it is within your mandate. So trust me, those people really want to hear your opinion on how is it going in general, if you see any points for improvement and so on, even if you like how things are turning around or not, because that's the only way for them to gather your opinions. In any case, as there was no other question, and Leon was so nice to tell us what they think about the state of best. We will now move on to some LGS questions. So, Maxim, would you like to unmute, explain a bit together with Dunya, and I will open the poll?
Yeah, we can take it over. I will just take the short intro. We discussed together with Maxime on to making this plenary also be the place where we will gather quite some inputs on you, because again, Jay is about bringing up the discussions to the table, and therefore, as this is the biggest event of BEST, we did wanted to make sure that we will use your presence for helping the LGS tools and LGS bring the support to you and everything to the next level. So throughout the whole GA, you will be having different kind of the questions that will be coming up, and that Maxim will be facilitating to present them to you. So yeah, whenever we have some spare time, you will be asked either to choose some multiple selection questions or to answer some of the open questions that he prepared for us. So Aggelos, I believe you can open the first questions, and Maxime can take over.
Opa. Okay, thank you. Yes, as Aggelos actually mentioned previously, International Port of Best really need your opinion and feedback on different topics. So during GA, we will be asking your opinions on LGS related things. Right now, you have a poll. What is keeping you from organizing internal events? So put your thoughts there, vote, please, and well, we take it and we see what kind of support we can provide to actually help you to organize more events. And the second is, how would you like to receive information about international side of BEST? Well, yes, since VPLGS is the person responsible for communication between BEST and LBGs and LBGs and BEST, it's very important for us to know what is the most optimal way for you to communicate with us. Oh my God, I see a lot of answers already, actually. Damn, thank you, people, for this valuable input. Also, if you would like to unmute yourself and Yapa, like give a bit of context for these questions, you're always welcomed. And for the next questions, they will be like with the open answer, not just a poll where you click, because, well, click is the easiest thing you can do. I will be asking you to unmute yourself. Yeah, so be ready. I will be like Aggelos right now, like bam, LBG, Odyssey, unmute yourself and speak about LGS, because, well, this is something that we love, and you see this GA is full of automatic LGS things. Yeah, great.
Maxime, thank you so much. By the way, we have a question on the chat. Who can vote in these polls? Full member delegates only?
Anyone who is present in the plenary can actually vote on this. Like specifically the LBG delegates, like suspended and So independent members, maybe, and observers also can vote because, well, they're the ones who are also part of the things.
Currently, we have 75 out of 102, and numbers are raising, so I'll wait for a bit. Also, if NIDA, for example, received a private message, if you are on the second row and you voted, oh, it's also okay. Don't worry. Like, you know the state of your LBG, you know how things are going on. So don't worry about it. It's okay. All right, as the numbers are still increasing, wait until 35. Superb. Now let's make sure that we won't lose the answer. And all set results. I believe that you can see the results at the moment. 78 out of 101 voted here from the participants of this call. What is keeping you from organizing internal events? 49, meaning that 64% of the people participated wrote that money is a problem. Then there is a bit of lack of knowledge, lack of HR, and other. And when it comes to how would you like to receive information about international side of BEST, there is a department observers mailing list, regional mailing list, where a lot of you voted on. So I'll see what's working good. A dedicated space and wiki and PA, and other. So anyone who pressed selected other, would you like to explain maybe what is the other reason that keeps you from organizing an internal event? Let's say you can use the chat now for that. You can type an I on the chat, it's fine. Yes, Nicola, Grant's department, you can speak, of course.
Okay, so I'm actually from LBG Maribor. So I placed other because the situation is that we have umbrella organization, which kind of gives, we prepare the annual plan for finances which need for events. So that means like we, for each event, need to know at least 1 year in advance about the event we are going to organize. And like when we have the years as this one, we need to organize sampleable event course. That just is like a lot of our budget, so we don't really have much left for other events. So it's kind of a mix of money and other, where both are dependable of our umbrella organization. So there is not much that we can do because we can't write on our own grants, find partnerships, nothing.
Thank you so much, Nicola, for presenting your point of view and how you are dealing with it on the LBG and what issues you face. Now we have LBG Almada. Melissa, you may unmute.
Hi, good morning. Our main reason is the time in which internal events happen. Usually, when it's during the school year, we don't have that many vacations, and so our members just don't have the time to prepare that logistics. Especially because our spring break isn't, for example, like 2 weeks, it's just like 4 days. And so, yeah, and during the summer, it's usually during when we are organizing like an external event or in a time where members are already like on vacation. So we don't have the HR, let's say, for that. So it's a mix of both of those aspects.
Thank you so much, LBG Almada, as well. Indeed, timing can be an issue for some people to organize events. So this is, I guess, a universal problem that the LBGs face. Sammy, I will skip you for now. I might return back to you if you have the proper amount of time. Taking a finger now from a delegate, LBG Riga Marta, you can go on.
LBG Riga, Marta. Us, we are not organizing internal events since we're focusing on surviving. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. And also, since you gave me now a nice point here, for the next of the sessions, when we will have the proposals ongoing, how you should talk, basically, I'm getting you should start like Marta did. LBG Riga, Marta, and you start with your statement, question, whatever it is. So thank you, Marta, as well for that. LBG Porto, Margarida.
LBG Porto Margarida. Basically, to us, it's kind of the same as Almada. I guess the school year is similar in all Portugal, but also, like we already have some internal events we already do like every year, but to get like new ones, we have like lack of space where we can do it, like places where we can do it. Most of ours happen inside the university, and there's a limit for that. So we already only do those, because besides that, we would have to find another place to host it besides our faculty.
And this as well is quite essential. Thank you so much, LBT Porto, for raising that. Now, LBT Belgrade, Milica.
Thank you. So for us, I think we are financially stable to do some of the things. I mean, there were student protests that really affected this year, and of course, I didn't want to click HR because our HR isn't that bad, I think, but the protests, I think, kind of affected it. So we had money to take something, but we chose cultural exchange to lift the HR up. But I think in the years that are coming, we really are, able to make. If it wasn't for the cultural exchange, I think we could do, and I was talking about it with my board, we could do IPF or something, especially in the summer, when we have that block where we don't have anything after the course. So I think we can do something like that, but student protests really affected us, and it was the reason that we couldn't do it this year or the next year.
Thank you, LBT Belgrade. Definitely when it comes to those matters, I believe that you can do it as well. If you can see here, this hoodie is from J Belgrade that you organized. Not visible. Anyhow, so I'm wearing this today. Very nice event a few days ago. As we are still ahead of time, Samia will take your finger now.
Okay, I'll be speaking as an experience from LBG Cluj-Napoca. Usually we set the timeline for events at the beginning of the mandate, that means in September, and we don't really deviate from that. Like the events that we put then in September, that's what we do for the whole year. And for internal events, we would benefit if we want to organize one to have the call for it and like have the decision that we'll be applying for it before September for that specific year.
Thank you so much, Sami. And all beginners, you can take this and we'll close the session.
Thank you. So when it comes to us, we have the same problem as LBG Belgrade. Because of the protests happening in Serbia, we had to cancel 2 of our events, one event being job fair for internships and jobs for students. And this is our biggest and most important event because we actually fund ourselves via the job fair, and we had to cancel it because of the blockades at the faculties in Serbia, and job fair is being held at the Faculty of Electronic Engineering where our office is. And because of that, we lost most of our financial fund was lost. And this year we wanted to organize a hackathon, and because of the protests, our HR kind of became very low. And because of the fact that not many people from our LBG applied to be a part of the core team for the same hackathon, we decided to postpone it for spring, for March, after the job fair, which we hope will be organized this year, I mean in 2026. So internal events and HR and money became a very, very big problem for us because of the lack of motivation among the students and the lack of money.
Thank you, everyone, for explaining what are the issues that you face. Thank you also for keeping up with what we said that you'd like for you to be a bit more active during the plenary hours. Trust me, this can be very helpful for the international board to gather a bit of vibe from you, to check where you are struggling and where they can put more effort to support you in organizing events. So a little bit of a reminder when it comes to how you should properly rename yourselves, because I see, for example, that there are some people who have not properly done it. This is the correct way to do it. So you put LBG, your name, then your LBG name, sorry, and then your name. If you are part of a team, you just do it like this. As you can see, for example, the speakers or the Odyssey, or from other delegates of this GA. Please do it properly, because attendance checkers will struggle to find you. And if they don't find you in the end, they will presume that you weren't part in this session. So you might be considered as not attending. We're saying this for your own good. Anyhow, finish right on time. The next part is the membership introduction. So how we're gonna proceed now is, first of all, Maxim is going to do an intro to the membership. You will have some time to ask any kind of question in case you are not really understanding the process. And then we'll go to the proposals themselves, where the board will have to present. They'll have a dedicated time. I will tell you how much is it. And then it will be Jim, who has the facing proposal, will have the time to as well present their case. Maxim, you may start with the membership system introduction.
Okay, I had to unmute myself first and then do remote thingy. Can Vina please help me once again? Okay, yes, still issue from my side. Oof, I feel better now a little bit, but yes, so good. Fix. Thank you. Oh my God, I love on plenary sharing their opinions and thoughts on LGS related topics. And well, here we go with the membership system introduction in this Autumn General Assembly 2025. As you know, we have a lot of membership-related proposals this GA, and it's very important to stay informed on the membership system and how does it work and best and why we actually have it. Opa. Where do you have to? Okay, so in this presentation, you will know the purpose of the membership system. Why do we actually have it? The regulations, like the important documents and where it's written, so where you can actually find information and make sure that I'm not lying to you. So yes, it's very important to double check, even if we're bored. The path, like the odyssey of the LBG, how LBG is becoming like a full member, becoming a full member, and yeah, well, what types of proposals you will see in this GA related to the membership. It has a bit small delay, I guess. Yes, okay. So purpose is to maintain and support stable growth of BEST and its local groups, is to ensure that BEST remains a strong connective organization as a whole, and also to provide the support towards local BEST groups. Okay, for regulations, we have two main regulatory documents that contains information about the membership. It's a status, it's a legal basis of our organization, and internal regulations. It's internal rules that complement the statutes and also provide the detailed guidelines. Okay, in the statutes, you can find the definition of membership, the rights and obligations of our members, the transitions, the suspension and exclusion information, and as well as the force measure. In internal regulations, you can see additional obligations of our members, the 8-season rules and everything related to the events that we have to organize, monitoring status, observer status, and also more information about the membership changes and how does it happen at the moment in BEST. Okay, yeah, you can see the odyssey of an LBG. It's best interested group observer, from observer to baby member, then from baby to full. From full, you can be suspended, placed under monitored and excluded, and then you can also go back and forth. Yes, I will go deeper into every single membership status, starting from best interested group right now. Yes, basically, it's group of students that want to join BEST, that are like, okay, so we are 5, let's create our own board and join the international organization called BEST. They contact the secretary, like, and they can apply twice a year as well. So twice a year exactly. The first deadline is in the 1st of July, and the second one is in the 1st of December. So right after this General Assembly, we might have a bunch of observers applications. Okay, and then they're becoming observer of BEST. If they're accepted, observer of BEST, the LBG, they're still not official BEST and things like here, they're still learning. The whole process is the GA, what is happening and how BEST is actually operates. Yes, from observer to become oh my God, from observer to become a web member, observer has can be proposed for the status in the first and the second GA following its selection. So they could be proposed in this GA or in the next one. And if rejected the additional, they get additional GA to become a baby member. Criteria for observers to become a baby is to host successful internal or local event, like internal, like a board winter meeting, well, a regional meeting, ITDM, or local event, successful local hackathon, and the things that they can organize. GBT, whoa. The eligibility and they are interested in becoming a full member and still don't have voting rights. For baby to become a full, they can be proposed for a full membership in the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth GA after granted the WebM membership. Yes, and they have a specific criteria to fulfill to actually become a full, which is organize a successful best course of BCE. Here is important, it's like should be external event, not internal eligible event. They have to attend all GAs, understand best to be aware about all international matters. So yeah, be aware about BETs and be stable and sustainable group capable of fulfilling its responsibilities because full member actually have quite a lot of things to do. Yes, from BB members, it can also be excluded. GA, there will be automatic proposal for exclusion. And if they didn't become a full member by the 6th GA, there will be automatic exclusion. Yes, then you, like most of the LPGs, you are full members of BEST. Yes, you theoretically should have adequate knowledge of BEST. Will provide adequate services to external students, promote BEST, maintain communication with organization and stakeholders, and taking part of the decision-making process, aka GAs, VAs. So you are here already, like you're voting, you are participating in discussions and monitoring. Every full member can request to be placed under monitoring. At any point of time, full member can be placed if international board agree to it, because well, BEST also is having limited resources, and sometimes you might not have enough for everyone. Also, full members under monitoring, okay. They receive a doctor, they create an AP with the doctor, and they regularly should report to international board on the current state of LBG to actually give a proper overview to receive a better support. And the monitoring automatically ends after 1 year. Okay, from full member to suspended. If you are not organizing successful eligible event in 8 seasons, you will be automatically proposed for suspension if you cancel an internal or external event after you announced it to participants. After you deny access, if you deny access to the percent of recommended working hours, if you are not voted by GA, and also if LBG was not excluded after proposal for exclusion. Well, if LBG is already suspended, it won't be proposed, but if LBG is directly proposed for exclusion, it will be also proposed for suspension automatically. Okay, the suspended member, it's a member that takes its time to focus on internal issues, to solve them, to become a full member back again. They receive a doctor, and they relieved from responsibilities of a full member. Yes, suspended to full member can be proposed to full membership and first, second, and the third GA following suspension based on a criteria to lift suspension. For example, if well, your proposed for suspension this GA are suspended, if until spring GA you manage to fulfill the criteria in the spring GA, you can already be proposed to become a full member back again. So yeah, it's not that hard here. From suspended to excluded, if suspended doesn't fulfill the criteria to leave suspension on time, it can be proposed for exclusion. At the second GA, it will be automatic proposal for exclusion. And in the third GA, it will be automatic exclusion. So yeah, this is important to keep in mind that it's like automatic proposals. Full member to excluded, if full member can be excluded if it violates the status of BEST.
Up and finish the presentation.
Sure. And yes, not complying with the purpose of activity for BEST, and then not attending to GAs and any other reasons deemed valid by GA. Yes, and this is the last slide. This GA, we have a lot of proposals for suspension and exclusion. So you can see again, Bratislava, Uppsala, and Messina, Grenoble, and excluded LBG. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much, Maxim, for doing the presentation for the membership introduction. Reminder to everyone, you have the link tree where you can find the One Fingers form and ask your question. Actually, we even have a question, and we'll copy paste it in the chat from LBG Riga. So LBG Riga, you can unmute and ask your question. I copy paste it on the chat.
LBG Riga, Marta, you mentioned that for baby members, they can organize a course or BSc. Can baby members also organize an innovative event since it's considered an external eligible event, or it does not apply for them?
Maxim, you may respond to the question.
Yes, they actually can organize this event, and yeah, they can. Well,
Okay, I think that this answers your question, right? Yes, I see a thumbs up. Amazing. Do we have any other questions related to the membership introduction? Is everything properly understood? If someone is going to ask any question, please indicate it with the React go slower. Otherwise, I will continue with the next topic of the agenda. Okay. Thank you as well for the go faster. This is also indicates to me that you have all the needed information. Amazing. So we will now continue with the proposal 7, which is to exclude LBT Riga. First, the international board will present the proposal. The international board will be provided with 5 to a maximum of 7 minutes to present their proposal. I have the timer here, so I will use it. I will be writing also on the chat how many minutes are left. Then LBG Riga will be the one presenting their case to defend their LBG. Plus, also in the presentation, you will see the proposal 16th, which is to extend the deadline for lifting the suspension. So this will happen in the same presentation, just for your information. Pay attention, but those are 2 different proposals. They are connected. Maxime, you may start with the presentation.
yes, thank you. I promise I will be on time this time, for sure. This is automatic proposal to exclude LBG Riga in Autumn General Assembly 2025. Opa. Okay, so relevant documents is of course our statutes and internal regulations. For the background, yes, for LBG Riga, they were suspended in Autumn General Assembly 2024, and in this General Assembly, there is automatic proposal for their exclusion since they didn't fulfill the criteria to lift the suspension. And well, in Spring General Assembly 2026, there will be automatic exclusion of LBG Riga if they're not excluded right now and will not manage to lift criteria to fulfill the criteria to lift the suspension. Yes, according to internal regulations, they were proposed for suspension because they didn't manage to organize the eligible event in 8 seasons. So yes, and criteria for them to lift the suspension was to successfully organize an eligible external event, which LBG Riga didn't do after being placed under suspension. So yes, as I mentioned before, here is automatic proposal for their exclusion. Yes, if LBG Riga is not excluded and criteria is not fulfilled, they will have, oh my God, and the criteria, if and the criterion is fulfilled by the third General Assembly, they will have to present an activity report, and the proposal to lift suspension will be presented in the next General Assembly, like in spring. Well, what happened with LBG Riga? Basically, in summer 22, they organized the best course, the last best course. Then in summer 23, there was no announcements, and as I mentioned before, in autumn General Assembly, they were placed under suspension. So before the suspension, LBG Riga was under monitoring with Carmen Tiaro as a doctor, and after suspension, Lucas Patrignac Cuco was appointment as their new doctor. So together with the doctor, they prepared an action plan to host eligible event in summer 2026. Yes, and improving their HR and financial stability. Since February, Riga showed the involvement. They're actually reduced involvement in organization by organizing a career dance and engineering competition. They're also participating in our events, like including spring regional meeting, motivational weekend, sorry for my pronunciation, and SGA 2025 online and Nordic GBT. Yes, for now, in November, they already did the step-by-step the soft skills seminar and the recruitment event. Additionally, they had the delegates in the Baltic Motivational Weekend in autumn RM in Tallinn, and in autumn GA. Well, here you can see Marta present in front of the plenary. Yes, the group maintained a regular contact with the doctor. They continue implementation of the action plan. Yes, still there are some HR issues and motivational challenges, but LBG Riga is constantly demonstrating the improvements and willingness to contribute and be part of the best network. Yes, so they're showing our as a progress to be sustainable LBG in the future. Yeah, as for this proposal, if it is accepted, LBG Riga will be excluded from BEST, and if it's rejected, then suspended LBG Riga will not be excluded and remain as a suspended member until the next General Assembly, aka Spring General Assembly 2026. Yes, criteria to leave their suspension still remains the same. It's to organize external eligible events yeah, within the next General Assembly. And yeah, with lots of love, Odyssey. So I took my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxim, for the presentation and also being consistent in time. We will now proceed with LBG Riga. So Marta will be the one presenting. After that, we'll go to Q&A and statements, where I'll repeat again how it should be done properly. So as soon as the presentation is out, Marta request access, and you will be able to move the slides. If you face any issue, just let me know.
Oh. Okay, it works. So, hello, dear plenary. This is LBG Riga, Marta representing. I will be presenting the defense of proposal to exclude LBG Riga and proposal to extend the deadline for lifting the suspension of LBG Riga. So what we're trying to achieve is to not get excluded this GA, which is PO7, and the PO16 is in case if we are not excluded, then we're also asking the GA to approve extension of the period in which we're supposed to lift the suspension. So from spring GA 2026 to autumn GA 2026. And this proposal was approved by Odyssey. That's why we are the ones who have submitted it. So a little bit background and who is LBG Riga. So we have a quite wide network of alumni. Right now we're 8 full members, 2 baby members, and 10 observers. There are more observers which are weaker, but we don't count them because they come and go. And we have been in BEST for 33 years, so we would like to keep being here. And we have been suspended before and came back before. So as Max mentioned, the last stamped event was in summer 22, and then we didn't organize any eligible events till this point. Why did we get suspended in the first place is because after COVID, we didn't quite recover. We had an HR crisis where 1/3 of the active members became alumni. another third of the active members burnt out, and in the period of 2 years, they only recruited one active member, so there was a big generation gap. Also, we lost university funds in that time period, which we have gotten back at this point. So that timeline after getting suspended. So the 31st board, they have been boardies for at least 2 or 3 years, so they were very tired. And then the new board came in February, which was in our local GA. In the middle of that, 11 weeks after GA, we received the doctor, which was 2 times later or even more than it was supposed to be, since we have to submit the action plan 6 weeks after the GA. So there was a lot of delays. And the new board was relatively very new in BEST, because the oldest member in the board was in BEST for a year and a half, and every other boardie was in BEST for less than half a year. So we were very inexperienced. And next. So despite all of this, we still attended the RTU Career Day, where we recruited, not recruited, but got 10 new observers. Then month after being elected, we received the board KT, and 7 weeks after getting the doctor and after 2 doctor meetings, we submitted the action plan. So we were very internationally involved, attending all the mandatory and some events on the side. We made an engineering competition in May, where we got new observers and also still being active locally. And then approximately 6 months after the GA, we found out that there was a mistake in the action plan, which was that we put in the action plan that we could organize a trap or tram as an eligible event, but in our proposal to get excluded, it is mentioned clearly that we have to organize an external eligible event. So that was a bit demotivating that we missed this big point. And then in September, we continued recruiting, where actually a member from UJ helped us as well. And then we are keeping on networking with LBGs, asking for their help and opinions. And in November, we successfully organized Step by Step, which had 26 members. And this event was with good results for us. So what we plan on doing is still strengthening our networking with alumni, with a Christmas ball in January, still attending the career day, and making a bigger Step by Step as an innovative event, since before it was only local, now making it external as well. And this we have had talks with Piotr, the VP for projects, and the idea seems good, but we still need to have all the procedure done. And our money plans and HR situation. So we have a good collaboration with Design Lab, which provides us materials for events, and also it gives us a chance to apply for Erasmus BIP program, which is blended intensive program, which we are gonna submit in February to gain more resources for future events. And also we have very good cooperation with RTU Career Center, with who we collaborated for the Step by Step, and they help us give better communication with companies. So the force is with us. We have some strong sides, so we have a full board, we have office, we have a good relationship with the university, as I mentioned, alumni, and we have been gathering the knowledge we lack pretty actively through different KTs in design, in courses, in facilitation, HR, delegation, sustainability, grants, and how to make course with a small team, because before we were focusing more on the courses, since we lacked the understanding of the innovative events, which has now been cleared up. And we had altogether 6 doctor meetings and then 3 money meetings with Naples, where we discussed how to raise some funds. We had the idea of making an Erasmus grant together in the summer, but yes. And then we have member meetings every 2 weeks, so we try to see our members more often than not. And LBG UJ has been very supportive and have even created a group where we can ask for KTs in diversity in subjects. Okay. Well, my slides stopped. Okay. So we have had a little bit of dark side, which was mentioned also in a year before, and I want to show you how we have improved. So we had a lack of members. We have been recruiting throughout the year, not only in the big events, which happens in September and February, the career day and the 1st September. So after every meeting, we're trying to make a game night or a movie night or make waffles to be more appealing. Also, we promote best courses quite actively as a long-term recruiting plan. We had no funds, so after step by step, we actually had some increase in funds. And we are actively researching different grants and integration is solved by a new point system where we have little tasks and bigger tasks, which observers and baby members can do and gain some rewards or gain a bigger membership status. And internationally involved, we are more and more, and also created a summary file which shows all the events that are happening. And no external eligible event, as we said, we have the innovative event planned in collaboration with Career Center and funding it by CR and a grant. So we're trying to ask the GA to not exclude us and extend the period to lift the suspension, because we are motivated to continue what we have started, and we just need some time to work on ourselves since we lacked the knowledge and needed some time to gather it and implement it. And we are willing to be transparent, so we are willing to make a report before the next GA, or we are open to get another proposal to get excluded next GA to report on what we have been doing. But this will be discussed with Odyssey further if this proposal gets accepted, on how, well, discuss how to be transparent. So thank you from LBG Riga for listening, and I am ready for your questions.
Amazing. Just in time. Thank you, LBG Riga, for your presentation as well, both of the P07 and P16. That's why also LBG Riga was allocated with 10 minutes to do the whole presentation. They were not allocated with less. Now, how this thing will work. You have the one fingers form. Again, I'm not gonna send the link to. You should know where it is by now. You go there, you open it, you select Saturday, you select the session, which is P07. So you select that one and P16. It's only one option. You will write whether this is a question or a statement, and you will write down your answer there. In any case, we will be taking the one fingers form. For now, there are no questions, but only statements. Oh, we received one question. Good. So take a bit of the time to reflect upon what was said from the two presenters here, the International Board and the LBG Riga, and we'll slowly proceed with it. When I'm copy pasting on the chat here your question, please, when I give you the space and you talk, always start by referring to the name of your LBG and yourselves. So LBG Patras, Angelos, this is a question, and you can say whether this is intended for the International Board or for Riga or both, all in all. You can do both. You can send also on a statement here, or you can send it as well via VA. Just keep in mind that everything related to the plenary has a 60 seconds limit. So if you want to make a huge statement, just use the VA for that. All right, we will start with the first question received. I'm gonna copy paste it here. This is a question from Andy LBG Bersov. So Andy LBG Bersov, what we said, 60 seconds apply. You may unmute.
Hello, LBG Brashov, Andy. This is a question for LBG Riga. Given that you have to organize an external eligible event in order to regain your full membership, do you think that your LBG will have all the resources in order to do it? Thank you.
LBG Riga, Marta. So as we saw in the 3 weeks ago, we raised altogether 1,050 euros, from which we spent 1,300 for the food and the people, which was from companies only. And it was only 2 or 3 companies. So we think that it is a high possibility that through corporate relations, we will raise at least half of it. And also we will try for the grants. So we are very flexible and we do have some money in our account. So we think it's very possible, not very possible, but we will do it and it will be nice. And for and an innovative event, since it doesn't have to be for a week, for example, it will not be that much resources.
Thank you, Marta LBG Riga. We are still waiting for any other question that may pop up. At the moment, there are only statements. Okay, more statements, amazing. Right. Yes. Okay, we're still ahead of time. Anyhow, is there any question that you would like to ask whether the International Board or LBG Riga here? Use the one fingers statement. If you think that you have all the needed information to take your decision, you can indicate it by pressing React and go faster. This applies only to full members are voting. If not, if you want to take more time and ask your question or listen to us ask a question, you can just use slow down. I see that we only have 11 people who have used the reaction code now. And I believe that we are way many more delegates here. So please indicate whether you have the needed information or not. All right then. We still have some that have pressed slow down, and since we have the time, I will stay here to take their questions because they submitted them. So that is good. First, we will go for a question from LBG Bucharest. The question is this. LBG Bucharest, you may unmute and ask your question. Don't forget how to start.
LBG Bucharest, Codrin. This is a question for LBG Riga. How do you plan on actively avoiding such situations where an overwhelmed board is leaving your LBG in the hands of unprepared besties and risk the status and progress of your local? Thank you.
LBG Riga, you may answer.
So, since we're in the beginning of LBG Riga Marta, since we're in the beginning of our mandate, or some of us are in the middle of it, we are actively working on recruiting. So we have more people, and it's not like the situation that the board is the LBG, which was a year ago the situation. And yes, so through recruiting. And no COVID anymore. That should be helpful.
Thank you, LBG Riga. LBG Bucharest, does this answer your question? Amazing. Great. So we will now proceed with a question from LBG Lviv. LBG Lviv, you may unmute and ask your question.
LBG Lviv, Vika, thank you for presenting your proposal and taking some input for us. I have a question about burnout people and problem with motivation. Do you have any plans on that to keep the knowledge in your LBG and also motivate people to stay? Maybe you have some plans on that and can elaborate that idea, because it's basically the problem that happened in your LBG and could happen again, I guess.
Thank you, LBG Lviv. LBG Riga, you may now answer.
LBG Riga, Marta. So to keep the motivation, we are making those after meetings more and more recently, and having some movie nights in the middle just to bond more and actually spend some time together. Also with the Christmas ball upcoming and having events to organize. And the international involvement is very helpful because it shows how our LBG could be, and just having fun with other besties and getting the best experience is very motivating. With the burnout, we're just recruiting to have more people and then delegate and spread the amount of tasks.
All right, just 3 seconds to go. Amazing, thank you, LBG Riga. LBG Lviv, I see that you have put a thumbs up, so I believe so that answers your question. Then we have another question, and this is okay. I'll take this one. This is from LBG Budapest. Not sorry, not LBG Budapest. LBG Timișoara. Okay, amazing. Let's go to LBG Budapest. Though it was a bit shared with us on the presentation, maybe you can elaborate a bit on what is the idea basically of what organizing. So LBG Budapest, first ask your question, and then LBG Marta will explain a bit more on this event.
So, thank you very much. LBG Budapest, I'm István. This is a question to LBG Riga. So this was maybe on the presentation, maybe I was just a bit slow, but I wanted to ask that what is the exact kind of event that you are planning to do to leave the suspension in the future? Can you tell me a bit more about it, or do you have exact plans?
See, I haven't used the LBG Marta from the presentation, so you can go for it.
LBG Riga, Marta. So the eligible event would be an innovative event, which we now have as a local event, which is called Step by Step How to Be Best of the Best, where it's kind of a combination of a hackathon and a workshop, because we have lectures either from companies or from soft skill leaders or experienced besties. And then we have workshops where PAXes work in teams to achieve the goal, solve the problem, and in the end, they're examined or they present themselves, and we have a jury and then have little prizes as well. So it's kind of like a competition too.
All right. Thank you, LBG Riga. LBG Timisoara, can you unmute this time, or are you still facing an issue?
Can you hear me?
I just copy paste. Yes, we can hear you. Go for it.
Okay. So the question was for the international board. Does the international board have the resources to continue supporting LBG Riga?
I guess that this either can go to Maxim or someone else, so you can feel free to unmute Odyssey and take it.
Okay, Maxim, the Odyssey. Yes, we are currently we're already supporting LPG Riga, and well, we are willing to continue to do so until they successfully fulfill the lifting criteria and become a full member back again. Yes, thank you.
Super. I see a thumbs up, so that means that your question is covered. You still have time, so I'll go with one more. LBT Almada, you may ask your question.
Good morning, LBT Almada, Melissa. When do you plan on making your eligible event happen? More specifically, what time of year, and how is its preparation going?
LBT Riga.
LBG Riga, Marta. So we're planning this event in May or beginning of June, since it's the period of time where students are transitioning from ending the lectures and into exams. And also it gives us time to prepare. What have we done till now? We are having meetings with the RTU Career Center. We are writing the application for Erasmus grant. And after the GA, we are planning meetings with the VP for projects about the procedure of an innovative event and announcing it. Also, we are in talks with the RTU Design Lab, which is like a lab where they do 3D stuff and printing and work on a lot of things. And we have a professor which is very passionate there about robot battles, which we have already agreed on some collaboration, and they're really supportive with materials as well, since we have some insiders. So very nice.
All right, amazing. Thank you, Alterigan. So we have asked quite some questions as of now. Therefore, I would like to ask once again the full member delegates of the plenary if you have the needed information to make an informed decision. You can do so by reacting with go faster, or if you are willing to ask any other question, you can indicate that with go slower. We have 43 reactions as of now. I believe that we have 78 full members, so I want to see more votes.
No.
All right, 50. Good. I believe that this is a clarification and not two fingers. What do you mean with you didn't catch one of the names said? Obziamala?
Yes, it was a C. My bad. It's just that one of on the answer of LBG Figa, you said you were talking to a specific center, and I didn't catch the name. It started with R something.
Well, there you go.
So it was RTU, Riga Technical University, so our university's local career center.
Amazing. Thank you, Olga. As there is only one indication to go slower, I will proceed now with taking some statements. Let's see. So for the statements, again, a reminder, 60 seconds apply. In Zoom, you can't copy paste the full text. So if it drops somewhere, I will just fix it and copy paste the rest. With the international board.
Okay. Hello, dear plenary. This is a statement. Opa, can I start? Right. Copy paste.
Yes, you can copy paste the rest.
Okay. Dear plenary, this is a statement made on behalf of the 38th International Board of Best, the ODC. LBG Riga was suspended in autumn aGA24 in Tallinn. As at the current General Assembly, they're facing automatic exclusion proposal, as they have not managed to lift their suspension by the second GA following the initial suspension. Currently, LBG Riga is actively cooperating with their doctor and other LBGs, and other LGS bodies for improvement. They're still dealing with some internal issues, but they're managing to organize the local and attend annual external events, as well as develop their students and volunteers. Part of the issue is that their doctor was assigned late, and there was an honest mistake in the creation of their action plan. So they were required to organize external eligible event. Consequently, there is now insufficient time for them to organize it during the most comfortable time for the LBG, which is summer. LBG Riga is currently developing a plan for an event in the summer 2026 and needs an extension for a suspension deadline. We see a strong will from the LBG members to remain a part of BEST. And as a board, we do not believe exclusion is necessary and do not support automatic proposal. However, in the current state, they will not manage to organize the required event before spring GA and need an extension. Therefore, we support the proposal for LBG Riga to extend their deadline.
Thank you, International Board and Maxim. Now we will proceed with more statements. Kuko, you're next. So this will be a statement from the Doctor of LBG Riga.
Beacon, Kuko, also a Doctor of LBG Riga. Honorable Plenary, LBG Riga went through a complicated situation around the time of the GA Tallinn and closely after in the first months of their suspension. Because of their internal issues and delays on the side of BEST, they were not able to react in time on the demands of their suspension case. Now they build the knowledge, got the motivation, and are getting back on track. By extending their suspension deadline, BEST wastes no additional resources and have nothing to lose. Quite the opposite, can gain a sustainable LBG. In the light of recent and upcoming resignations and exclusions, I fully support LBG Riga's dedication, and I fully believe in their ability of lifting their suspension within the extended deadline. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuko, for keeping up with the time limit. That's how a statement also should be done for future reference. You see, fast, efficient, gets the message done. So we will now proceed with the statement from the erase team. Yo-Yo.
Erase team, Jojo. Dear plenary, this is a statement on behalf of Sarah Robel, the regional advisor of Region Plum. LBG Riga had previously struggled with challenges related to motivation and HR issues. Following the change to a new board, they received a renewed dose of motivation and energy. The current board is highly motivated to act, work, and develop their LBG. They are active both locally and internationally, attending events and participating in online meetings. They have conducted multiple knowledge transfer meetings, successfully implementing the acquired knowledge locally. After the last General Assembly, they were assigned a doctor with whom they are maintaining an excellent working collaboration. Thanks to the knowledge and assistance they gained, they have developed clear strategic plans for the LBG, which they have already begun to implement. LBG Riga is responsive and really ready to cooperate. As the regional advisor, I'm very pleased to have them in our region and have a positive influence on other LBGs, and cooperation with them is a pleasure. For these reasons, I strongly believe that an extended deadline is of great significance and should be accepted, and I do not support the proposal to exclude LBG Riga, as granting them additional time to execute the positive ongoing action will strongly support their current dynamic progress. Thank you.
Thank you, RA's team. Just in time. Then we will proceed with a statement from the previous international board, from Hannah Beacon.
Yes, dear plenary, this is a statement on my behalf as the VPLGS of the 37th International Board, the Beacon. After LBG Riga was voted to be suspended in the Autumn General Assembly 24 in Tallinn, the process of assigning a new doctor was initiated. The call was sent out in January, one applicant applied, was ratified in February, and then began working with the LBG. The late timing of this call already created challenges, as LBG Riga had very limited time to prepare their eligible event with international support. Additionally, the LBG received incorrect information regarding which type of eligible event they have to organize, resulting in further delays and obstacles. It is important to emphasize that these setbacks were not the fault of the LBG. They have been and still are fully committed and working as well as they can. However, due to the delayed assignment of their new doctor and the misinformation provided to them, they have not had enough time to fulfill the suspension criteria. For these reasons, I believe that granting LBG Riga an extension is both fair and necessary, allowing them the opportunity to demonstrate their progress and regain their full membership status. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beacon, as well for your statement. Now, after we have seen some statements coming from international bodies and people closely to the LBG itself, we will take some statements from LBG, starting with LBG Lies and is this one? Yes. Sasha Saha, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. You may unmute.
Sasha from LBG Liège. This is the part of behalf of LBG Liège. We want to tell the plenary about the never-ending presence and communication LBG Riga has shown towards us. LBG Riga asked us many times for help on whatever subject, which to us shows motivation of staying and trying to become a more sustainable LBG.
Thank you so much, LBG Liège. It's always nice to see good collaboration ongoing between the LBGs and LBGs supporting each other. In moments like that also, and you have some things that you want to state as well for the future proposals that are going to take place, you should as well make a statement and say how it's going on. Then we have one last statement that I will go and take before we continue with our stuff. So the next statement comes from LBG Copenhagen, Paul Martin Kunab.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Or LBG
Yes,
Copenhagen, Paul Martin. Excellent. So LBG Copenhagen, I'm Paul Martin. And I would like to, on behalf of LBG Copenhagen, express our support for LBG Riga and highly suggest that all the other members vote against the proposal. We here in Copenhagen had the pleasure of meeting Marta for our Nordic joint board training that we did beginning of the semester. And she really stood out among all the others because she was very motivated, hopeful about her LBG, and has a lot of aspirations, which has been reflected in the activities LBG Riga has been partaking in throughout the semester. And seeing the group has motivation, the board has shown initiative and is going to trainings and participating in knowledge transfer. And since exclusion is such a final decision that LBG Riga is very unlikely to ever recover from to rejoin BEST, I highly recommend voting against the amendment. I think they have a chance to do an eligible event and be a valuable member of BEST. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, LBG Copenhagen. With that, we have concluded the first part of the membership proposals. And as we are way ahead of our time, you can maybe, Piotr, help us with a bit of waking up in the morning with some stretches. Yes, no? Go for it. You can unmute him. You can talk normally. Okay, I understand. Good. Lucia, would you like to help the case here?
I can. Let's go. Everyone, let's stand up. Let's move a bit. Oops. I'm having some logistical problems. Everyone stand up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's start moving a bit. Okay, let's start stretching our arms. Let's grab our arm with the other and tight it a bit. My English is not English and great. I hope you understand me. Great success. Let's hold it there for a bit. Amazing. Let's change arms. Now it's the other. Great. Let's put it above our head, and with our hand, we can push it a bit down. Amazing. Let's hold it for a bit. And we can change to the other arm. Great success. Let's move our arms to the front in circles. Now backwards. Great. Now I don't know how to show this, but let's grab our feet from the back and try to stretch our legs. Yay. Let's hold it for a bit. Amazing. Thank you. Now the other leg. Amazing. Now let's try to touch the floor with our hands. Hold it there for a bit. You can get up. Let's just move however you like, stretch however you like, and thank you so much for joining us with this.
Thank you so much, Lucia, for helping us stretch a bit and get our asses off from the chair. We'll ask, do we have any announcement, Dunya, so far, or can we move on?
We have one moment.
Good.
We have one announcement coming from Mauro from Advocacy Working Group. So roses are red and violets are blue. The advocacy topic survey is out and it's ready to be filled by you. Please take time to go here and to actually fill it in because, again, as we are asking you during the plenary sessions regarding some of the input, all of our projects and working groups are really working hard and can't achieve their results without you participating. So it's a bit of your time, but a lot of the support to them.
Amazing, great. Also, a kind reminder, the statements that you made, also please transfer them to VA so other people can have access to them as well. So all of you have made the statement, please as well upload it to VA whenever relevant, not during the plenary time, of course. All right, amazingly. We are still ahead of our time. There was nothing else submitted, so I believe that we are done with that proposal, and we can move on to the next one, the proposal to suspend LBG Bratislava. As always, the international board, we have 5 to maximum of 7 minutes to present, and then the LBG itself, we have 7 minutes to present as well their case. Maxim, whenever you are ready, you may start, and I will start the counter as well.
Yes, I'm ready.
The
Maxim
counter starts
5 to 7 minutes.
Yes, the counter starts, by the way, from the moment you start presenting, not while waiting. So for now, go on.
Request remote control. Okay. I requested control. Okay, it's working. Okay, hello, dear plenary. So this is the automatic proposal to suspend LPG Bratislava, presented in Autumn General Assembly 2025. Yes, here you can see relevant documents. It's a statutes, the legal basis of our organization, and internal regulations where you have rules and guidelines for the LPGs. For the background of this proposal, a full member has the following rights and obligations. So basically, you have to organize eligible events in every 8 seasons. Seasons, according to the status of best, can be suspended if it fails to fulfill this obligation. Yes, and well, it's further described in internal regulations, which are for the eligible events for members to successfully organized. It has to be at least one successful international event or international external event or internal event in every 8 seasons. So if the LBG and LBG will be proposed for suspension if it feels this to fulfill this application. Well, what happened with LBG Bratislava? In summer 23, they organized the train show, Be More. In summer 24, there was no eligible event announced. And then in the summer 25, they were asked to be placed under monitoring, but well, they didn't announce any eligible event for that season, which was their last deadline. As it mentioned in a slide, on the February 1st, the announcement deadline for the summer 25th passed, and LBG didn't announce the best course or summer, nor best symposium or education. Also, there was no obligation to host internal eligible events for their last season, which led to this proposal. At the moment of writing proposal, LBG welcoming new members and focusing on improvement of organization, their motivation and teamwork. LBG Bratislava is also working on strengthening their public image and building a relationship with the universities that they're lacking at the moment, as well as with the local companies. Yes, they're actively cooperating with their doctor and like working on an action plan together with him. They're currently participated on international events, including like the last autumn regional meetings, and also they're getting the experience and inspiration for the future activities from by participating on these internal events. Yeah, proposal is straightforward. If it's accepted, Bratislava will be suspended and has to present an action plan to international board, the latest 6 weeks after the end of the General Assembly. If it's rejected, LBG Bratislava remains a full member of BEST, and they will remain under monitoring until June. Basically, June was the month when they were asked to be placed under monitoring. Yes, criteria to leave the suspension is to organize external eligible events within the next 3 General Assemblies. Good. Okay. For the voting on this proposal, I would recommend you also to take into consideration the important factors if the LBG will benefit from the suspension, if is the LBG sustainable enough, if they're lacking some knowledge in areas like HR, KM, or RPR, and make sure that to rightly ask questions, to be informed for such a decision, because, well, you're gonna decide on the future of the LBG, as well as also like in which aspects doctor might support LBG. Probably even after General Assembly, if you have a bunch of ideas how to help LBG Bratislava, you can also come, and support from other LBGs is very valuable for them. And also think if they will be able to lift the suspension in 1.5 years, which is very important for them, since their criteria for lifting suspension is successfully organizing external eligible event. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxim and the Odyssey, for the presentation. We now may proceed with LBG Bratislava itself. LBG Bratislava, for your information, again, 3 dots on top of the Zoom, you will see request remote access or control, however it's written there.
Can you please give a request for Olena Shilvitska, because we have 2 computers here.
Can you repeat, sorry?
Can you please give an access to, not me, to Olena Shilvitska, because we have 2 computers here.
Okay, so how you will do it, because we cannot give you access, you will see on top a bar called Deputy Speaker Dunya. We'll press 3 dots there, request remote access from that computer.
Oh. Oh.
Technologia. Did you find it? Amazing.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So we can start. Wait a second.
Yeah, you can either click to go to the next slide or use the key arrows. Key arrows are easier because you can go forward and also backwards.
Yep, thank you. 1 second.
Yeah, of course. Keep in mind that when you press the key arrow, it doesn't immediately move to the next slide. It takes a bit of time, so press it once and wait a bit.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. We appreciate this opportunity to speak openly and share how we are building stronger. Hi to all of you. Presenters today are the current president of LBG, Valeria, and me, the former president, Elena. And to start with, here is the background of what led LBG to the current situation. After the last eligible event in 2023, Be More, we focused on internal strengths and growth. Unplanned, we faced problems with CR corporations such as Siemens, which led us to unstable financial background. That affected our plans. Mainly, we didn't manage to handle events last semester. Also, many strong members became an alumni, and our smaller team couldn't handle all the responsibilities. Since then, we have tried our best. For now, there is full board in place. The current number of actively involved members is around 13. 10 of them are full members. We held official meetings every week, monitoring task division and having team buildings afterwards. Our main challenges are maintaining work effort and fulfillment. We value quality and meaningful contribution to our team's growth, like, for example, working on RM that we hosted a year ago, and without creating burnout just to finish tasks. As a team, we focus on what is relevant for our current needs, so our members stay longer than a year. Through local events, we build our knowledge, real practice, and team spirit with a long-term mindset. As a result, we've increased our recruitment numbers, especially this semester. We had 2, expanded our progress with the university and NGOs, and strengthened our team dynamics internally in general. The current processes. So the decision to accept our state and request a doctor was not the easiest. We knew we were in trouble, so the application for a doctor was a good decision for us in the end. Our greetings go to Dr. Pitti. As a result, we managed to engage people during the most complicated times, you may know, the summer vacations. So we've worked on SWOT analysis together and on brainstorming of the plan, what should we do, and also brainstorming on annual action plan towards the possible eligible event hosting. Doctor support helped put us together to try again manage some basics for our LBG. For us, even though we faced ignorance from university for a long time, for now, for instance, we managed the meeting place officially with the faculty.
All our actions have been and still are aimed at learning together as a team, finding the best solutions and creating a resource base for a fully eligible event and in future. Our strategy is to organize a beneficial event for the university and companies in the spring semester, while also managing recruitment and other events that can, strengthen our skills. Regional meeting can support our knowledge in HR, CR, and practice, helping us be financially prepared for the eligible event expenses. The location of Best Bratislava is flexible for many LBGs, and it gives us the opportunity to introduce ourselves to the new region.
Yeah, the potential RM. Yeah.
Potential RM.
Suspension. The nomination was anticipated, but it won't fully support our work on long-term partnerships with the university and companies. This is our stage today. We believe that suspension stage is not motivating, and best is more than just sustainability, event counts, or money. Our mission is to improve while learning, and we already doing so with our team.
Yeah, we improve individually and together while learning, and we are already doing so with the team. Fixing our weaknesses, cooperating with the doctor, and working smart, we really enjoy what we do. We still fight for that, for our LBG for 34 years of history, great hoodies merch, Indian and Ukrainian mafia, our ship mascot, and for Bratislava. With that, 34th generation of local best group of Bratislava is asking you to support, to believe in us, and not voting for us for suspension. At least not this time. Thank you all for listening. You survived this presentation, and now we hope we survive after GA. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Albizini Bratislava, for your presentation as well and for keeping up with the time limit. Now, people, you know the process, how it happens. You go through the one finger form, you ask the question, I'm copy pasting on the chat, and they give you the permission to talk. You always start by naming your LBG yourself and then going on with your question or statement if you have any. At the moment, there are no questions, but only statements. So if there's any question, please go and write it down. Also, make sure to say that this is a question for the international board or LBC Bratislava or both. Let's wait a minute. All right, we'll now proceed with the first question from LBG Riga. Small and concise. 60 seconds apply. You may go.
LBG Riga, Marta, question for LBG Bratislava. How do you integrate your members and observers as well? You could elaborate.
We have
LBG Bratislava, you may respond.
we have team buildings after every meeting, so every week basically. We have events for our people like Christmas party and birthdays. We also we have our traditions like Ovechka game is like game basically for newbies and angels.
Also to add, Bratislava, Lena. Even like right now we have our observers with us behind us. So they were like they were interested into like this deep thing of GA, and we also like just last meeting we had like traditions of them becoming like officially observers with their mentors. We just try to be friends and
Thank you. I think since you're two and you're talking, please state your name as well for the sake of many takers because it will be hard to know from whom this coming from. LBG Riga, you have the two fingers. You may
LBG
continue.
Riga, Marta. Could you elaborate on how do you integrate in members in doing stuff, not only like participating and being friends, but how do you actually give them tasks to do, for example, if they are willing to do them?
Proper usage of two fingers. Thank you, LBG Riga. This is indeed the two fingers and not a one. So I like that. In case someone is going to take the two fingers and it's not, I'm gonna cut you. Saying this for now. LBG Bratislava, you may proceed with answering.
So basically during the weekly meetings, LBG Bratislava, Lena. During the weekly meetings, we usually check what is done, what is in the process, what should be done. We show all the set of tasks, and whoever is interested, even though they're newbies, they can also join. For instance, now we had like PR tasks. And like one of the observer wanted to try, and like we together like with older members, like he and one more older member worked on it, so they can have this practical knowledge transfer. And also, for instance, we just voted for main organizers for Christmas party, and we decided that it can be really nice to have a mentor and his new baby to work on it. So basically, we try not to just give someone task and you can do this or that, but like together show them, together learn, also with their new initiatives or new visions, how it can be done. So is this answering your question?
Amazing. I see a thumbs up and a heart from LBG Riga. So that indeed answers the question. Now we have received two questions of a similar format from LBG Vienna and LBG Patras. So I will only take the one of them. I will not take both of them since they answer the same question. So I will proceed with Matteo from LBG Vienna. Matteo, this is your question. You may unmute and ask it.
LBG Vienna, Matteo. The question is, you said you want to organize an eligible event next year. And if you were to get suspended, you will only have time until Spring GA 2027. What plan would you have in case you get suspended?
Thank you, LBG Vienna. LBG Bratislava, also suspended to say your name first.
LBG Bratislava, Lena. The last eligible event took us, I would say, 7 months of active work. 7 to 5. We were talking about it yesterday. Basically, the stage and name of being suspended is just like kind of sickness. It won't, like, we still are gonna do the same what we were doing. It will be just, much more pressure on us, knowing that, okay, we should do this, but it's kind of, more pressure there.
LBG Bratislava Lera. I think it will be just demotivating for our people to work because they will think that we are dying.
Yeah, just to make eligible, even just not to be excluded. Yeah, so we're suspended or not, we're gonna do the eligible event. It will take us the same amount of resources and motivation and everything, but the suspension point can be
no, it will be just really demotivating for not even.
Yeah, and it can also turn away our sponsors or cooperations possible.
All right. Thank you, LBG Bratislava, for providing your answer. I see a thumbs up, so LBG Vienna is covered. Again, we have two similar questions from LBG Thessaloniki and LBG Lviv. So I'm gonna take only one of the two. So go with the LBG Thessaloniki. Mariana, you may unmute.
Hello, LBG Thessaloniki, Mariana. Question for LBG Bratislava. You mentioned that you're planning to host an RM. How come you did not plan to host a training eligible event since it has a similar budget and HR needs, and you have the KM for it, and can solve your 8 season obligations?
LBG Bratislava. Is this it? Yes.
LBG Bratislava Lera. It's not the same amount of money because we did an RM and we did a BMOR as well, like training. And it's mainly about timing because for training you need to have 5 days and it's much more expensive than to do just an RM for 3 days with everything.
Well, if I can add. Yeah. LBG Bratislava Lena. It's just we see internally from our resources and people resources, our own time, our own life, studying, work, the most the best solution, the best scenario is this one that we suggested according to our people's resources.
Okay, thank you, LBG Bratislava. LBG Thessaloniki, does this answer your question? Good. LBG Lviv as well. Does this answer your question? Amazing. Thank you, Vika. So we have one more question at the moment from LBG Brasov. Andy.
Hello, LBG Brasov. Andy. For LBG Bratislava, I have a question. How are you planning to overcome your actual FRCR situation of your LBG? Thank you.
Thank you, LBG Brasov. LBG Bratislava.
Yeah. So usually we just LBG Bratislava Lena. Usually we try to apply for new grants. It's not that easy in Bratislava specifically. We also have a potential not agreed officially, but potential support from the faculty institute where we already agreed the meeting place. They're really supportive and looking forward to do something together, not only from the point of cooperation, but financial cooperation. And also, just engaging companies like we always do. And the event also that we mentioned in our presentation, the one that we would like to do, we want to do it not just training events for students where they can apply for trainings and have diploma, but to engage some companies. So maybe it can be hackathon or maybe it can be job fair or job forum. Yes. Anything else?
Yeah, the main point for us for next semester,
Please conclude.
it's to make now the money event, financial event to get money. Yeah, so that's the plan for next semester, to make money and then eligible event.
All right, thank you, LBG Bratislava. The next question is quite related to this, so I'm gonna take it immediately. This is a question from LBG Almada. LBG Almada.
LVG Almada, Melissa Vega. You said that you can only host an event next year, and in spring you already have an event. When do you plan on hosting the eligible event? Have you started to make plans for it?
LBG Bratislava.
As we mentioned in presentation, it will be a next studying year, and this year we want to make a financial event.
Local
event, yeah.
And possible RM, but the eligible.
Not RM.
All right, this was your full response.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then I see from LBG Almada, take a thumbs up. So we may continue with the next one from LBG Athens. Vasilia, you can ask your question.
LBG Athens, Vasilia. Question to LBG Bratislava. What does sustainability in an LBG mean to you? How do you plan to be sustainable? And how did your cooperation with your doctor help you on this aspect?
Thank you, LBG Athens. LBG Bratislava, you might respond while you are listening to the drills that are starting happening now around my area. Okay, I'll wait for a minute or two. Ready? Okay, go.
Yes, LBG Bratislava, Lena. Well, for us, sustainability is just people showing up, coming to weekly meetings, listening respectfully, communicating, informing, not ignoring. With the doctor's presence in our life of LBG, well, it helped us kind of be more together, discuss more together, because like this one challenge, kind of this problem, this challenge, and the planning of annual action plan, it kind of how to say it, like when there's a bad point, and this bad point kind of put us together more. So we are
we're all around that.
Yes.
Problem.
So we're not just here to hang out, but also like to fix what should be fixed. So the sustainability for us, if we are talking about basics, because for us it's even like in these basics, to have people to come sit here with us and support us, for people to come for weekly meetings, even to go for hangout.
Please conclude.
People showing
Yes, just put the final sentence here because. Yeah. All right, thank you. LBG Athens, that is clarified to your question. But with the 60 seconds, I will try to be concise so we don't have a huge overflow of the whole discussion and lose our point. This applies to everyone. Then, next question from LBG Porto, Margarida.
LBG Porto, Margarida. So basically, I just wanted to ask, because to host an event, you need to have enough members to help and have organizers. How many active members do you have, and how is recruitment going?
All right, LBG Bratislava, please.
So officially we have LBG Bratislava, Lera. So officially in LBG we have 10 active members and 10 full members. 10 full members and officially 4 new members out of 7 that they are active. And with the same amount of people, we did an RM last year, and it was good enough, and it was enough people to manage it.
Thank you, LBG Bratislava. So far, we have received questions regarding the eligible events, when it's going to be planned, when that now or not. We have talked about the CR fundraising situation, how it's going to be improved in general. We have talked about how many active members the LBG has at the moment, what they consider to be sustainable or not. They have also presented their point of view regarding how will the suspension affect them, if it is going to help them or not, according to their beliefs. And you had also the chance to ask them about RMs, why in general. So just a little bit of a reminder of what you have discussed already so far. The next question that I'm gonna take, which is slightly different than the rest, so not only ask the same questions again and again, is going to be from LBG Nice. LBG Nice, you may ask your question, Emilia.
Good morning, LBG Niche Emilia. You mentioned earlier that if you get suspended, your members would think that you are dying. Can you tell me something more about how did you talk with your membership about this situation? Because sometimes as a member of an LBG that was actually proposed to get suspended last year at the Autumn GA 2024 in Tallinn, we talked about having a doctor that can actually help us in the future organizations and projects, which is helpful. Then how did you talk to your members about this? Thank you.
Thank you, LBG. Also different kind of questions than the one received, so it's a good way to also start the discussion from that point of view. LBG Bratislava, you may respond.
LBG Bratislava, Lena. Yeah, thank you for the question and all the previous questions. Thank you for the question. Of course, we talked about it with our members. It's mainly demotivating for our older members. For newbies, they don't realize yet what is it. But also, what we try to show is whatever we are doing, it's practice. Practice before the real-time job. It's like a demo version. So even though for newbies, it can be, like not just best Bratislava organization, but best Bratislava with some problems inside. It's an opportunity to learn something from a different point of view. So this is how we show it. And also all of our events that we are doing, not only just to make it happen, but the most important is to learn. So maybe even though the number of participants is not the best, we know that we learned during the process of engaging students or doing PR, CR, HR. Maybe the result is not the best, but we learn how to do it. So this is, I would say, how we try to, we're not talking directly about it, but this is what we try to give, this mindset.
Thank you, LBG Bratislava, for the response. The 60 seconds have exceeded, and I see that LBG Nice is covered by doing plenty of thumbs up. LBG Athens, you had a very similar question. Does this answer to your question that you have submitted? Your question was about if they would benefit from lifting the responsibilities to the suspension. Okay, I see that LBG Athens is covered. Therefore, there is only one last question on the chat. I will take that, and then I would like to get the motion from the people who are here in the plenary, whether they have enough information to make a decision or not. So, next question is from LBG Novi Sad. Dusan, you may unmute and ask.
Hello, LBG Novi Sad Dusan speaking. I wanted to ask, how do you keep the knowledge inside your LBG? Since we know that LBG Novi Sad offered 2 separate KTs to Bratislava regarding FR and the goods raising. So we're curious to know where the challenges still lie.
Thank you, LBG Novi Sad, for submitting the question, and also very nice of you to provide KTs to our LBGs and help them. LBG Bratislava?
LBG Bratislava later. We are like 5 people here, and we don't know about knowledge transfers that you offer to us. Maybe it's like communication issue, yeah. But we really didn't hear about that. Yes.
Can I add?
Можешь.
LBG Bratislava Lena. Yeah, because can I? Yeah. Вот так-то идет. Okay. So yeah, because we are pretty open for learning. Like we have some initiatives even from our members about that analysis department. Like yeah, actually the KTs today. Like we're pretty open for that. So we honestly didn't know that there was an opportunity from your side. But about the knowledge transfer in general, well, it's during the work and during the weekly meetings, during everything what we do. Even like, yeah. Also,
Sorry, but you have exceeded now your time, and there is a clarification. Also, sorry for beforehand because someone popped in the room and I had to respond. First, let's let Dusan clarify, and you can get back to it. Dusan, do you want to clarify?
Yes, LBG Novi Sad Dusan. We actually gave you 2 separate KTs. One was 3 years ago, one was 1 year ago for your RM, which I know both of you were present at. So yes, it's not about we're offering KTs. We actually gave you KTs. You listened to them, but you still have problems.
Quick response, and we can cut this up because it's going into circles.
Yeah, LBG Bratislava. Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, every semester we have like new fresh blood invest. The number of active people changes because someone like have work, don't have work, come back, go do their stuff. So like the knowledge transfer is pretty like flexible in our group. What was 3 years ago, I believe it was helpful since we did the RM. I'm not sure who was specifically at that meeting. We have our guys here online. Maybe they can like give thumbs up. Well, we believe that the knowledge transfer is like we're like sponges. We like take all the information and keep all the relevant information. Like we never mentioned that we have like the worst financial situation. Yeah, it's not the best, but like the knowledge transfer always helps just like to open, like think out of box, see other scenarios. Yeah, we have our member here,
ex-president last year, ex-president. So
Yeah.
if we can
He
ask
has
him
to
to
be
answer.
here.
I think that naming people who was part of that KT or not will not provide any sufficient information needed to vote on it. The important thing is to know how to manage the knowledge flow, as you said beforehand, and to follow what you are doing as a knowledge team. So I will cut this discussion now regarding this KT, how it happened, when it happened, who participated, blah, blah, as this has nothing to do right now at the moment and concern the plenary itself for making an informed decision. And as there is no other question here now, I would like to take a motion from the plenary itself, the full members, and ask you if you have enough information to make an informed decisions or not. And after that, we will proceed with the statements. If you have enough information, please use the react button with go faster or go slower. No ticks. Go faster, go slower. I understand that in some Zoom maybe there's no go faster, so thumbs up also work. I'll consider it as this. 30, 41, 42, 53. I don't believe that we are way many more here, or I want to believe that we are way many more here. So please use React buttons, full member LBGs. All right then. I believe since there is no go slower, that we may proceed with the statements themselves. So first one will be from the current international board. Just give me a second to fix the limitations. Let me copy paste it fully, and Maxim, I will keep here 60 seconds.
Okay.
Go.
Good. Thank you. Maxim, Odyssey. Dear Plenary, this is a statement on behalf of the 38th International Board of Best, the Odyssey. LBG Bratislava is proposed for suspension due to not organizing an eligible event over a period of 8 seasons. LBG has been facing HR struggles for a long time. Their attempt to build a strategy for improving their local situation with their own members, which was unsuccessful. As a proactive next step, they applied for a doctor and currently working productively with him. This action clearly demonstrates the LBG's will to remain a part of BEST and their commitment to overcoming current challenges. Even though they cannot afford to organize an eligible event at the moment, they're still willing to organize internal events and successfully hosted a regional meeting last autumn, demonstrating their continued connection and contribution to the organization. Currently, their issues are not internal, they're also external, involving the university and require careful support and more time to improve. The International Board believes there is no current need to suspend LBG Bratislava. However, we strongly advise them to continue seeking for support from other LBGs and LGS bodies to ensure they find the solutions for their ongoing issues. The International Board doesn't support the suspension of LBG Bratislava.
Thank you, Odyssey and Maxim, for presenting your statement. Next one will be Jojo from the Arrays team, and then LBG Kosice, so you know how to prepare accordingly. So, Arrays team, this is your statement. 60 seconds apply.
Okay, Erase Team Jojo. This is a statement on behalf of Sarah Robel, the regional advisor of Region Plum. LBG Bratislava has been facing ongoing HR challenges. However, in the autumn season, they successfully executed 2 recruitments, which significantly boosted student interest and added new members to the LBG. They are actively working on creating a plan for the upcoming year. They have successfully organized 2 external events. Furthermore, they are committed to international involvement and they are planning to apply to host the spring regional meeting. Despite their internal difficulties, members remain motivated and they are diligent, working on developing a new strategy for their LBG. They are focused on being active both locally and internationally. For these reasons, I do not support the suspension. LBG Bratislava has clearly put itself on the right track through successful recruitment and strategic planning efforts. Thank you.
Amazing, just like that. Thank you, Arrays team. We will now proceed with LBG Kosice. This is the full one. Please, 60 seconds. You can start now.
Yes, so hello, Roderick, LBG Košice. We, LBG Košice, LBG Prague, and LBG Brno, fellow LBGs of a group called Kebab, would like to express our opinion regarding the proposed suspension. LBG Bratislava currently has around 50 members, including experienced members and observers with recruitment ongoing. They function as close, motivated group with capable board that can run the LBG, transfer knowledge, and remain involved in international events. Their university provides support by offering free rooms, which makes organizing local activities and future events significantly easier. in PR. They have a strong design skills, strong connections, and with organizations such as IAST and other local student clubs, and social media reach, which are all valuable assets. Financially, they are short on funds, but this is precisely where BEST as a network can help. What they need is guidance and opportunities for local events, not isolation through suspension. They know how to organize events, but the current corporate environment in Slovakia limits their opportunities. Suspending them would make it hard to organize an eligible event and would push them closer to exclusion. We therefore kindly ask you to give LBG Bratislava the time and support needed to rebuild itself. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, LBG Kosice, and also thank you for the rest of the LBGs that have joined this statement, because it's always nice to see having statements coming from LBGs. You're the one taking as well the stance to vote. So people want to listen to your opinions as well, especially the ones who are not very close, let's say, to that LBG due to limitations geographically. So for example, Patras is not that close, let's say. We will now go to the next one, which is from LBG Riga.
LBG Riga, Marta. LBG Riga is not for nor against suspension seats. We don't see it as a punishment, only as a deadline. But we want to know that they have some motivated members who reached out to us after the autumn regional meeting in Tallinn for a KT about how to raise money. So we see the motivation and they are gathering.
Thank you so much, LBG Riga. So with that, we will conclude this blog as we have discussed many topics around the LBG. So for example, things related to their members, how they see the sustainability of their group, how will they manage to work on it, and why they think that this proposal must help them. All in all, you have taken the time to discuss various matters. Do consider them. Do please transfer again all the statements that you wrote on VA, so the rest of the network can also see those nice comments that you made for LBG Bratislava. And with that being said, we will now conclude the membership proposals for now. And we'll go to some announcements from the LGS corner. Maxime, this is your time to shine.
Yeah,
One more
there are no
mistake.
questions at the moment. So Maxime, you can take over the one of the LGS questions for the corner.
Thank you very much. Let me unmute myself. So we were talking a lot about sustainability of our members. We had proposals of exclusion, proposals of suspension, and the next question. Sorry. Wait, it's past it. It's past it weirdly in Zoom. The next LGS question for this LGS time will be what LGS tools could help your LBG improve and grow and be more sustainable in BEST. Feel free to put one finger in chat and give us your ideas. So amazing LGS teams, doctors and Race, and probably others as well would take them as ideas. Please, yes, feel free to put one fingers and bring ideas. We're waiting. Come on, you were active. I love that you were active, and now it would be super nice to hear more voices of BEST of LBGs for this.
Think of this, the sooner you ask the questions, the faster you'll go for a break.
Opa, that's true. I mean, I can also point on different people. So I would be like Agilos. I've seen, for example, LBG Brashov was asking a question for the LBGs. If LBG Brashov would like to state opinion on this question. If you can suggest any LGS tools that could help LBGs to improve and grow and be more sustainable. So please, LBG Brashov, if you can give an idea for us.
Hello, Andy LBG Brashov. I think that an LGS tool that could help our LBG to improve. For us, for example, we have not really experienced in grants, so maybe I don't know, like something like a mentor in from grants department in order to gain some knowledge. For us, it would be very nice.
Nice, thank you. LBG Riga.
LBG Riga, Marta. So similarly as we have the innovative box, we could have support box where we have where to look for people who are open to give KTs in different subjects or who are experienced people to reach out to, or which department we can consult with. So where to find the knowledge we're missing.
Oh, I see a lot of thumbs up. So consultant spreadsheet. Nice. Thank you for this amazing idea. Okay, I would like to nominate then another LBG. If LBG Luch can unmute yourself and give a bunch of ideas for LGS tools. Okay, then I will nominate someone else, but you can still type your idea actually, because it will be very valuable for regional advisors and doctors to see it. Yes, I would like to ask then LBG Liesh, if you can give some ideas as well. And then I will take a last LBG and we'll proceed with the break.
Hi, can you hear me?
See.
Dani, LBG Yash. I can't really think of anything to suggest right now, but in Yash we have really enjoyed the entire innovative event thing that happened last year and that came up last year, and we think that any new tools which would help with organizing innovative events and making innovative events easier to organize would be very much welcome. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. I'm waiting for the memes in Yapa chat about this, but thank you, Dani. It was very nice to hear it. Also, like, well, the Yash first successful innovative event ever in Best Lay. If you have any questions to Dani, you can always ask him. Okay, and for the last LBG, for now, it will be LBG Erlagen. If you can unmute yourself and give ideas for LGS tools that can help your LBG to be sustainable.
LBG Erlang and Tom. Can everybody get me?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, we have a little bit of a similar issue within our LBG. I think really the members involvement is important. By wanting members to show up or by being more sustainable, we expect, of course, from the members, or they expect from the members to contribute something to the LBG. And I think what really needs to be, really is the key to put themselves in the views of the people they want to attract and see, okay, what can we do for them as like internal events, usually like committing to the LBG that comes, of course, with the time commitment. And I think in the presentation to the people you want to attract in terms of sustainability, it's really important to show them what's in for them, basically. Yes.
Thank you. Nice idea. Okay, with this, I think it was enough wake up LGS question. So people be ready, please for the next time to actually give more ideas. I will also share the forum with all questions in a group chat. So you will be able to see what questions you might expect from me, and it won't be like bam random something, and then you don't have an answer. Perfect. And yes, LGS is waiting for more input from your side. You can always or text me or regional advisors, so we could actually work on sustainable future of best. Wow, thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxim, as well, and everyone for sharing with us your opinions in those matters. We even managed to finish before the time that we have set on the schedule. So at the moment now, first of all, I'm gonna close this plenary. And secondly, I will remind you that since you have a break, which you can take it as a bio break, or you can go do whatever you want. Also, this is a nice moment for you to go and post your VA statements. Thank you all. That will be it. We will be returning back at 15 minutes past 12. So see you there. Also time for radio.
The radio
that you can always use your one finger form, even if the session is not to take place now, and it's going to be today, later, tomorrow, and so on. Please use it in advance as well, so we can effectively prepare for the sessions. Thank you, LBG Uppsala, for submitting a statement. I will give you the honor now to say it for the upcoming session already. Thank you for being proactive. And we'll now take a few minutes before we start. The next parts of the agenda is to discuss about the proposal to introduce innovative events handbook. We'll then go to the internal audit results presentation, the commissions. So basically, some of you were assigned to send us your presentations from the breakout rooms that you went. We received some. I think we might be missing a few. So please do so, because yeah, we'll have to give you access to present them. And if we don't have the presentation, as in from this one, we won't be able to do so. So do it in time. And after those things, then we will go for a nice lunch break where you can go enjoy the part of your day where you can eat your foodies, and then come back at 4 to discuss the rest of the proposals with two membership cases, one Ghent, one for Grenoble, some very nice presentations from our dear partners, iScientist team, who came here to present us their association. Prepare also questions for them. In the form, you will also find a respective area where you can fill and submit your questions to them. It will be nice, maybe you can gain ideas on how you can collaborate in a local level, or gain ideas on what you can do to improve your internal practices. Then we will talk more about the discussion groups, the best-of-one concept, and so on. Then the rest of the proposals, and we'll be done for today. As well, I have to give my thanks to you who have been active during the first sessions. One of the things that we asked you to do today is to be active in the sessions. You did so. Even in the questions when needed, you were responding, which is very good. It's always nice to have those moments when you can hear their opinions. Anyhow, without any further ado, now, since it's as well 12:17, I will officially open the plenary, and we will go with the presentation for the proposal to introduce the Innovative Events Handbook. So, Proposal 5. Piotr, you will be provided with 10 minutes for the presentation. All right.
Okay.
Request access. You can go.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Amazing. Okay. Hello, Piotr here. I'm the Vice President for Service of the LBC, and I'm here to present my proposal to introduce the Innovative Events Handbook. Oh, sorry. Oh, it works. Okay. Let's start with some background for the proposal. Currently, innovative events are regulated in the document called Innovative Events Definition. It's quite old document created in 2017 together with the idea for innovative events in the mandate of the board of Dragonflies. So it has been created a while ago and never was actually built and checked if it works properly for the kind of event that we have in Best. And the definition is a bit vague if you check it, leaving quite many gray areas for the event stamping especially. So that's why we decided to work on it a bit, especially this year, because we are changing the quality assurance model in Best a bit. We are changing the responsibilities of bodies. So together with establishing quality assurance department, it's quite good time to refresh the document, since the responsibility for stamping and handling innovative events in general will be transitioned to the quality assurance department. So it sounds like a good moment to work on the document and definition itself. So to give a bit of a background, what are innovative events? First of all, they are, of course, eligible external events. But according to the definition that's already existing, the innovative events are events that are directed to students from the target group of BEST that contain a minimum of working hours, which is around 3 hours per day. It's an equation that comes down to around this number. They need to have clear communication about cultural activities for the event, so participants need to know what kind of cultural activities they can expect. They should have professionals in the topic involved, either on the stage of creating the content or as delivering professionals in the event. They need to be announced through best application system, and they need to be able to be evaluated by all the participants. So that's the definition we have. And last summer, we had our first successful innovative event, meaning that one that got stamped, hosted by LBG Yash. During the process of organizing the event, while working together with the LBG, we spotted some inconsistencies in the regulations. We spotted some areas where we were not sure what to do with some things that were mentioned in the innovative event definition, but very much not clearly. So together with LBGH, we evaluated what needs to be regulated in innovative events definition, what needs to be changed in innovative definition for it to be a bit more clear, a bit more guiding for the organizing LBG. So we decided to go through it and implement some ideas. And we found a couple of issues. First of all, the definition is not specific enough. Leaving some things undecided, leaving some things unclear, leaving some things in a gray zone, kind of. Especially in situations where either the international board or the local board are transitioning in the meantime, meaning that some stuff is left only for KTs and not as a procedure that's established and defined. The procedure of handling events is very unclear to both parties. So the events themselves are somewhat defined, but the process of organizing them, the process of evaluating them is not clear. The responsibilities are not clear, as I already mentioned, and some concepts in the definition are unnecessarily different than in other events, especially in comparison to best courses. Since most LBGs have some experience in organizing best courses, they would expect the innovative events to be regulated similarly, but they are not. So with all that spotted in the old definition, together with the Odyssey, we've created a new document called Innovative Events Handbook that will replace innovative event definition. Yes. First of all, the of work planned in the session in summer APF in Warsaw. We had a session that was aiming at creating the process of updating innovative events regulations. So we followed the steps defined there. Yes, it has been created to follow very similar structure as Vivaldi Handbook version 7. Again, to make it clear for LBGs, since most of the LBGs have experience in organizing best courses, at least more experience in that than in innovative events. There was also a survey sent to the LBGs. We got some responses, and some parts of the innovative events requirements now are regulated due to the answers that we got. And also, quality assurance department was involved in the process of creating that. Since it has the position of internal and innovative events coordinator, they were involved in the process of creating the procedure of handling that. So it's possible to handle events from their side. And in terms of technicality, the new document will be applicable to all events starting with spring season 26. So all events will take place there. We'll already follow the new handbook. So some key changes about the new document. Again, the new handbook doesn't change the concept of what innovative events are, but it's regulating some things that were a bit not clear before. First, is regulated as at least 3 days, based on the LBG's input in the survey. The procedure of organizing events is, I'll show you in a moment, is very similar to Vivaldi procedure, a bit simplified for innovative events. The responsibilities of each party involved are more specific. So every party, meaning VPS, Quality Assurance Department, and the organizing LBG, know what they should do in the process and know which part of the event they are responsible for. The biggest change here is that innovative events don't need to be announced through best application system now. The events need to be, of course, announced to participants, but maybe not specifically through best application system, since it takes a bit of flexibility from the events. Reporting of the events is a bit more specific in the document. Reporting was already a responsibility of organizing LBG, but it was a bit unclear what the LBG should report. So it's more clear in the new handbook. And event initiation documents have been defined, which is a document that's created in the beginning of working on the event together with the Vice President for Services and Quality Assurance Department. The organizing LBG creates a document where it specifies all the deadlines, all the external information for participants, the goals of the event, basic document in the procedure. This is the procedure for organizing innovative events. We have event initiation, so the step where we create this document that I just mentioned. Then there is activity announcement, so applications begin. After 2 weeks, applications for the event end. It can be extended though. Then there is acceptance deadline and confirmation deadline. So first the organizing LBG needs to select participants, and then they need to confirm that they will attend the event. And then after the event, the organizing LBG needs to send evaluation to the participants. Participants need to evaluate the event. Then the LBG needs to create an event report. And in the end, the Quality Assurance Department is stamping the event. So to make sure that this change actually stays in BEST and that the new handbook is introduced and integrated into the way that BEST works, we have a couple of steps to evaluate if it's a good idea. First of all, we'll have an event soon in spring season. LBG Lisbon is announcing it soon. That will be the first event organized according to the new procedure. So we will be able to evaluate if the procedure is clear enough for all parties involved. The new handbook then will be evaluated with LBG Lisbon and the other LBGs that want to host innovative events. So consider it innovative events. And if needed, the handbook can be amended in spring GA based on the input that we get. So we have half of the board's mandate to still work on that. So to sum it up, the main goal of this change is to make sure that innovative events are clear for the LBGs and organizing LBGs know what to expect when making decision to organize one. So with these changes, we hope to see more innovative events happening in the future, since it will be a bit more clear. And yes, we hope that innovative events can be a useful tool to bring change in BEST and in Europe. So with that said, thank you for listening to my presentation, and I invite you to ask any questions that you have.
Thank you, Piotr and the Odyssey, for the presentation. As well, thank you, Odyssey Lisbon, for being eager to support the idea and through your feedback on the process, make something consistent and nice out of it, because without the LBG itself being there in the process and seeing where they face all the good things and the issues as well, you can just have a document with ideas, but not something that will help everyone. So that is also amazing to see happening. At the moment, there are some statements and only one question, so I'll wait for a few minutes before we start with the question round. As before, how the process goes is that I'm copy-pasting on the chat. I'll let LBG know which one is the one that has to ask the question. You always respond by LBG name, your name, and then the question that you have. As this proposal is only I referred to the board. I presume that the questions asked will be for the international board. If it is related to another body, please say so. Like, for example, I don't know, CRD. This is a question for CRD. Blah 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 blah. You ask the question, but make it so people understand to whom it goes. All right then. Now we will proceed with the first questions. First one is from LPG Rom Torregata. Let's go with Rom Torregata. Gabriel, you may unmute and ask the question.
Good morning, plenary. LBG Room Tor Vergata, Gabriele. I want to know what the current consequences are for canceling an innovative event after announcing it in terms of stamping and suspension, and whatever this handbook also covered this. Thank you.
Thank you, LBG Rom Torregata. The Odyssey can also now respond. 60 seconds apply. Don't forget that. Piotr.
Piotr, the Odyssey, thank you for this question. So the handbook doesn't cover this, but the internal regulations do. Since it is an external eligible event, it's treated the same as any other external eligible events. So canceling an announced activity is being treated the same way. So it leads to suspension proposal for the LBG.
All right. Thank you, Piotr. Does this cover your question, Ron Torregata? Okay, great. Because just for your reminder that there will be another topic as well for canceling events later on today. Uppsala, 2 fingers.
Yes, in accordance with the other proposal, I just wanted to mention that we didn't know about this proposal when we wrote our proposal, but we will take this proposal into consideration and try to make changes to fit for the handbook as well later during this GA. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, LBG Uppsala and Diana for responding as well. Now we will go to the next one from LBG Moscow. LBG Moscow, Igor.
Yes, hello. LBG Moscow, Igor here. So it is my understanding that innovative events are very difficult to regulate and the new structure is well defined, but I would like to hear more about the possible criteria of the evaluation process.
Thank you, LBG Moscow. Piotrek.
Piotrek, Odyssey. Thank you for this question. Yes, so evaluation process, I assume that you mean evaluation of the handbook itself for during the rest of the mandate, right? Well, the evaluation criteria are not like 100%.
Piotrek, you seem to be having issues with your connection. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. Can you hear us? Are you with us?
Because well, the personally would be the procedure. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, your internet died.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Listen to nothing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
You may start over.
Yes. Sorry for that. Yes. So the evaluation criteria for me personally would be mostly, is the procedure clear for the LBG? So I would like to evaluate it with organizing LBGs in terms of, did they actually understand the procedure from the beginning? And do they know what kind of criteria they have to follow from the beginning, so they're not surprised in the end of what is expected from them. So that's the main thing that we would like to evaluate. But also, of course, we would like to check if the proposed violations in the proposal are in the handbook are too much or maybe not enough?
All right, thank you, Odyssey. So I believe that this covers the question. We will now proceed with LBG Uppsala. Second. Diana, you may ask your question. LBG Uppsala, Diana, are you with us?
Yes, LBG Uppsala, Diana. So when we get this handbook, did we understand it correctly that even if no participant fills the evaluation form, the event can still be stamped? Because if this is not the case, then since you suggested that, or you wrote that there should not be any deposit, that can be a bit problematic since there will be no incentive to make the participants fill the evaluation. How did you think around this?
Right, thank you, LBG Uppsala. Piotr, can you respond?
Piotr, the Odyssey, thank you for this question. Yes, that's right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, because my laptop did different weird noise. So the stamping is not connected to how many participants fill in the evaluation form. So it should be all right. Of course, if there will be cases of not enough people filling the evaluation and not having enough information to stamp the event, we can think of regulating this later on after the evaluation, but that's not a requirement.
All right, thank you, Piotrek. Uppsala, does this cover it? Good, amazing. Then we have a question from LBG and Stapari. Alex. And Stapari? Are you with us? Could you write on the chat if you have any difficulties, maybe to mute or something? All right, then since Obedience Tapare is not at the moment with us, maybe they face any kind of problem, I'll go to the next one and come back to it later. So the next question is from LBG Liège.
Sasha, LBG Liège. While having a handbook to regulate seems like a good idea, don't you think that such a rigid structure could lead to loss of the innovativeness in the making of such events? And if yes, how do you plan on trying to make creativity and innovation a bigger part of the process?
Thank you, LBG Liège. Piotr,
Piotrek, the Odyssey. Thank you for this question. So yes, of course, regulating the procedure and the events a bit can seem like constraining the creativity of the LBGs. But actually, what we seen with LBG Yash last year, for example, but also what we've seen in general with previous innovative events that were not successful. The lack of structure in the organizing procedure for innovative events can be actually a bit stopping a bit the creativity by causing more chaos. So of course we need ideas, we need innovation. That's why, for example, it is possible to agree on a bit different procedure if all parties are okay with that in the handbook. But we need some structure so LBGs at least know what kind of procedure to follow with their ideas.
right on time. Thank you, Piotr. Well, Julius, does cover your question? Super. All right. LBG Stapali, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. Sorry for the cut.
No, it's fine. I'm going to copy paste again. You can take it.
All right. So you say that it is not possible to organize innovative event out of innovative event session. And I understand it's really the case, but as I understand is this thing. So my question is, how the board will do to manage to stamp and control the event if there could happen any time in the year and so.
Thank you, LBG Stapali, for the question. Piotrek, you may respond in the name of Odyssey.
Piotrek, Odyssey, thank you for this question. So out of season events are already the case. Any innovative event can be announced as out of season event even before the change. So it's not a big change. And how it is ensured that the LBGs will that the quality assurance department and the board will manage to follow the event is that if you take a look at the procedure that I've shown in the presentation a moment ago, the deadlines are set relatively to the event dates and not to season deadlines. So, for example, announcement has to be done 3 months before the event and not on specific deadline. So the deadlines are moving relatively to connected to the event dates.
Thank you, Piotrek. So, since there is no other question, just a bit of a reminder. Now, more or less, all the questions were centered around what is happening in the case that we will cancel an event, what criteria will be taken into consideration when it comes to the whole process itself, if the over-regulation, let's say, will destroy this abstract creativeness when it comes to innovating an event, what happens in the case of an out-of-season event, and how it will work with evaluation and stamping, especially in regards to the deposits. So this is what we have discussed so far, and this is the questions that you have been asking for throughout this session. I would like now to ask the plenary, since there's no other question, if you have enough information to make an informed decision or not. You can indicate that by using the react buttons again with go faster or go slower. Full members only. Mm-hmm. 44, 45, no, go slower. Okay, good. Thank you. Obviously, I have also put it on the chat. I didn't see it the first time, so now I will surely not miss it. Okay, good. Amazing. So I do not see any indication of go slower, but I also only see 35, 36, 37, and we are way many more. This is not even a quorum. So let me see. What is LBG Rome think about this proposal? Samuel?
1 second. What we think that it could be good if it is not gonna totally choke the innovative effect of the innovative events, but that's actually my position. For the LBG position, I will maybe type it later.
All right, thank you. As well, it is quite important, and you see here, it's a perfect example that you might have a personal opinion, but not your LBG's opinion. A lot of LBGs are working with their LBG opinion. That, of course, does not restrain you to say which is your position, not that you are part of this session, and what will happen later with your LBG, as LBG Rome did delightfully here. There's a technical, I wrote the statement, will I get to say it? Of course you will get to say it. Now it was only for the question part. Let's see. LBG Sparta, what do you think about the proposal itself?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, LBG Sparta Battle. I think, as my LBG think, we should try it and see what will happen next, because it's kind of open-ended, and I think regulating this event will help us to evaluate it. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, LBG, right? So for sharing all of your point of views. I will take one more, and that will be you know, sometimes I was always listening to LBG grads, and it's been quite some time. LBG grads, what do you think about the proposal? Yuri? Is LBG grads present with us on the session? So LBG grads facing any technical difficulties? Okay, let's see how it is. LBG Tallinn, what's your stance on this proposal?
Yes, Johanna, LBG Tallinn, I think it's nice to regulate, and if it helps people, then it's good. Yes, we are not planning to do an innovative event, so at the moment I don't know, but it would motivate us maybe to do one in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much as well for sharing your point of view. Always delightful to hear LBG sharing. And once more, I'm only doing this because we really want to listen to your opinions, and I think that some of you could share. So I try also to push those who are not that, let's say, active during this plenary. So thank you, everyone. And also thank you as well, LBG Lisbon, for taking part in the process. We'll now go into the statements part, and the first one will be the Quality Assurance Department. Then the one next will be LBG Uppsala. So LBG Uppsala, you will present after the state. Quality Assurance, Lito.
Hello, Quality Assurance, Lito. Hello, dear plenary. This is a statement on behalf of the Quality Assurance Department. The Quality Assurance Department views the introduction of the Innovative Events Handbook as a positive and necessary step forward. This proposal effectively clarifies the procedures and regulations surrounding innovative events, providing a structured and updated framework that reflects the needs and expectations of the current times. By bringing these regulations up to date, the handbook will create a clearer, more effective, and efficient process that supports smoother coordination and oversight. This improvement will not only enhance operational efficiency, but also strengthen consistency and transparency. For these reasons, the Quality Assurance Department encourages LBGs to approve the Innovative Events Handbook. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Quality Assurance Department. As said beforehand, next one will be G Uppsala. I'll copy paste it in parts. And Diana, you may start. 60 seconds applies from now.
Yeah, so Diana, LBG Uppsala, in general, LBG Uppsala supports this proposal, especially since we consider organizing an innovative event. And we especially like the flexibility procedure of having the EID document. However, we noticed that there are some inconsistencies in how long the ranking period should be between chapters 2.1 and 2.3. So, for example, in 2.1.2, it says 7 days, while in 2.3 and 2.3.4, it says 3 days. So yeah, this needs to be amended by the authors. But we also think that both 3 days and 7 days is a too short time to finalize a proper ranking. especially if you get a lot of applications to your event. So for example, if we compare with LBG Uppsala's courses, we usually get around 100, 200 applications. And then we need to do a stepwise ranking where phase 1 takes 1 week. So we narrow down the applications to like 30, 40 people. And then we have a step 2 and maybe even a step 3. Which also takes a week in order to get the final list and waiting list and like make balance between different countries and besties, non-besties and things like
Thank you,
that.
Diana. If you can
Yeah.
please conclude the statement.
Yeah, I'll put it on VA later. Yeah.
Thank you. Great reminder from Diana to everyone as well. Don't forget statements also in VA. Amazing. I think that yes, there is a statement from LBG Moscow. LBG Moscow, you may proceed with the statement.
Yes, Sigurd from LBG Moscow. It's a great idea to update it, especially since it's 7 years old now. Innovative events are very cool, but not that many LBGs are making them. So therefore, the problem is the threshold of entry. And the new handbook will not only simplify and clarify all the steps, but also update them to the current realities of BEST. Thank you.
Thank you, LBG Moscow. Then we will go to LBG Riga. Marta?
LBG Riga, Marta. LBG Riga supports this proposal since before we lacked some clarity on how the event will be stamped. So this gives the clarity we lacked.
Thank you, LBG, Riga, and everyone for making the statement. Again, don't forget to upload it in VA as well for people to have the chance to read it. And with that being said, since most of you agree that you have the needed information to vote, and we also went through all the questions and the statements, there's nothing popping up. I believe that we can end this session, the proposal to introduce the innovative event handbook. Don't forget that in any moment, even after this plenary, you can find the Odyssey, you can find all the people, you can talk with them, ask them more questions, and if you believe so as well for every proposal, that something needs to be changed when it comes to wording or small things, you can amend it, or if you do not agree with how things are going, you can always also propose a counter proposal. So in case you will do that, of course, approach the people who have written it first and get their point of view. Amazingly. So since we have concluded with this and we are ahead of the schedule, we will now go with an easy one. We'll go with the internal audit results presentation. So we can go with the first one, the presentation made by Camila and do you have the presentation ready? And yes, okay, great. We'll go to the presentation made from Camila and Yelena. Camila will be the one presenting, so you know how to request access.
Just because it is PDF, you won't need to scroll with your mouse because there is no possibility to change the slides.
We are missing Camila. Okay. Second. Lucia, can you text Camila and check what's
I'm
going
on it.
Thank you. In the meantime, we have one thing that we're doing in best, while waiting for something to happen, we face technical issues. Which is here. we are usually doing this and blowing. And I remember that this team had something very annoying, which they were like killing flies in random places. Anyhow, we will not do that. Camila, are you with us? Nice.
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Amazing. Okay, can get back to it. A reminder as well, as Dunya said, this is not with slides, it's a PDF, so you'll have to use your mouse to scroll down. You need to request access, you do that on the top, you will see 3 dots, you press that, request remote control.
I
Camila,
hope I did it.
you may start with the presentation. You are muted currently. I don't know if you're talking.
Yep. I was checking for sure if it's working. So, hi everyone, I'm Camila. I was the financial auditor on this GA with Elena. Unfortunately, Elena couldn't make it to the presentation, and also I'm sorry that my camera is off. I'm sick, so really I don't feel like showing my face to you all, guys. So sorry for that. So, our process of auditing. Firstly, we started with Katie on how to do it. Then we went through the documents to get to know them and to look at them, because there is a huge difference if you're talking about the document and if you're seeing the document and what's happening inside. And then we were working. You can see our meme, how we felt here next to it. Moving forward, we had few findings. Firstly, the reimbursement documents had 14 different currencies in it. And yeah, we had to cover every of this currency and every invoice with this currency into euro. So it was a lot of fun. Secondly, second IM is a perfect moment for the auditing. And next to this thing, next to this sentence, you can see how we felt messaging to each other around the 2 a.m. when we were going through the audit. And last but not least, the audit is a little bit easier when you're doing it your second time. So I fully recommend that. But moving forward, for our actual findings, so the difference found between Annex 5 and a bank transaction was 12 euro cents. So it wasn't big, but there were two actually quite a big findings in our opinion. Firstly, there were 5 reimbursements that were paid significantly above the amounts shown in the documents we have access to. And by significantly above, we said we kinda thought that we will count only the amount of, we'll only count those payments that had more than 4.2 euro, because as it was mentioned before, there were 14 different currencies. So it was kinda sometimes spent on the changing the currency. As you know, currency are not the same all the time, and it depends on the day or even the time of day, how amount of money it is. And similarly, in the whole difference from these 5 reimbursements were 71.86 euro. But moving forward, there were 5 reimbursements that were paid significantly below, and also we used the same amount of money to define the significantly below. The
Camila? Are
I
you
think
with us?
that
Hello, hello. Am I here?
Hello, welcome back. Yes, you can
I
continue.
am. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, my internet dropped out, my computer just kicked me out. Sorry for that. Okay, so as I mentioned, we used the same amount of euros to define significantly below. And the difference this time was 89.39 euro. And both of them were below or around 0.4% of the whole spending on our reimbursements. You can see the detailed info on the slide. In auditing, as far as I know, as far as I checked it, if anything is below 5%, 5%, 5 percentages out of normal, out of every transaction, it is good. So together, adding the 5 reimbursements that were not correct because of paying too much or too many, it's still below 1%. So it's still very, very good and very clear situation here. Going forward, I'm not sure if I can move the screen.
Have you
I'm
requested access
for
again?
you. She did, but I believe it's easier for me to move the slide, so you're on the next one.
Zoom's not zooming.
All right. Due to technical issues, this is the only time that I accept being a little bit over than the appropriate amount, plus we're way ahead of schedule.
Sorry, I'm back. I have no idea
Camila?
what's happening with my internet. Sorry for that, guys. I'm back.
No worries, Dunya will be scrolling, so you can just, go through.
Hello, hello.
Hello, are you with
Okay.
us?
Thank you.
Good.
Something is crashing on my computer with that. Yeah, I am.
Good, feel free to continue. Dunya will be scrolling.
Hello, hello, I am. Okay, thank you so much, Dunya, and sorry for the issue. Moving forward, our opinion is that in review, there were no identified any indications of intention fraud or malpractice. We received support and transparency from Carlos while addressing issues during the preparation of the audit or asking for clarification, potentially missing documents. And the organization of documents is intuitive. File folders and transactions are named in mostly clear and logical way.
Camila? I think it's not with us, and then
Okay,
problems are quite
improvement
visible.
points. Hello, hello.
Okay, are
Sorry,
you
my
with
internet
us?
is doing weird things.
Don't worry, just take
But
this
for
one
the
and we will
improvement
finish the
points,
presentation.
not all transactions in Annex were named clearly. What's going on?
Finish up, please. Last points and win.
Can you repeat, please?
Please finish up with the presentation. Just go through the last point so we can finish up the session. All right. I think that we can just read them and continue. If you have any questions, I believe that Bisera as well has been collaborating with them. Remember that this presentation, the audit, is for the previous mandate, so it concerns the previous executive board, and all the things that you have written there is regarding those aspects. So if you have any questions, you have the one finger form. You can ask them there, and I believe that since Camille is facing issues, either Carlos or Pizarro or whomever was close can respond because the technical issues unfortunately happen in our daily lives, unfortunately, as well, and we can't keep up with that pace. So there is one question. I'm gonna go through it. Whomever feels more knowledgeable on this matter, you can respond. Okay. Camila, then you can respond, but if you face any issues, I will just move on.
Okay, so there were many small differences between changing the currency, and we thought that as far as they are below this point, it could come natural from exchanging the currency into another one. But if they were above, it was just like a lot of money for us personally to ignore that in audit.
All right. Thank you for the response. Is there any other question related to the internal financial audit? If not, I will also remind you that you will have a proposal for the final financial report in general, and you will also get the external audit. It's are included in the bookmarks and so on, and everything that you have there and is needed, you will have them. Could I have the delegates please indicate to me with a react if they are okay and we can move on? Don't forget that the appropriate react is go faster. I can do maths, quick maths, but yeah, we have it for a reason. Amazing then. Thank you so much, financial auditors, for going through all the documents. I know that it can be a bit of a pain. I have done it myself as well, and having to translate every single receipt or whatever in any kind of language can be very hard. We do really appreciate your work, and also we really appreciate the work of all the second row. So I would like to request from the plenary to react by using the clap emoji to show their appreciation to the second row for doing all this hard work for us and being prepared on time and making sure that you can follow what is needed to take informed decisions. Thank you so much, second row. This is all the appreciation that you get from the plenary for doing all such a great job. We will now proceed to the next parts. Yesterday you had the financial report and the action report of the first quarter. There were 4 breakout rooms. There were 4 presentations which had to be submitted. We will go now through the action reports, first presentations. The first one is from Elena Popovic, LBJ Zagreb, and Emilia Petrovic. So whomever feels more appropriate to do the slides, you request control access and you're moving on.
Okay. Hello, Emilia Petrovic, LBG Niche. Unfortunately, Elena is unable to join, but I will be explaining the slides and the slideshow we made. So without further ado, we can start with the presentation on Q1 Action Report Commission.
You can request the control on the three dots above the screen where all the people are. You see the tie share. You go to the three dots and go to request remote control.
Yes, but I'm currently on my phone, so it's not really the same.
Okay.
I wrote it in help desk.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, we talked about some questions and answers, and first of all, I'm sorry, I'm gonna look from time to time to my notes because I used to catch some notes last night and during the presentation. So we talked about some questions and Anna gave some answers regarding the alternative internal structure project. So Anna gave a little feedback regarding the IPF, which was said it needs to improve some projects. It has to be more general instead of trying to fix the matrix. And by the end of the Q1, there were some preliminary research, and there was selected a coordinator. Currently, there is an action regarding to mapping some responsibilities. We can go to the second slide. Thank you. Regarding the question about the BEST-TMEC, I hope I pronounced that right, which actually involves a project with STM and BEST. Well, it happened during the GA, but there weren't so many besties informed, and there was no report from the previous mandate, which resulted in trying to evaluate our collaboration and see how to move on. Ambassador handover meeting with some other partner NGOs, which resulted in how to proceed in the future with our collaboration, which involves events, grants, and some other projects, which was talked about last night. There was some Google Drive and knowledge sharing among these two NGOs, which involves BEST-TMEC. And to focus on, it was set to focus on some more future collabs rather than the evaluation part. We can go to another slide. When it comes to the advocacy, there was also a word about that. Last year, it was said that advocacy project and top 5 projects that LBG want to advocate for, which was stated from research to various other reasons, and it was said that no LBG would be harmed from those. It was planned to create the paper, vote in the virtual assembly, and state some other statements, CPs, comments, etc. It was said that main goals are, at first, to develop a position paper, secondly, to work together with other NGOs about a position statement, and 3, to work on a toolkit to help LBGs advocate locally. Actions that didn't start yet, there was a word about that. A lot of things have started at the beginning of Q2, also known as currently now. When we talk about a lot of things, it's estimated to around 40%. Others depend on previous ones, for example, go on new service and can't pilot without completing the research. And it was said that it was a bit trickier during summer due to electing people, inactivity, maybe some lack of motivation, and so on. Delays in action, goal 3.1. It was to work with another NGO, EIIL, I hope I said that right. And the international HR team is under a heavy workload due to the Code C revision. It was stated that the evaluation of regulatory docs was stated that not having a coordinator for HERA overviewing bodies to cover, and most of them actually depended on HR. Then we actually had a chance to give and receive feedback. There was some improvement points stated by some LBGs. There was more through explanation for the mandate-specific goals as the LTSP ones. And also there was a stated worry about advocacy, which relies on the things I will say right now. Sending a form to all of the LBGs doesn't mean that they're all aligned. Every LBG has to agree and everyone must be asked. More effort and perhaps a veto power, which was stated in the meeting last night. Like I said, thank you all for listening and thank you all for taking your time. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I also enjoy some constructive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Emilia, for the presentation. If there is anything fingers form, and you can do the appropriate question. Since there's nothing there, I will now also go to the second action report. And yeah, Victor, Igor, Marta, whomever seems appropriate, you can go for it.
I request a recall.
Okay, do we have access?
Okay, it seems like it works. I think Marta will start off.
I'm going to start.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so LBG Moscow, Igor here. We are going to present you our analysis of action plan. And on this slide, you can see a little bit of how we felt yesterday. It was quite a surprise, at least to me, because it's my first General Assembly that we have to prepare a presentation. However, we gathered together and put our minds to it and prepared for you a little presentation with our analysis of the action report. And I think we are ready to continue.
See if this works for me. I think I should be able to change slides, but it does not work. Oh, there we go. Someone changed at least.
LBG Riga, Marta. So whenever the opinion was asked, me and Igor were very clever and we said everything we liked and thought that was relevant. So to summarize, we liked that there was visible action for LBGs to see in the regional meetings for advocacy and finding a new service. We like to see that there's the handbook for innovative events that's very nice, and the whole report was structured good and written very pretty. And the structure of adaptation project also is great because it brings order in our organization and gives more tasks to do for basically everybody. And we like the MS.2 for long-term membership sustainability because it's very relevant. As you can see, there's a lot of membership cases this GA.
Okay, now I can speak because someone changed slide for me. Thank you. So I will be the bad cop, or rather, I will be one to trying to give some feedback on how to improve this. We think the actions of the board was good, but we were not that impressed with the report, to be honest. We think that the text is somewhat overly polished, and sometimes it's a kind of a lot of fluff in it that doesn't say that much. And if we turn back to our memes that people weren't saying that much, I think that can kind of contribute to it. We took some comparisons of earlier action reports, and we see that this year's action report is full with a lot of things that sounds very good but doesn't say too much. We marked some examples here where we think that how we see that the old one is a lot more concrete of what actually has been done and what is planned, while the new one from this year's was everything it said was true and everything sounded very good, but we were kind of lacking these actions that have been taken or were planned to be taken in a concrete way. And we included an example of an earlier report where we think this was that more fulfilled what we were expecting of an action report, which is the one from the 25th board. Let's see if I can change to the next slide. Yes, and here we brought up another example. You can see here as well that we are seeing the same pattern where this year's action report sounds very good, but doesn't say too much, and there's kind of missing these concrete actions again. And obviously now I've been cherry picking a bit, and there are some parts that do fill this, but no. But overall, this is a trend in the report. To give it a more fair explanation, I think I would need to spend a lot more time. But the point still is that we see, like, yeah, in the 2020 action report here, we have very concrete, oh, we were at this event, we were talking to these people about this topic. While here we have more like a mission statement or vision of what we want to do. And we think that this is, harder to actually understand what has been done. So that's an improvement point that we want to send to future action report writing bodies. I think that was all from us. Do you have anything to add, Igor or Marta?
All right, all in all, I think that this concludes the action reports. Thank you so much, both of you, for the feedback that you provided. It is always nice for the international board to get a bit of note from the other side, because I know that can get hard to read all the documents and provide your opinion. Trust me, there isn't something worse than, doing a whole report and having no feedback at all. So feedback is quite essential to approach us, guys, and also have to say that it's nice to point out things that they can be improved and give concrete examples as it was done. Amazingly, now we will continue with the financial report, and we have a presentation by Malva and Melissa. You know the process.
LBG Coimbra, Malva. We are presenting the Commission's outcomes for the International Board of Financial Report. Me and Melissa will tell you some about what we talked about. Just a warning before continuing, we did not have a lot of outcomes. We did have a lot of doubts and came out of the Commission feeling more confident in the financial report knowledge we have. But however, we did not have a lot of outcomes. So talking a bit about incomes first, we started by clarifying how the CSC and the global donations worked. We felt this wasn't very clear in the report, and maybe in the improvement point from now on, it would be to clarify this better. So some outputs that we took from the incomes discussion, we had hard time coming to a conclusion on the benefits or success of donations at this point. On one hand, we feel it's very little time to come to any conclusion, but on the other, we have some doubts in terms of the conditions of LBGs and members to actually even donate to BEST in terms of financial capabilities to do so. So yeah, additionally, we also believe that maybe we should focus more on CR and grants, and we believe this would be where the money would be found in. Maybe CR would be more free, but less free in terms of bureaucracies, but more less financially interesting in terms of they would give less money, and grants would be harder to get, but still quite interesting to look into. So, LBG Almada, Melissa Vega. We then proceeded to discuss some aspects of the financial report and some feedback we might want to give to the International Board.
You can move for the next slide, please. So we considered that the report was well written and that it contained all the information needed. However, we felt like, especially for non-financially savvy members, like most of us in that discussion group, we needed to make the report maybe a little bit more visual. For example, adding graphics, or even an overall view of like at the end of the report, like how we started, for example, the quarter and how we ended it. So we know better, like at the end of it, like, okay, this is the current state of our finances. That's basically it. That was mostly the discussion that we had. And thank you so much.
Thank you as well from the presentation. Harile, I will also keep your comments. So when we will finish with the last presentation, I will ask you in case you would like to say it out loud and elaborate with like more. So we have one last presentation from the commissions. And this is again related to the financial report. This is a presentation from Sofia Kiev.
Yeah, thank you. Sofia Kiev. So I'm sorry, I forgot to change the slide, but yeah, it's about the commissions. Oh, yeah. So first of all, we had a Q&A session where we discussed the current state of our finances. Bisera told us that we have approximately 150 euros across two accounts, and that we have a split into two bank accounts, basically to manage the potential risk of banks going bankrupt, because they can only refund us 100,000 euros. Also, she clarified the ongoing search for banks and the criteria that she's looking at. Basically, the first one is the interest rates, and the second one is strong international recognition. Also, we discussed some financial strategy directions, for instance, donations from other companies and NGOs. For instance, $10,000 from EDM fund last year. And also we discussed the event funds, and Bisera basically clarified that there are two LBGs that showed interest in this. However, we need to manage the opening and closing cycles because not many LBGs have the capacity to basically contribute to the finance, to the event funds. Next up, we discussed the accounting method. So basically, we use the accrual accounting method, which basically ties the expenses, like the incomes and other expenses to events, rather than being time-based. This way, we can clearly see the cash flow, improve our decision making, and have a stronger auditability. Okay, let's go with the commissions. First of all, we had some positive feedbacks. Our group really liked the cooperation between Treasurer and Grant Department and the CR Department. We also liked the idea of getting some new income sources, for instance, donations. Also, we noted that grants department could really benefit if we had more people working there, because it also comes down to the HR resource of actually like finding grants. We need more people there. And also, we liked that, for instance, advocacy working group was created due to the grant rejection, and it also propels our organization into a better future, not just giving us more money. And also we discussed the fact that we have lots of relationships with companies like Siemens and MathWorks, and also some LBGs are searching new leads. And we also had a discussion on what's better to focus on, grants or corporate relations. So basically, we had arguments in both sides, but I think it's obvious that we reached the consensus that both do matter. And also a bullshit. So a bullshit question, what do we want to see next? First of all, we want to see 25 partners, no less, GA in LBG Monaco, and €1 million in grants. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation as well. We have heard the GA in Africa, now we have GA in Monaco, so a lot of places are building up on the list where we can have a GA happening. As you might know, and I hope that you're happy about it, we're ahead of the schedule. And we have actually 2 comments, both from 2 partners of ours. Ariel, would you like to go and explain the first one that you wrote down? Or would you like me to read
Was
that
that
one?
me? Sorry. Hello.
Yes,
Harry.
yes, that's you.
Yeah, Harry is the short, president of BAN. Yeah, I was just seeing about the grants discussion. Very interesting. I think it has been already in the radar for a while. It's good that you're putting more focus on it, but I was looking at the agenda. There isn't like a grant dedicated session, you know. We can give more visibility to not just the international grants, but also to the local LBG grants, so we can have some knowledge sharing, some inspiration. So that could be one way to propel a little bit this kind of newish, let's call it like that, focus, financial focus that we have in the organization. I work as a grant consultant, so alumni could help in perhaps structuring some kind of a workshop or, you know, doing a little bit of coaching, looking at different grant instruments and applications and things like that. So there are opportunities there. That's just what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Harry, and thank you so much, Ban, as well, for giving us the opportunity to participate in those things and also gather knowledge. That's a great example of how we use our collaborations or working through. And you see, Ban, our alumni, they will have as well the chance to present themselves on the second Saturday. This is a great association when all of us we become alumni, we have the opportunity to join and continue our way through that. And I'm pretty sure that Bisera got very excited from the upcoming opportunities. Once again, thank you a lot, Harry. Then the next one, it's a little bit of a clarification from Istek. So Istek, I'm going to give you the chance to share it.
Yes, Susanna from ISTEC. I have a little clarification about the BESTIMEC part. I was very happy that it was introduced during the report because I love the idea, but I think only STEAM was mentioned and also ISTEC is there. Actually, we were our local committee was the organizer of the BESTIMEC event itself. So I need to take care of my branding of my NGO. That's my job. That's why I'm clarifying. But yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
And you did very well. Thank you. You cannot spell BESTIMEC without also having the which is from ISTEC as well. It is the trio of nice associations collaborating for similar goals. And with that being said, as there is no other questions or general statements, just remember as well, statements through VA. Then we will be concluding for now the sessions of the first, let's say, chunk of the block. And we might as well go to a few announcements. Then I will close the break, close the plenary, and you'll go for a lunch break. So, Dunya, do you have any announcements?
Yeah, there is one, but it yet matters. I will send it. It's by our lovely board, which again reminds us that the roses are red and letter blue. Dear LBG, check your inboxes and enjoy tools developed last year. Be open to provide suggestions and to feedback it. They would really like to hear and work together with you on developing this aspect. So feel free to reach out to PiaCheck or to anyone else in the board and to, yes, check your email because there has been coming something interesting there as well.
Amazing work, and nice to see the roses are red, violets are blue. Again, poems back with the aim. So, as I told beforehand, this will be now the time for you to go for a lunch break. We will be coming back at 4:30. So, people, take care of yourselves, go do anything that you want. Don't forget to eat, hydrate, and now I declare the plenary officially closed. See you later.
we will start soon. I hope you like the radio.
I liked
I
it.
liked it.
Besides, I liked it. Without without further ado, there have been some changes that we would like to announce to all of you. As you probably saw on WhatsApp, the hammer has been stolen. The Odyssey stole the hammer from the speaker, which is the ultimate way to have a punishment in a plenary. So, without further ado, first, with me as the new speaker, I declare the plenary done because we have a campus to go, so we can leave early.
Amazing. The plenary has opened as our dear Vice President for Projects did already. So we may start with an energizer before we go into a proposal. So we can get back to it, get a nice energy, and go throughout the day. I have a question. Hannah, I'm looking at you. I know that you're very good when it comes to energizers. And maybe this time you will be the one starting it.
Okay. I wanted to do a plug and play. Do I need to put the music and do I need to put the music?
Audio radio. Start.
What?
Audio radio will play it. You just need to lead us with the moves.
Amazing. Mainly Matteo will lead you because I forgot all of the steps. But I believe most of you know Replug and Play, so just pin your favorite person and dance it. Or do you have a tutorial?
No, there's a YouTube, you can just look for it.
Yeah, we'll manage.
All right. Thank you so much, LBG Vienna and Hannah, for this amazing plug and play. Now we shall return back to our normal proposals, starting with the proposal to suspend LBG Ghent. First, as done beforehand, we'll have a presentation from the board. Maxime, you'll have 7 minutes to present the proposal, maximum 7, I prefer 5. And then we'll follow with a presentation from Ghent, a Q&A, and we'll move on with statements and the next of proposals. So, whenever you guys are ready.
My internet is not okay. It is good. Request remote control. I see my echo. Okay, now it's fine. Well, you said 5. I think it will be like 3 minutes. That's hopefully will be good. So we have more time for statements and the questions. Hello, dear plenary. This is me, Vice President for Local Group Support again. And here is automatic proposal to suspend LBG Ghent. Next slide. Okay, yeah, relevant documents, statutes, legal basis of our organization, and internal regulations, internal rules that complement the statutes. For the background of this proposal, full member has extra rights and obligations. They have to organize successfully organized eligible events, which are described in our internal regulations. According to the status of best, full member can be suspended if it fails to fulfill its obligations as described in the article from the previous slide. Yes, and for the eligible events that members have to successfully organize, there are at least one like international external event or one internal event that has to be successfully organized in every seasons. Yeah, those events are eligible. So, yes, is it? For Ghent, what happened? They announced the course in summer 2024, but it was cancelled due to human resources issues they had. Then in autumn GA24, there was a proposal to suspend LBG Ghent, and in autumn 25, Ghent successfully organized the best course in autumn. Yes, what happened basically, since their deadline was in summer 2025, and February is the announcement deadline for summer season pass, they didn't announce the course, either symposium of education or innovative event, and they also didn't apply to host any internal eligible events during the summer season. But what is nice, they successfully organized the best course in autumn. Yep, that was successfully stamped this autumn, literally. Yes, for this proposal, if LBG Ghent will be suspended, they have to present an action plan. If it's accepted, LBG Ghent will be suspended, and they will have to present action plan within 6 weeks after General Assembly. And if it's rejected, then LBG Ghent remains a full member of BEST. Yep, and they will remain under monitoring. Okay, eligible events, LBG Ghent, the criteria to lift the suspension for this LBG will be to successfully organize external eligible events within the next 3 General Assemblies. Good. While taking into consideration voting for this proposal, again, think about if the LBG will benefit from suspension, if LBG is sustainable enough, ask right questions, in which aspects doctor could help LBG enough so if they will be able to leave the suspension in 1.5 years. Also keep in mind they already successfully organized the course in autumn, which was stamped, so they kind of prove that they are able to provide our services. Great. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you so much, Odyssey and Maxime, for the presentation of this proposal. Crucial information. Notice that the proposal itself happened because they didn't successfully organize an eligible event by the deadline. However, in autumn, their course was stamped, and due to the limits of when we have to propose all the things for Autumn General Assembly, we couldn't take it into account and not have this proposal happening now. So unfortunately, this is an automatic case. LBG Ghent, now you will proceed with your presentation. Let us know if you face any trouble related to gaining access. But all in all, where you see it doing is presenting, there are 3 dots, request, remote control.
All right.
Again, you may proceed.
Yeah, it's okay. It's working now. Okay, thank you. Hi everyone. My name is Jitsa and I'm the current president of LPG Ghent. And I'll tell you a bit more about how we got into this situation. So first, some stuff about the LPG. We became observer 30 years ago, and 2 years later, we became full member at aGA that we helped organize. In the past 30 years, we did 35 external events, of which the last was the course that was already mentioned, and 52 internal events, which is the second most out of all LBGs. This year, this is our board this year. This is a full board for us Ghanties. So that's president, VP-TER, which is just our treasurer, secretary, VP-HR, and VP-PR. Some more about our HR, because that was already mentioned to be an issue. So we started this academic year, the recruitment in October, because that's when our semester starts and also right after our course. Since then, we got 5 new members and 17 observers. We did some external local events with an average attendance of 25 students. But I think the most important part for LBG is that the motivation is really high and the members that we have really show interest in helping wherever they can and whenever they can, and they show up to mostly everything that they are able to, which creates really nice atmosphere and everyone just vibes. We have been busy in general. We always start our semesters with recruitment events, and then we do the training events, which is like the local external events that I talked about. We also did a motivational weekend with Leuven last year, and also a closure weekend, which is also a motivational event. As mentioned a lot of times already, we did our best course, which was stamped in September. And a few weeks later, we also organized the Lowlands DBT, which I think for our members and our bodies was a great opportunity to bond a bit more with our neighboring LBGs and just show that even besides the need to do a course, we are also still internally involved and showing dedication to best. But then how did we get here? So as mentioned, due to HR problems, we had to cancel our course in summer of 2024. After that, we had a suspension case, which was rejected because we could prove that we were working on our issues and it was working. But that was mainly finding a core team for a next course, finding a new board, and still recruitment and motivation of the members that we had, which is what we are really busy with at the time of the deadline for the summer courses. So instead, we decided to focus first on having the members and making sure that the members stay before organizing a course and setting up a core team. By that, we wanted to make sure that the quality of our course stood above the necessity of doing a course in summer. So we decided to do the course in autumn instead because we knew that was possible and we wouldn't end up in the same situation again. Right. So like I said, we did do a course in autumn and it was stamped last weekend. For this, we found a core team of 6 people, which is what we aim for in our LBG. And we had 8 extra Genties who wanted to help out at the course because they like helping out. So some more about our plans in the future. So we realized that we are only working, we have 3 STEM faculties at our university and we were only working with 1 and recruiting at 2, and we decided to change that up to 2 working actively with 2 faculties and recruiting at 3 faculties. And we are still working on this, but it's going pretty well. Some other plans that we have, so we always do a semi-annual board evaluation for which we ask input from our LBG and if needed other LBGs. And we will revise everything we have been doing the past semester and see how we can optimize our recruitment and how we can attract more students to come to our events. Also, we have started preparing new members for a core team position for a course that we are probably also planning in the autumn season of 2026. So we are already started. We already asked if people were interested and we got pretty good results. And also we will start on preparing members for new board positions. And like I said, the faculty thing. Thank you for listening and listening to our point of view. So yeah.
Thank you so much, LBG Ghent, for this great presentation. At the moment, people, there are some questions and statements. A kind reminder for you that, in general, if you want to ask any kind of comments or any kind of questions, if you want to do any kind of comment, you have the one fingers form. You will find everything on the link tree once again, and you may submit it there. We'll give you the right to speak. How you should start, always by the name of your LBG and your name for our dear minute takers. Okay. So, one technicality before jumping into the questions. Here the control informs me to do a reminder. Sometimes you might notice that people will be texting you in private. They can also track whether you're really attending the session by checking if you will respond to this private message. So attendance checkers will also be texting you from time to time. Of course, if you are not replying to anything, that means that you're not here. Good. All right. Then we will now proceed with the questions. A reminder, 60 seconds apply. I will be putting a timer, as always. Okay. First, nice. 2 questions from Albitiriga. First question, Albitiriga, you may unmute.
Marta, LBG Riga. How do you define observers, like what the student has to or needs to do to be considered one?
Albitiriga, again, you may reply.
So pretty much they have to been to one event at least, and they have to keep communicating with us. If they quit communicating, they are also not observer anymore.
Oh, nice, concise. Thank you. Then let's see anything else. So we'll take another question from LBG Riga. Marta.
Marta, LBG Riga. How is your LBG financially doing after the course?
Thank you, Marta. Again, you may respond.
We get a lot of our money from our university for a course specifically, so I don't think it has a big impact. We actually use way less money than we budgeted for the course, so I think financially we don't have problems.
Amazing. Thank you again for being short and concise. Also, this is a reminder that this event is happening for you to network, and you hear that Albert is able to get money from the university. So if you need any kind of ideas, feel free as well to approach them. and gain some info from them. That's why you have those sessions. That's why you have all these proposals going on, so you can connect with each other. The fact that this is an online event doesn't mean that you should stay on the back and not communicate. All right. At the moment, I see no questions popping up. Could the plenary please indicate to me whether they have the needed amount of information to make an informed decision or not? Please use the react buttons from Zoom. Go faster or go slower. No tick, no thumbs up. Amazing. Okay, I see that you people have the needed amount of information to make an informed decision. So right now I will proceed with the statements, and in case anything arrives, you already have the form. I will check if there is any kind of question. Oh no. First, we will start with a statement from the Odyssey. You will have to give me a bit to copy paste both of the texts. Maxim, 60 seconds, you can go.
Yes, okay, thank you. Dear plenary, this is a statement on behalf of the 38th International Board of Best the Odyssey. We are pleased to confirm that LBG Ghent has successfully organized the best course in autumn 2025. This achievement demonstrates the local group renewed the capacity to deliver our services to students and confirms their operational sustainability. Furthermore, the LBG currently have a motivated local board and it has demonstrated a clear commitment to BEST by successfully organizing the Lowlands Joint Board training in cooperation with LBG Delft. Taking all this into consideration, there is definitely no need to put LBG Ghent under suspension. However, the board strongly recommends LBG Ghent proactively seek support and advice from LBGs or LGS bodies, ensuring timely and effective actions if needed. The International Board does not support the suspension of LBG Ghent. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxim. So next statement will come from the Arrays team. Jojo, you can go for it.
Jojo, the Arrays team. This statement is on behalf of Karolina Wozniak, the regional advisor of Region Peer. LBG Ghent has been dealing with the recruitment and HR challenges, yet the board remains committed and is actively working on integrating and motivating new members. They are preparing an action plan for the next year with a focus on organizing external events and strengthening local activity. Throughout our cooperation, the board has been responsive, cooperative, and reliable. They ensure active participation in the autumn regional meeting in Vienna, demonstrating continuous international engagement. Although they did not meet the initial deadline to organize an eligible event before summer 2025, they successfully delivered the best course in autumn, recognized as successful by the Vivaldi department and officially stamped. Given their ongoing efforts in internal restructuring, active involvement, and the successful organization of a stamped event, I do not support the suspension of LBG Ghent. The LBG is clearly moving in a positive and sustainable direction. Thank you.
Thank you, the Arrays team and Carolina for making the statement. Carolina is the Array. Now we will go to the next one, which is also from LBG Liège.
Sacha, LBG Liège. This statement is delivered on behalf of the Lowlands LBGs, the neighbors of LBG Ghent. We would like to highlight to the plenary the continuous and commendable presence that LBG Ghent has demonstrated throughout the past year among its neighbors. Over this year, LBG Ghent has shown excellent communication with all our LBGs, sharing useful information and potential sponsors and food-raising companies, inviting us to their event as crossers, helpers, or participants, and equally showing up to ours whenever invited. We would also like to praise LBG Ghent on their organization of the recent GBT, which took place only 2 weeks after the stamped course. Despite the short time frame, the event was very well managed and a pleasure to attend. In conclusion, we fully recognize LBG Ghent as a sustainable and successful LBG, distinguished by the quality of the events and the strong communication and cooperation with the neighboring LBGs. The Lowlands, LBG Aachen, Delft, Maastricht, Leuven, Liège, and Louvain-la-Neuve.
Thank you so much, LBG Liège. Once again, it's always delightful seeing LBG supporting each other and being part of its statements also. Now, the next one is smaller. This is a statement from LBG Aachen. So LBG Aachen, you may proceed.
Hello, this is the statement from LPG Aachen. We've also provided the same statement to the Lowland Group. We believe that the LPG Ghent has fulfilled its obligation of the course. Even though they were slightly late on it, they still fulfilled their obligation to do the course. And hence, we believe that LPG Ghent should not be suspended.
Thank you, LBG Aachen. No matter where I go, the drills follow me. So we'll now go to the next statement from LBG Thessaloniki. LBG Thessaloniki, you may proceed.
Hello, this is a statement on behalf of me, Haralabos Papadopoulos, a participant of the best course in spring, autumn 2025. What shall we do with the sunken sailboat? Undoubtedly, the course was of high quality. Everything was offered to us, the participants, from academics to accommodation, food, the cultural and social activities, showed me that the LBG is sustainable. I believe that the best course has offered motivation and knowledge to their members. I have organized the best course myself as an organizer, and now another one as a body, and I know its challenges. All in all, during the course, from the attitude of the organizers, my conversations with them about the course and their LBG situation, I believe that the suspension will not help them. Having the obligations of a full member will help them develop further and grow strong.
Thank you so much, LBG Thessaloniki. So at the moment, we have two more statements, though I do not think that they will add anything to the plenary. So I will kindly ask you, all of you who have made the statement, to please post them on VA, and those who haven't made the statement here as well, also post it, even if we didn't share it here. So please forward them there. Now, since we have finished as well with this session, we will proceed with the next one, which is the P12, the proposal to suspend LBG Grenoble. So first, we'll start the presentation from the board, and then LBG Grenoble.
Remote control. Bam. So, okay. Yes, I'm okay. Good. So I'm starting. Hello, my name is Maxim, VP LGS of the Odyssey, and this is an automatic proposal to suspend LBG Grenoble. Yes. So relevant documents, of course, it's a status in internal regulations. For the background, a full member can be proposed for suspension, will be proposed for suspension for the following reasons. Is if LBG did not register in the two consecutive non-overlapping voting sessions in VA. Yes. What is VA? It's one of the two decision-making bodies of BEST. So this and the participation of the LBG and GA is one of the main responsibilities of full members of BEST, because, well, full members of BEST have a right to vote, and VA is actually the place where you are using this right and raising your voice, which LBG Grenoble successfully skipped 2 times in a row. Yes, last time they registered their vote in voting virtual assembly in the voting round in 15th of February. After this round, 2 more consecutive ones took place, one in the 30th of March, and the second one in the 2nd of June 2025, which, well, LBG Grenoble missed. So, for a bit of background and context, the LBG Grenoble for the last 3 years, there has been noticed by bodies working closely with them that LBG have been having internal issues, including the also current unresponsiveness to the regional advisor. It took quite a lot of time actually for regional advisors to reach the LBG to discuss about their current issues. And also there is a general lack of best knowledge. Yes, if this proposal is accepted, LBG Grenoble will be suspended, and we have to present an action plan to the international board within 6 weeks after the end of General Assembly. If rejected, Grenoble will not be suspended, and they might be able to be placed under monitoring. Okay, good. What is important here? Criteria to lift the suspension is different from organizing external eligible event. Is to actually vote in a virtual assembly to show the stable presence in a virtual assembly, and also to demonstrate that it successfully solved internal issues like lack of awareness about the best. Yep. So what is important again to take into consideration about this proposal is if the LBG will benefit from suspension, if the LBG is sustainable enough right now, yes, and in which aspect doctor actually can help them. So you saw a criteria for lifting the suspension, you saw the reason why it was proposed for suspension right now, and well, yeah, the ultimate thing is to think if the LBG will be able to lift the suspension in 1.5 years. So, oh my God, thank you. That was it for this presentation.
Thank you, Maxim, for the presentation. So with that, we had the presentation from the board. We'll now proceed with the presentation from LBG Grenoble.
Hello, everyone. Is everything all right with my sound and microphone?
All is good.
Perfect. So, I demanded, yes, okay. So, hello, everyone. I'm Antoine. I'm the treasurer of LBG Grenoble. I'm going to show you the suspension proposal of LBG Grenoble. Yes. So for a brief history, LBG Grenoble is a full member since the creation of BEST in 1989. So we are one of the founding LBG in BEST, and we have been a full member since. We never have been suspended since. And we have made one of the first event ever for BEST in 1990 in Grenoble. So this is the board, the new board of this year, with Luca Gasnier, which is not present, who is not present right there, but he is the president of LBG Grenoble. There is Marc-Alexandre Ayamo, who is the secretary of LBG Grenoble, and myself, Antoine Minola. I'm the treasurer of LBG Grenoble. For our HR situation, we are actually 7 full members, but we have also 15 baby members. And because of our long history, we are more than 300 alumni, with some of them who are active right now. And for social media, you have around 1,000 followers in Instagram and 3.7 followers in Facebook. For our financial overview, we are expecting to make only a sprinkles this year because of our struggle with organization and with our HR problem, which will be, we analyze that it will be 7,000 euros or less. And for now, we have already secured a sponsorship from a company, which will help us to gain money. And we are expecting to make to have some grant from the university and the local student association, and we with other association in our engineering school, we are going to organize a local event to make also some money. Our strengths and weaknesses. As I said before, we have a lot of active alumni. Some of them are helping us to rebuild the association. And we have a great proximities between the besties. We organize a lot of internal events to improve the relation between all of us. The major problem is that we have a short-term involvement because the French engineering school system is a bit different than the others, and we can only be involved for only 2 years. 1 of year is as a baby member, and the other years is in a full member. So there is a lack of best knowledge transition. And the last board was didn't make the transition for us easy. So we lost a lot of knowledge in it, and we are struggling to improve that, and we are motivated to improve that also. And there is also a strong competition to recruit new members because there is a lot of association in engineering school in France, and this is a problem we have since a few years. And so for the proposition here, we did not register in 2 consecutive voting sessions in the VA, and the 2 consecutive spring courses were not stamped in the last years. One of the major problem was, as I said before, the lack of best knowledge, and also the last board was facing a lot of organizational issues because the majority of the problem were on the deadlines and on the voting session, not in the organization of the courses itself. There was no problem that impacted the image of best during this event, but the major problem was the organization before the event. And we also, as I said before, have a lack of volunteer, and we expect to improve that. So what are our objectives? Of course, is that being present at all mandatory events, as we already attended at the last regional event a few weeks back, and we want to be there in all these mandatory events. With the new organization of the board, we want also to improve all the aspects we lacked before, with the deadlines, with the voting session, and else. And finally, we want to make better connection with other LBG. We have good relation with the other French LBGs, especially like Lyon, for example, and we want to improve that. And the main objective between that is to give for the next board, give a healthy and sustainable LBG for them to have less problem that we have today. So thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much, LBG Grenoble, for the presentation and also making clear what the objectives are for the next period. We will now be proceeding with the same way. There are some questions already in form, so I will proceeding by taking them. First question is from LBG Cluj-Napoca, Ilinka. And just a reminder as well, please make sure if the question is for the board or is it intended for the LBG as well.
Okay, so LBG Cluj-Napoca, Ilinka. The question is intended for the board. We wanted to ask what were the reasons for the last 2 courses not being stamped, and what were the steps that were taken until now to prevent this from happening again for their next course.
Thank you, LBG Cluj-Napoca. LBG Grenoble, you may respond.
LBG Grenoble. So the major problem was deadline for the organization, and for the last the last courses, we have also not enough organizer to manage the whole thing. So it made the organization difficult before, but also during the event. And we want to improve that by having more. We have also other members that want to help us to have more organizer in this year for the next course. And we are also in time for now for the deadline, and we are ready to we really want to improve that for the deadline especially.
Thank you, LBG Grenoble. The next question, which is to LBG Grenoble, thank you as well for writing it on. It's from LBG Bersov. LBG Bersov, Andy, you may take it.
Hello, Andy, LBG Brashov. I have a question to LBG Grenoble. How are you planning to increase the best knowledge among your members? Thank you.
LBG Grenoble, may I respond?
LBG Grenoble. So we the last board is not very present to help us, but we have alumni that are more older that are helping us for now, and we also want to include more the baby members because as you saw before, we have a lot more baby members than the full member, and we are already including them in the processes of organization and else to make this to improve their best knowledge for the next year. So we ourselves we learn with the alumni, but we also teach for the next generation of the board.
Thank you so much, LBG Grenoble. This question was similar to LBG Thessaloniki and LBG Ghent, so kindly react with a thumbs up if you are covered from the answer. Thessaloniki and Ghent. So Thessaloniki is covered. Ghent is also covered. Thank you. Amazing. Then we will proceed with a question from LBG Coimbra.
Hello, LBG Coimbra, Rodrigo. According to your LBG reports, you have 300 euros on your account, and this fiscal year you will use 3,000, and now you said you will use 7,000 on your spring course, as said here in the General Assembly. Is this sustainable even with the grants you mentioned here?
Thank you so much, LBG Coimbra. LBG Grenoble.
The major problem last year that they did not have enough organization to make the papers and the document for having the grant. So last year we were functioning without grant. So this year there is four different grants we can afford. So with that and with the partnership we reactivate, because they didn't have also a partnership. With the partnership we reactivate with a company, we expect to gain this difference of between our income and our expense. With that we expect to have this difference.
Thank you so much, LBG Grenoble. Once again, LBG Romtor Regatta, I believe that this is very similar question that you had. Are you covered? Yes, amazing. All right, there are more one fingers provided, so we will take a few more. Now, this is a question from LBG Belgrade. LBG Belgrade.
Yes, Milica, LBG Belgrade. This is a question not specifically for LBG Grenoble, but for the board. Could you please explain to us delegates how the procedure of LBGs getting back to their feet differs if they remain a full member or are suspended, from their perspective of the board or LGS? Do you monitor those LBGs differently? And sorry if this is this question is a little redundant, but I feel it would really help us make a more informed decision.
Thank you so much, LBG Belgrade, for the question. I will now wait for someone from the Odyssey. I believe you, Max. Yes, go on.
Okay, Maxim, the Odyssey. Okay, so if the LBG will not be suspended, they always have a chance to ask to be placed under monitoring or to ask for support from any LGS bodies that exist in BEST, as well as they can also ask other LBGs that have enough BEST knowledge to actually like cover the gap that they currently have. If they're going to be proposed for suspension, or if they will be suspended, then they will receive this support. So, and it will be the responsibility of a doctor and already like our responsibility to actually make sure that they're gonna like now with the current proposal, like we make sure that they will have adequate BEST knowledge and also be aware about full members' responsibilities. So that's kind of difference. And placing them right now under suspension might be actually helpful for them due to lifting criteria being showing activity in BA. Okay, that's the thing. Sorry.
Super. Thank you, Maxim. I will continue with a related question again for ETS stuff, which is from LPT Lisbon. Yes, LPT Lisbon, you can ask the question. It's from the other side, not to the LPT itself.
We would like to is for the LBG Grenoble, and we would like to understand why the LBG is not communicative with their RA.
Thank you, LBG Lisbon. LBG Grenoble, can you please clarify?
For the last few years, the last board, for example, was not really active with the communication, and we just have the transmission in the end of September of the key the password for all the communication channel with Array. So we just debuting to recommunicate with Array. So before that, we were not responsive because the last bot didn't respond properly to everyone. So it was one of the biggest problems.
All right, LBG Aachen, if it is two fingers, you can take it. If not, I will cut you.
Yeah, it's a two fingers. It's kind of a continuation to the question that was asked. So you're doing a course, and then from what you've mentioned, the knowledge transfer is not.
LBG Aachen, sorry, but we cannot properly understand you. Could you please speak slower and try to be more clear on the microphone?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Varun from LBG Aachen. It's like a continuation to what was asked to you before. So basically, from what you've told us that you did not have a proper knowledge transfer and you're planning on doing a course right now. So how is your communication with your RA in recent months regarding the course or regarding your action plan moving forward?
Okay, if I understood correctly, the question is how is the communication with the array these recent months regarding the action plans and so on. Hello, proceed. LBG Grenoble.
I think we want to communicate more, and demanding more help for the array. Is that my understanding of the question? We really want to communicate more because we had some struggle, of course, and in the next months we are coming to demand some more help or more advice from the array, I think. I have less knowledge in this because I'm the treasurer, but this is the idea in general.
Thank you, LBG Grenoble. Close related, one more question. It's regarding the doctors. This is a question from LBG Brasov. LBG Brasov, Andy, you may ask it.
Andy from LBG Brasov. Why did you consider applying for a doctor in order to solve some of the internal problems? Thank you.
Thank you. LBG Grenoble.
This is this is an idea like we are maybe demanding a doctor for the next month because of the transition problem. We didn't have the opportunity to do that before, but with in the next weeks we maybe are going to demand a doctor from the next year. Yeah, maybe.
Thank you, LBG Grenoble. I will take one more question and then we'll take a moment to take a breath because there were too many. So, next question from LBG Ghent, Emmanuel.
Yes, LBG Ghent, Emmanuel. Do you think a suspension will help your LBG in any way? If so, or if not, why exactly?
Thank you, LBG Ghent, LBG Grenoble.
I don't think the suspension will help us, even if we will have a doctor for us. The problem is we are also lacking of a bit of motivation. We are few, and we are paying a bit of the consequences of the last board. And if we are also have to be suspended, and we are making a lot of effort to do the best we have to improve our situation. And if we are suspended, it will be a bit demotivating for us because we are just paying the consequences for now of the last board.
Thank you, LBG Grenoble, for answering the question, and thank you everyone for keeping up with time limits. As we had quite some questions for now, I will remind you from our dear attendance takers, you will receive sometimes or from time to time personal messages in Zoom. You can respond to them or react to them. Do so, because if you show no sign of existence, more or less you will be marked as not attending the session. So please react and respond to the messages. It's a way for them to evaluate if you're here or not. And thank you so far also LBG Grenoble for responding to all the questions, because there were quite plenty for now. I will take one more question and then I will get a motion from the plenary if they have enough information or not. So I will take a question from LBG Riga. Marta, you can ask it.
Marta, LBG Riga, what specific actions do you plan to do to overcome your weaknesses? For example, the competition in your university with other NGOs, and how to keep on managing the knowledge, since it sounds like a consistent problem.
Thank you, Marta. LBG Grenoble.
So LBG Grenoble, as I said before, with the competitiveness, for this year we have a problem because with the transition we didn't make all the events of recruiting in NGO in our school, and also our board is principally in one engineering school, but there is 6 engineering school in all the LBG Grenoble. So our project is to make more information for the other engineering school to have a lot more people which are aware of our association. And also, as I said before, we are already including baby members in the processes of organization, so that they will have a knowledge in this more knowledge than we have this today for our full members right now. So there is a project to expand and also to preserve the knowledge, even if we have a short-term years and involvement in the NGOs.
Thank you, LBG Grenoble. So far, we have went through quite different sectors related to knowledge management, finances, events, what happened there, what could have been done better. They show you the objectives that they have for the future months and years. We went into the aspect of the arrays, the doctors, why they are communicating or not, how they would help them or not based on their own perception of this matter as well, and whether the suspension will help the LBG or not. Of course, you have your own criteria to think whether something will be useful for them or not. Always keep in mind all these sectors around, because a full member have a lot of responsibilities to follow as well. And with that being said, I would like now to ask the plenary whether they have enough information to make an informed decision or not. Full members, again, use the react buttons, go faster or go slower. "38" to move on, and 2 to slow down. So with that being said, we do not even cover the quorum. I will take more fingers so that Timișoara had it goes slower, and you also asked the question. So even if this question is quite covered, I want to ask you if you have any other question, or are you still intending to ask the one about the knowledge management? It has been covered quite some time already.
Yes, LBG Timișoara Simi, I think it's been covered, so it's fine.
All right, great. And thank you, Ahen. So the other question that I can take for now, at least, is the question from Budapest. Albert Budapest.
Yes, thank you very much. aBG Budapest, I'm István. So, this is a question for aBG Grenoble. You mentioned that you have a lot of baby members and a lot of competition when recruiting. I wanted to ask that, how was your recent recruitment? How successful was it? And do you have any observers, or the baby members are the newest recruits currently?
Thank you, LBG Budapest, LBG Grenoble.
Currently, we have only the baby members, but we are making some events, and we have some discussions channel with a large amount of people who were a bit interested in the association, and we are still communicating with themselves. So yes, we stay in contact with new, maybe potential new members. And when we organize some event, we always discover new people who are more interested in the organization. But I don't have any numbers precisely for now.
All right, thank you, LBG Grenoble. And if you need precise numbers as well, feel free to post some questions as well on VA, so they can also respond there, or even approach them in private. But I would suggest VA so it can be visible to everyone. Now, there is another one, a question from LBG Aachen. LBG Aachen, you can ask it.
Yep, this is again Varun from LBG Aachen, and this question is specifically to any of the French LBGs who have contributed to the statement, which is on the thread of the VA in the private area. So could any of you clarify on how the interaction with LBG Grenoble has been in the recent past? Are they currently seeking support with the course, and would you be willing to assist them? I'd like to understand whether the request is based on their present level of involvement or more on their past contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, LBG Aachen. In the future, I will really appreciate if you could go closer to the microphone and try to be less rapping like me on on the first part of this block because it's quite hard to follow. At least now the question is written, so it's easy to understand. So first of all, since I see that there are two fingers from LBG Leon, and this is also considering the rest of the friends of LBGs, LBG Leon, you may respond from your side.
LBG Lyon, Paul, they're actively seeking knowledge from us, from other LBGs, from French LBGs. And for example, for collaboration, for example, the last spring course, the weekend trip, we organized it together. So we are actively collaborating together. And their board switched really late. So we are working together since like 1 month now, and they're actively seeking our support. And yeah, I hope that responds to the question.
Thank you, LBG Leon, and nice initiative to respond here as well. Grenoble, do you want to add anything?
I just want to thank LBG Lyon for this intervention. Yes, I know our president of LBG is in contact with the president of LBG Lyon, and we seek help and knowledge from them because they are more experienced for just us, the full member right now. So yes, they are really helping us and all the other French LBG also. Thanks.
Thank you. We have also LBG and Paris and LBG and Brest in the call, so maybe you would like to clarify from your side as well. How is it going, Pips? LBG and Paris? Sophie Grayton? Okay, and Brest, Angel, you go.
LBG and Stabrist, Angel. We have a global communication channel for French LBGs when we share some tips, etc. So we are really collaborating all together, not just with LBG Grenoble, but also LBG Nancy, for instance. And so, yeah, this is how you can concretely see our collaboration, for instance.
Thank you, LBG and Starfest. I would like as well to ask LBG Sparta how they view this proposal. LBG Sparta. Mehmet, are you with us? I don't see any reaction. So we will go with Albetino Visad. Albetino Visad, how do you view the proposal?
Hello, what is the question?
How do you view this proposal for the suspension of LBG Grenoble? Like, is your LBG in favor? Is it against? Do you have your points and so on?
So you want me to tell you if my LBG is if it's for the suspension or against?
More or less what we would like is how you view the proposal. So anything it's like, yes, we see the points here and so on, or not, we don't see something. We want, I don't know, to gather more information throughout the next days.
Okay. I think we are like mostly for the suspension, maybe because of the mainly because of the reason for the suspension, like missing the VA, because that's like something not so hard for LBG to do. Like that's maybe like bare minimum to vote on VA.
Is that
Yes,
enough for you?
that's fine. Thank you, LBG Novi Sad. Sometimes, as I said before, I will ask some LBGs to respond it so we can also get your opinion in specific matters, especially we haven't heard you for a while. It's good to see what you are thinking and if you align with others, because others might align as well with your thoughts. So it's great to have them. No, things can be born. We'll now proceed with some statements as we've had quite some questions and we already saw some point of views. So the first statement will be from the international board. Again, I will copy paste it in two parts. Ella. Maxime, you may proceed.
Hello, Maxim, the Odyssey. Dear plenary, this is a statement on behalf of the 38th International Board of Best, the Odyssey. LBG Grenoble is proposed for suspension due to not participating in the two consecutive VA rounds. Currently, they're facing significant gap in knowledge about Best, as well as not proactively communicating with the bodies that they're meant to work, with them, specifically the regional advisor. Also, they organize the best courses every year. The fact that the recent best courses were not stamped raises a serious knowledge management concerns about the LBG. Combined with their lack of communication and cooperation, we believe suspension will be the right path for them at the moment, allowing them to receive the necessary support from BEST to overcome these issues. We believe that building a stronger foundation for the LBG will be a positive boost for the members of the LBG Grenoble, enabling them to provide the higher quality activities for students and ensuring they have adequate knowledge about the current state of BEST. The International Board supports the suspension of LBG Grenoble.
Thank you. Thank you, International Board. And thank you, Marta, for informing me to cut your statement. At this point, again, since we had quite some statements already and some more questions popping up, I would like to ask again the plenary if they feel that they have enough information to proceed, or you still need to discuss more to take an informed decision. You may use your react buttons. People, I am sure that there are more in this call, so can you please react from the delegates if you have the need information or not? All right, so 48 people said that they have enough information. So we can proceed with the next ones. So far, we had a lot of proposals related to membership cases. So it's time to switch the tables around and give Maxime and now with the Grenoble some time to breathe after this big discussion, this big debate. We'll now be proceeding with something great, having external partners here in these events, presenting us what they're doing, how we're collaborating in general, maybe giving us some ideas as well on how we can improve is always welcomed, and we're very, very happy to have you here. There will be two presentations. First will be a presentation from aGA, and then there will be a presentation from Esteem. So we will now go with a presentation from aGA. aGA, you will have 7 minutes to present. My thinking in general is, okay, do your presentation, but also since you will have 13 to 14 minutes in total, let's say, give some time for the questions as well, so don't waste all the time on just presenting.
Hi, I'm Alejandra. Thank you very much for letting me speak about aGA during your General Assembly. And thank you for also letting me be here during the whole General Assembly so I can get to know best in depth. I am here representing aGA Europe, also known as the European Students Forum. If we can move on to the presentation.
Have you
To the next slide.
requested access to remote control it?
No.
On the
I'm
top bar, you will see if you press there and request remote control, you will get remote control.
I don't see it. No.
Did you find it?
No.
So on Zoom, no, it's fine, don't worry. On Zoom, you should see one tab saying Dunya screen, basically that is presenting. There are 3 dots, and if you click on them, you will see something called request remote control. If not, okay, I guess that you can just indicate that you want to move forward with the next slide, and Dunya will do it remotely.
Yeah, I think that might be easier because I just have like the screen on big mode and I cannot see it like that. I'm sorry. Okay, so then I think we can do it like this. So, sorry, as I told you, I'm Alejandra, I'm 24 years old and I come from Burgos, Spain. I'm part of the International Board of aGA Europe, as Janek was last year. I'm sure a lot of you know him. I'm doing the tasks of Secretary General and Vice President. And if we can move on. Okay. This is the rest of my lovely board. From the left to the right, we have Bilal, our network and HR director. Then we have Sophie, projects director. In the middle, it's Petra, our president, and that's me. And lastly, our financial director, Victor. For the ones who doesn't know aGA yet, it is one of Europe's biggest interdisciplinary students organizations, which means that we don't focus only on STEM students as you do, but any kind of students. aGA is present in 105 cities over Europe, which means that in some of them there are also LBGs, and we are present in 30 countries and we have more than 10K members. To explain aGA, we divide it into vision, mission, and means. And if we move forward, I can explain you, to the next one. Okay, so for the vision, meaning how we want the future to look like, we want a democratic, diverse, and borderless Europe, which is socially, economically, and politically integrated, and with young people participating in its construction and development. If we move to the vision, meaning how we contribute to this future, we do it by strengthening mutual understanding and bringing Europe closer to the young people, by creating a safe space for dialogue and learning opportunities. And we also empower young people in Europe to take an active role on society. And finally, we have the means, which are what we exactly do in order to achieve our goals. And here we have intercultural exchange, personal development and non-formal education, thematic projects, policy and advocacy, and we have a forum for discussion. Every 3 years, we decide in which areas we want to focus and to have a strategic plan. Right now, we are in the 3rd year of this strategic plan, having bridges of dialogue, where that aims to have a peaceful and constructive dialogue. We have a digital culture that aims for a responsible digital society, and eco-responsible society that aims for respecting the planet. During our last aGA that took place a week ago, we voted for our new strategic plan. And as I already mentioned, we work on different projects in order to achieve our goals. Some of them are Summer University, providing intercultural exchange during the summer break, Human Rights Day project, which is a booklet of activities that locals can organize in order to win a competition and also promote the importance of human rights. Why Vote is a campaign destined to motivate youth to participate in the European elections and be more involved in the civic engagement activities. We have aGA Days, aGA Day, which is a moment to celebrate the unity and diversity of aGA. And our most known project is Europe on Track, where
Allah. Sorry, you may continue.
Okay. During this project, six ambassadors travel in teams across Europe by train, delivering workshops, interviewing young people, and organizing events. This year, we want to collaborate with BEST and our other partners. So all the besties can apply to become hosted locals or ambassadors. And if you want to have more information about this, you can ask me or Mauro, who's the ambassador towards aGA from BEST. And for what is next for aGA, if we can move on, we will have our European planning meeting at the end of February in Tartu. This event is similar to your IPF, and there we will draft our future action agenda with the new focus areas that we decided just a week ago, which are building strong communities, future-ready youth, and self-aware and resilient youth. And then we will have our Spring Agora, that is how we call our General Assembly, in May in Izmir, Turkey. The delegates will vote for the new Comité Director, which is the international board, and also the members of commissions, apart from the proposals that our members send. Finally, the main question, how can we collaborate? Well, the answer is easy, through knowledge sharing, attending each other's events, exchanging trainers, organizing events together, and looking for having joint projects. And this was all from my side. Thank you for listening to me. And as we say in aGA, see you somewhere in Europe. And fun fact, this QR is not working anymore because I made this presentation a week ago, and then you had to pay if you want to have that QR. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isaac, for the presentation. I can tell you also that I had fun meeting your previous boards when I was in Brussels. Teddy in specifically. She was president quite a few years ago. There are some questions. First, I will take the question asked by Ban here. Harry, would you like to ask it out loud?
Sure, and thank you for the presentation. Very nice one, excellent executed. My question is, this is a general question that BEST has had, and I'm wondering what the other organizations are doing. I see you have a face-to-face Agora that you're organizing. Are you having trouble fundraising for that or paying for them at the international level, or what's the structure, let's say, and the experience you have had? Keep it brief though, because this can be a very long discussion. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for your question. And yeah, we also have the same problem, and I don't want to be too long with this, and maybe I can talk more about how we are managing in aGA right now, but mostly with the support from the municipality of the cities that are being hosted. Like municipality and universities are the ones supporting these events the most.
Thank you for being so concise, Alejandra. Well, I will take a question from Mauro, since you also mentioned him, one of our ambassadors. Mauro?
Yes. Hello, Alejandra. Nice to see you again. Mauro from the group. My question is, what's your working method for advocacy and grants? How do you represent your students? How do you apply for grants? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mauro, for asking your question and also for the invite. For advocacy, we have our policy office, which means that we have like a working group that focus on writing policy papers and then working more on them. And that is very helpful when we are applying for grants, because usually we can support our work with what the policy office is doing. And yeah, maybe we can continue this conversation after this, because I don't want to keep it too long. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Alejandra. Always people feel free to approach them when we have as well free time. Those people are came here to present their associations, but also to give you ideas in case you want to ask and learn anything. And it's also a great feeling, I would say, that we both share from the speaker side, seeing Ban also being active and actually giving comment to this General Assembly. Thank you all so much. I will now proceed with the next one. I will not get the next questions as we're a bit behind the schedule. So we will continue now with the presentation from STEAM.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon. Hope you're feeling great. It's amazing to be with you guys. Yes, and I'm here today for presenting STEAM for you to get to know a little bit more about our organization. So,
do you want to take over the control of the slides, or you want me to scroll up
well,
for you?
actually, I thought that I would have some access, but right now I can't move
You
forward.
can find it above our images on the plenary. You will see the time sharing the screen, and there you have the 3 dots next to that.
Okay.
Amazing. Now you should be able to move it with your own mouse.
Well, I guess it's not working. Is it, or is it? Yeah.
it takes a bit
Okay.
of
Maybe it's better if you can move forward for me.
No worries.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay. This is Hazar from STEAM, and I'm the ambassador of STEAM towards BEST. Right now, I'm a junior student at Boğaziçi University. And it's, as I said, very nice to be with you guys. So, what is STEAM? STEAM, also known as European Students of Industrial Engineering and Management, is a non-profit apolitical organization for IEM students among Europe who combine technological understanding with management skills. And we are, just like you guys, a strong network represented by 76 local groups across Europe and reaching more than 60K students. Well, all these independently functioning local student associations organize Europe-wide and local activities and represent STEAM in their universities. So we have, just as you have, 76 distinct local groups operating locally, and we have 10K active students involved with more than 2K alumni members. We can move forward. Well, STEAM's mission is to connect and support the growth and sustainability of European associations of IEM students, and to foster relations and to develop their IEM students personally and professionally. And our vision is to be the connector of IEM students inside Europe. We have some core values, which are embracing diversity. We welcome all IEM students from different countries, from different nationalities, races, and we encourage participation. Speaking is always encouraged and welcomed in STEAM. Also strive for development. That's why we have those student organizations, in my opinion, and we always aim high. Inside the network, as I mentioned before, we have 76 local groups from 26 countries. We are expanding and we are looking for new local groups which qualify, which meet the qualifications. And each year we organize more than 150 events, each of them organized by local groups or centrally. And our members traveled more than 3,000 times in a year. And the good part of it is it's for students by students. And here is our portal, just as you guys have. We have a portal to get informed regarding and about the events, which you can apply for them. We have like 4 distinct categories for the events: cultural, academic, personal, and career. We may move on. First department that I would like to mention is academic development. This is quite IEM content-based development through advanced courses delivered by professionals. We have Lean Six Sigma course, which gives certification of a very distinct topic. Also, we have circular economy group, and we have visual storytelling with data. We may move on. Second of all, we have career development department, which enables our members to improve their career visibility through some case competitions, job fairs, and simulations. Then we have the good part, the intercultural development department, which you can actually explore all around Europe and attend events at the same time, learning some new cultures. We have Activity Week, we have Europe 3D, which you can learn that country in 3D dimensions. Also language program, which you can exchange languages, and also local group exchange. And last but not the least, we have personal development department, which we provide soft skill development opportunities inside the events. Apart from those, we have 3 projects. First of them is a STEAM magazine. Each year we make a new one, and like every year we publish it. Then we have council meetings, which we aim to do it in person. This year it's going to be in Istanbul, in my hometown. And we have a STEAM podcast, which you can listen it from Spotify. And this is the broad structure of STEAM. On the top of it, we have a STEAM board, which consists of 6 members: president, VP of A, VP of Finance, VP of PR, VP of Education and Activities. Well, we have local groups, and basically STEAM is the connector of IEM students with IEM Europe. And we have 8 different regions to consolidate relationships between STEAMers, between countries, and between local groups. And apart from departments and regions, we also have some committees and task groups to enhance our operations. And how can we collaborate? Basically through joint events, some trainers exchange. Also, we always invite a best delegate ambassador to our council meetings, a STEAM college event, and other opportunities. Last but not least, knowledge sharing is very important, in my opinion. Thanks for listening me. You can reach STEAM's accounts via those channels.
Thank you so much, Hazar, for the presentation. We have one question at the moment for you from the Arrays team. Jojo.
Hello, it's Jojo from the Regional Advisors team. I was wondering what methods do you use to monitor your local groups, and how do you gather input from them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. First of all, since basically in our council meetings, we have 2 delegates from each local group. which we organize twice a year. In those events, we always encourage them to open some motions regarding their topics. But apart from them, also we have a task group, which is local group support system, which we can monitor their needs and understand their needs. Also, I forgot to mention, every region has a regional coordinator, and basically the regional coordinator monitors them, has like weekly, monthly chats with them, and asks for their questions and problems, in which we can consult them.
Thank you so much once again. You have another question from OPC Bucharest.
Codrin, LBG Bucharest, happy to see you here, Hazar, as well. My question is, how do you manage to maintain such a broad service portfolio, and how challenging is the process of creating or discontinuing them? I do not do English today.
Thank you for the question, Codrin. It's also really nice to see you. Well, I think the main motivation behind it is the activeness of esteemers. Well, for those services and projects, we have distinct teams, which is led by the service leader, and every service has like 4 to 5 active members. In that way, they have weekly meetings, they have their tasks, and they maintain the connectedness between services and local groups. But I mean, there can always be sometimes for a service to be deactivate. In those times, we strive for reactivating them. Yeah, like that.
Thank you so much. And one last question, and try to be as concise as possible and not get into that many details. This is a question from the International Board of Best, from George.
Yes, hello, George, LBG Odyssey. Thank you first for being here with us. It's really important. I would like to ask you if you can clarify further what your different types of bodies in your international structure do, each one of them. You showed us this beautiful picture, so if you can elaborate which one of them do. Thank you so much.
Well, to clarify the question, can you specify what do you mean as bodies, like the committees, task groups?
Of course. For instance, you mentioned you have departments, you have groups, working groups, task force, I think. You mentioned something with projects. So what is the difference between a department, a group, a task force, for instance?
Okay, now I understand it. Well, I guess a department is way more structured than a task group. Task group is like a baby, if we can do some allegory here. Task groups are most of the time, task groups are like created less than 5 years ago. But when it comes to departments, it's much more structured. It encompasses at least 3-4 events, distinct categories of things. So you can see departments as more general skeletons of the body, and the task groups as like the complementaries.
Thank you so much. Again, Steam and Isaiah, a big clap for our fellow partners for being here, answering all the questions, providing us with their knowledge. It is very important to have them here. It's very important to see how all these things are going on also in the international level. I know as well from Stable Bogazici, because I have been quite some times there, that there is also a lot of communication between the local best group and the STEAM's local group. Now, what I want you to do is, for a moment, stand up. Oh. Just a moment, and shake your body a bit, because definitely my spine hurts from all the sitting. Amazing. Now we will continue with the last session before the break, which is the announcements, discussion groups, and best-of-thon concept intro.
George, I will share the screen and then we will do the announcement for the very end.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dunya.
Last moment, yeah. Oh.
Okay. Let's see if it's working. It's working. Amazing. Okay. All right. So, hello, dear plenary. Welcome. This is a bit of an introduction to best of us and discussion groups. As you already know, the GA is not only about decisions, about statements, about proposals, but also we have these sessions that will be for you to share your input and work for the best of best. So let's see. First, what is Bestathon? You all know hackathons? Well, we have combined them with Best. So yes, Bestathons are case studies, are a sprint style competition where you will be split into teams and you will have to develop, you will have to provide solutions. On the contrary, discussion group is a conversation that you will share your input, your ideas on a specific topic. But why do we have them? Do we want you to have more time on front of a laptop? No, no, no. But we need your ideas. We need your solutions. Best really needs to learn from you, local involved people, how we can improve. And furthermore, you will have fun and you will make new connections and friends. Because this is, as Agila said before, an online event doesn't mean that you will not make friends. Let's go. So you will brainstorm, discuss, and develop. This is a bit slow, Wi-Fi, Greek Wi-Fi. So for the best of fun, just for you to know, you will have 2 hours to finish your tasks. And you will have the best of fun help desk, who will be internationally involved people to help you provide clarifications. Then you will have to submit your solution in a text document or a pitch deck. So each of the teams will be evaluated and we will have our winners. You will have to submit your solution by 8 Central European Time on Monday, and the winners will be announced next Saturday. And they will get an award, which we definitely have thought. So let's see which different methods we have. We have the structure sprint, which is prepared by the ASAP project, and regarding code of conduct, which is prepared by an international HR team. So if you want to be the ones who will develop the new structure of BEST or prepare a new version of code of conduct, you can subscribe till today. And on the other side, we have 2 discussion groups. One is related to advocacy, which is prepared by Advocacy Working Group, and one is regarding membership, services, and eligibility, prepared by the Arrays team. These are 2 hot topics in BEST, so we invite you to share your input about them. And last but not least, RT2 is attending the session like you. He is on time, he has done his homework and read the pre-materials, he is participating, he is polite and respectful, not on his phone, and he will inform the helpdesk if he needs help. So if you are participating, please be like R2D2, so you also help us out. You can apply to subscribe to these different sessions till today, and please, 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 if any of you cannot come at the end and you have already subscribed, inform me so we remove you. Our bodies have worked hard for this, so I hope I see all of you there. Thank you. Wait. Confusion.
Super. Thank you, George, from the International Board, for this kind of reminder. People do intend to attend those sessions. It will be very nice to have your ideas going on around there. As told you, these events, those are the ones sparking and igniting the way that our association will move forward. So why also not flexing to the future generations that you were part of the creation of the new structure, or you are part of the ones creating the code of conduct, making it even better. So Yeah, I see quite some bright minds here. So yes, do follow everything in time, and please participate in those sessions as they will help us move forward. Now, is there anything else in the announcements, Dunya?
Yeah, we will do two
move
more
on?
announcements just for the end of the block. The first one is that tomorrow we meet again, minds all sharp and clear, to discuss, decide, and shape our best year. But even in focus and structured debate, best keeps traditions that make our events great. So, for the funky hat today, aGA classic and true, bring something creative that reflects on you. A symbol of open minds and ideas that play, and we'll vote for the funkiest hat of the day. So, long story in short, you probably all either participated in some of it or at least saw the pictures of it. That funky hat is one of the traditions of BEST. So we basically, well, bring the crazy hat. It doesn't need to be the pre-made one. You can already do the DIY and make something amazing. Yes, thank you, Evangelos, for showing us one of the examples how we can proceed. So just bring some your funky hat and make also a bit of the fun at this event. And last but not least, before we close this block, we go with the next Saturday. The plenary won't be on only about discussion. There's room for the ideas, expression, and passion. Speaker's Corner returns, a tradition held here, where any besting can take the stage and be heard clear. Share a story, a lesson, a spark you found, a viewpoint worth spreading to everyone around. Keep it lively, concise, creative, and warm. Just send it in your topic through the form. Again, to close it up, you do have the speakers corner that is happening next weekend, and you got the email about it together with the funky hat 2 days ago. It is one of the traditions of BEST where you basically have a chance to be speakers on your own during this plenary to present us some topic that you're passionate about, that you would like to share with the rest of the people attending, and just to also, yes, practice your presentation skills and just enjoy it to the fullest. The link to the applications, to sending on the proposals for the Speakers Corner is also in our link tree, so you can check it out and during the upcoming days, be creative and submit everything that comes to your mind by the end of the Tuesday. Angelos, the word goes back to you.
Amazing. Thank you, Dunya, and people we heard. This is a tradition. You can be as creative as you want. If you peeps are nice today, I might send you a picture of a previous funky hat where I used to wear an umbrella. But this is only for special people. So if you treat the rest of the sessions well, you will receive it. If not, we'll see how it goes. In any case, we will return back at 6:30 for the rest of the two proposals that are left, starting first with P17, proposal to introduce the possibility to cancel certain external event, and then the proposal to suspend LBG Delft, P10. Without further ado, I hurriedly now close the plenary. You might now go to your break. 6:30, come back. everyone. Welcome back again to another session in this General Assembly. Here, I want you all focused because the next topic is quite important. And the next topic will be presented by George and is a session of crab rave. So, George, please lead the session.
Of course. Are we ready? We are. Okay. Let the music start.
Amazing. Thank you, George, for leading this great session. And thank you, Marta, for showing us your Excalibur. We can now move forward with the agenda, but before I do that, we have to open officially the plenary. Now we might as well start. So, we had a nice break now. We went through the second block where we had again some membership proposals, namely for Ghent and Grenoble, the suspension, and we had some very nice presentations from our fellow partners, plus announcements and discussion groups and the best of them. We'll now be moving forward with the proposal 17, which is a proposal to introduce the possibility to cancel certain external events. This is a proposal submitted by LBG Uppsala, and therefore LBG Uppsala will be the one leading the presentation. Yes. LBG Uppsala, you may request for control and you can present.
Okay. Yes, so hello, my name is Diana. I'm from LBG Uppsala, and I will propose this, present the proposal to yeah, it looks different than I sent it, so I got a bit confused. Yeah, I will introduce the possibility to cancel certain external events. Let's see if it works for me to change screen. Okay. I click. So So, background. In Spring GA this year, a new version, number 7, of the Vivaldi Handbook was approved. And in this Vivaldi Handbook, there are regulations on how best courses and best symposium education should be organized. There are some significant changes, and among one of those was how many participants should be accepted based on the number of applicants. We have considered these and see that there are some scenarios where the lowest range of applications may not be feasible in reality. So we have created this proposal to try to resolve this for both best courses and BScs. Innovative events are currently not regulated this way, but the cancellation should also match the best courses and BScs, so we have proposed a change there as well. So the lowest range is 15 to 39 applications, and it demands for acceptance of at least 15 participants. And if there are less than 15 people that apply, then the LBG needs to call for extra applications. But the problem is that not all applicants are suitable to be accepted. For example, there are cases where some people write that they just want to go to an event to party or travel, like be on vacation, and not interested in the topic in general. So from our experience in LBG Uppsala, it can be between like 50% and 2/3 of the applicants that are unsuitable to be accepted to a course. So if less than 30 to 40 people apply, it can be difficult to find 15 suitable participants. Often it is then better to cancel the event than accept unsuitable applicants in order to avoid risks such as extra costs and damaging your reputation towards, for example, the university or other partners. Yeah, for BScs, there is also another problem. They have a separate handbook as well, even though Vivaldi handbook also regulates them to some extent. But the BSc handbook was not updated when the Vivaldi handbook was updated. So currently in the BSc handbook, it says that you must accept 22 participants, no matter the number of applicants. And this contradicts the regulations in the Vivaldi handbook, so it must be updated to be coherent with it. Then when we think about this, when you get too few applicants, the LBG is obligated to hold the event, even if there are too few or unsuitable applicants. And it is currently not possible to cancel an event without facing an automatic proposal for suspension. But we consider that getting too few applicants or too few suitable applicants is an extraordinary situation, so there should be a way to cancel these events if needed without being proposed for suspension. So we propose a change to add a cancellation clause to internal regulations and also cancellation clauses to the external event handbooks to cancel the events if there are too few applicants. And we propose that this will take effect from summer 26 and onwards. And we propose here in the internal regulations that the exception should be when the cancellation of the event results from an insufficient number of applicants or from applicants whose profiles are deemed unsuitable. And then in the Vivaldi handbook, we add an additional paragraph in chapter 2.4.4 that if there are 39 or less applicants, the LBG can choose to cancel the event at any time before the end of the ranking deadline without consequence. And then we change the range in this table from 15 to 39 to less than or equal to 39. And now I doesn't want to switch the slides. Yeah, BScs should be updated to follow these changes to be coherent. And then we propose to add a paragraph in the middle of the be innovative events definition. I don't know what happened with the text on this slide, but yeah, this paragraph that is added here should be between the quality and the below paragraphs. Then we think, yeah, so we have looked at the risks for the analysis, and we see a very low risk of increased cancellation of events because looking at previous events, there have been only 2 to 3 LBGs with fewer than 40 applicants, and cancelled events will not lead to extended period of remaining seasons to obtain a stamp. So there will be an incentive for the LBGs not to cancel if possible. And for the applicants, since they will be getting the information about the cancelled event during the ranking period, it will be basically the same as getting rejected for an event, and no events will be cancelled with accepted participants according to this proposal. That was all for me. Yeah. So if this proposal is accepted, there will be changes to internal regulations and the external event handbooks. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much, LBG, Uppsala, and Diana for presenting the proposal. We apologize also for the inconvenience. The thing is that sometimes, for some reason, this template breaks for no reason, out of nowhere. It didn't happen only in your presentation, it also happened on the previous one. Yeah, is always trying to keep up, but you know, this is something a bit crazy, and because the moment that you leave it like a few seconds later, it breaks again for some reason. Anyhow, there are some questions submitted already for the presentation, so we will be now going to the questions, and I will be giving you the right to respond each time. Keep in mind again, start with the name of your LBT and your name, and you will have 60 seconds to ask the question, 60 seconds to respond. Same applies for the statement, 60 seconds. So first question will be from LBT Patras. LBT Patras, you can unmute and ask the question.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so LBT Patras Constantino. Our question is, what criteria will be used to deem an applicant as unsuitable? And is it up to each LBG to decide, or will there be specific guidelines for that?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
this is okay. Sorry,
You may respond. Diana, you can go. Thank you.
Yes, LBG Uppsala, Diana. Yeah, this is actually a good question. Usually it is up to the LBGs to decide this, just like it is for any ranking in general. But of course, if this happens, then of course it should be controlled by someone. For example, someone reads also the application. We haven't proposed that, but it could be added as an amendment that someone double checks that this is how it is. But if it's too few applicants, then you know that you got too few, so that is not a problem. But for the unsuitable one, it is quite straightforward in many cases. Like if they say, I just want to come to party, or they don't write anything in the motivational letter, it's like one row only, or in general, it's like very unserious. And then you know that they are unsuitable. But otherwise, yeah, it's up to our own judgment in general.
Thank you, LBG Uppsala. We'll now Tallinn.
Yes, right from LBG Tallinn. And the question is, how does this proposal contribute to best strategic goals rather than addressing isolated or perceived issues?
LBG Uppsala, you may respond.
LBG Uppsala, Diana, is there any specific part of the strategic goals that you are asking for, or?
A clarification from LBG Uppsala. LBG Tallinn, do you
LBG
respond?
Tallinn, Ralph, like it just seems like a very specific problem currently for one LBG.
Yeah.
Diana, if this covers, you can respond.
Yeah, so LBG Uppsala, Diana, well, we mentioned that there are few LBGs that are currently affected by that. It's usually, like, for example, they're very close to war areas or not that cool places, if I should call it like that. But I think this could be very beneficial for the strategic plan or goals of BEST in general, because then you don't need to be that afraid of your topic being unpopular. So you can be experimental and choose maybe a very different topic than you're usually used to, and see if there will be interest in that topic, because that is also a risk. If you take a too strange topic, then there may be too few people that apply. But if you want to test something new, then you get the possibility to do so with this proposal. And then if it fails, then you can try something else the year after or some season later. Yeah.
Thank you, LBG Tallinn and LBG Uppsala. There are plenty of questions centered around the same thing, so I'll take only one question related to the cancellation of the external event. This is a question from LBG Lies. LBG Lies, you can ask the questions. The rest ask the same thing with different words. I will not take this question.
LBGDS, Sasha. Canceling an external event after announcements feel bad for the image of BEST and its services. Have you thought on the impacts on BEST image? And if yes, do you have path to fix this potential issue?
Thank you, LBG Lies. LBG Uppsala.
Yeah, LBG Uppsala, Diana. Yeah, so this was mentioned a bit in our analysis. So usually if you what you think about when it's damaging the reputation of BEST is when you have people that have been accepted to an event, they have maybe started booking their trips already, buying stuff that they may need for that event, and then suddenly you cancel, and that is very bad for the reputation of BEST. But if you manage to do the cancellation during the ranking period where no one has received a confirmation yet, then as we have written in the proposal, is basically the same as being ejected, and no one needs to know why the course was cancelled or the BSc or whatever else it could be. So this will not really damage the reputation of BEST, because it will not really lead to that big of a difference for the applicants in general.
Thank you, Diana, right on time. So the next question is from LBG Lisbon, and this addresses the international board. LBG Lisbon.
LBG Lisbon, Katerina? No? My question is a follow-up question for the LBGLS question. Does the VPS anticipate that this change might affect negatively the overall service provision of the organization? And if so, how?
This question is related to Piotrek's work. So Piotrek, expecting you to respond. Yes, you can go.
Yes. Piotr, Giorgi speaking for this question. In general, we cannot predict the impact that it will have, but we can see we can imagine that we might have more cancelled courses happening. We might have LBGs proposing experimental topics for courses that have low chances of working out finally. So, but we cannot predict the outcome of this change. We were not involved in preparing the proposal, so we didn't do any risk analysis for that. But we can expect some events being cancelled in the future.
All right, thank you, Piotrek. At the moment, there are a lot of questions in the chat in form, and a lot of them are also related to each other. Let me check now what would be different. There was one. But this one is not related. Okay, so one which is partially addressed by a lot of people in the question is a question from LBG Hania. LBG Hania, you may ask your question.
Evangelos, LBG Hania. Hello, and my question is, have you thought of another way to evaluate if a participant is suitable just from their application instead of just canceling the event without consequences?
Thank you, LBG Hania. LBG Uppsala, you may respond.
LBG Uppsala, Diana, I don't really understand the question. Could you rephrase it?
Vagile, could you please rephrase your question? Yes, you can go on.
Yeah, maybe have you thought of asking some different questions in the motivational letter, or I don't know, having an online meeting with the applicants? I don't know, any other way. Have you thought of any other way that this issue could be addressed instead of canceling the event? Thank you.
Bidzi Uppsala, does this clarifies your question?
Yeah.
Okay, you can
So
go.
yeah, LBG Uppsala, Diana, if I have understood your question correctly about how to evaluate the people that apply differently, well, as it is right now, everyone kind of applies anonymously. You only see their first name, you don't see any contact details to them. They are basically numbered with an application number that is like a randomized code. So you cannot really do that because that will also affect. I think it was originally created so it doesn't affect you like how people look like, what age they are, things like that. And if you end up in a situation where you have to interview people, that can affect a lot. And I mean, we like in Uppsala last time we organized a course, we had 245 applications. We cannot hold interviews with all of these people or even a fraction of these people. So it's not feasible to do that. And we have the 3 questions that we put, for example, for courses at least. So that should be enough. And if people are not serious, then try again next time.
Good. Thank you, Diana and LBG Uppsala. We will now proceed with another question. This is a question from LBG Thessaloniki. LBG Thessaloniki.
LBG Thessaloniki, Haralabos. When proposing this change, what data did you gather? Can you cite specific cases where an event shouldn't have been cancelled due to low amounts of participants, applicants?
LBG Thessaloniki, LBG Uppsala, you can respond.
LBG Uppsala, Diana. Yeah, so when we made the analysis of how many LPGs per year that have too few applicants, we looked at, you can go to the best public website and you can go to the events there, for example, the courses, and you can click for each season and see how many people applied in the statistics. So we checked there, and we also have our own statistics from our own events, how many percentage-wise approximately that we think are not suitable based on the applications we have read. So that's the data we had.
Thank you, LBG Uppsala. Diana, I will give you some space to breathe because the next 2 questions address the whole plenary, the LBGs. So I will read them here. There's no need for the delegates to read them themselves. So a question directed on LBG with less applicants. This is a real issue for your event, and any of you have faced this issue. Would you have chosen your event to cancel your event if able to do so? This question addresses the LBGs. So anyone who is willing to respond, please type your 2 fingers and I will give you the right to speak. LBG Liège.
In my LBG, Sasha, LBG Liège. In my LBG, we usually get only 50 motivation letters, which is not a lot. And this year, out of 50, we tried everything to have at least 25 people, even taking some people that were less perfect, just to be sure that we have participants and not cancel a course because it's a fun event to do. So were in the situation and we decided to just keep going, even though we knew that some participants were not going to be perfect.
Thank you, LBG Liège. We have way many more LBGs, so I'm expecting to receive more 2 fingers because I'm pretty sure that you organize events. LBG Lyon?
LBG Lyon, Paul. I think if we have like not enough applications, and even if we like would do extra calls and like maybe we have like 30 people and they're not like perfect, I think it could be nice to have the option to cancel the event. Like let's say you do it every year and you could like theoretically skip a year. Maybe it would be nice to have the opportunity to do that, and then you can like maybe do an innovative event or do something else, or use the resources to do something else like based on this. I think it's a good thing to have the option.
All right. Thank you, LBG Lyon. LBG Aachen, please also talk on the microphone and slowly.
Yep. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yep. So this is Varun from LBG Aachen. We'll be having a course soon, in the summer. What I personally think about this, it's not an opinion from LBG Aachen as such, it's a personal opinion. So as long as the option to cancel the course is wholly lies with the LBG, like if the LBG Aachen is having a course and it feels that it doesn't have enough participants, then then Aachen should have the power to cancel its course, and no one else should have a decision taking power in this matter. Like no one else can decide. I think it's a good thing if we have a option to cancel the course, but at the same time, it doesn't look good to externals and to anyone who is sponsoring best international or other best organizations, because it has already been announced. So for me, I think it's not a easy yes or an easy no. I personally think that there should be some more work done on this, and the rules should be specifically set under which circumstances can an LBG cancel its event, and what is the minimum number of participants. Like if you reach like 10 participants, you have to do the event or something. There should be some rule like that. And and I want to bring in the last GA. There was a discussion about some events that can be considered stamped events for 1 year. There was a discussion on proposal wherein it was the proposal was rejected, but the discussion was that there can be some other stamped events which can be considered as stamped events for 1 year. Then the LBG can also have a chance to do these kind of events and get the buffer period of 1 year to do their next course in case of cancellation due to low numbers. Was I clear, or does anyone want a clarification on my explanation?
Good, thank you, LBG Aachen. So from what I understood, you said that this is your personal point of view. You believe that you should have the power to say, yes, I will cancel my event, and someone cannot tell you not to. On the other side, you also understand that there is a potential harm of the image of our association related to our partners and how do we see, plus also the students as well. And you believe that there should be specific criteria set in case someone wants to cancel their event. So for example, if we have an X amount of participants who have already sent a motivational letter, do the event, otherwise not. Did I capture the image of your...
Yes, so and I added to that saying that in case the LBG decides to cancel their event, there should be a criteria for them to do another smaller event, which can give you a buffer period of 6 months or 1 year without you getting suspended or without you automatically getting voted for suspension. The reason is because everything is not because it is technically not LBG's fault that they have low participants. I mean, they also play a role in it, but it's not completely their fault. That's the continuation.
Super. Thank you so much, Varun. Then Sia from LBG Bucharest.
LBG Bucharest, Sia. So generally, Bucharest hasn't faced this issue previously. The last course we did was in summer 23, and we had a really huge number of applicants. However, if we've had this possibility or option to cancel an event, we would say no to it because we feel like it's our responsibility to promote the course in a right way so that we have the minimum amount of participants in order to organize it fully. And also because of the amount of resources invested in general, as well as human resources, financial resources. And so it feels like our duty to raise our LBG to be more responsible when organizing courses this way and also grow knowledge on it.
Thank you so much, LBG Bucharest. I believe that there is a clarification from LBG Uppsala.
Yeah, LBG Uppsala, Diana. I just wanted to clarify to the previous one. I wrote it under the wrong one. I think it was Aachen. So he said that there should be a specific criteria of how many there should be, like the number specified in order to cancel the event, and that's what we're proposing in this proposal. So if there are 39 or less applicants, then you should be able to cancel without needing to call for extra participants or things like that. And also, as we mentioned, for everyone, this is like a clarification for everyone. The seasons will not be extended. So if you do any experimental stuff, then you still have to organize something within your 8 seasons in order to not be proposed for suspension. So yeah, we think that in most cases, people will continue to organize events, even if they have very few applicants and try to call extra and things like that. But we want to make it possible for those who can't, like really can't. Let's say that you're close, like in some countries that are very close to Ukraine, for example, that couldn't get any applicants, for example. Or in general, you never know. Like one day you might be popular, the next you might not. So yeah, that was all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, LBG Uppsala, and indeed, okay, you clarified some aspects because those are included in the proposal itself. So I think that there was 2 fingers from LBG Leon. I will take these last 2 fingers and then I'll move on with the other questions.
I was 2 fingers from before. I didn't put any other 2 fingers.
All right. Then I will continue with the rest of the questions since we gathered some input from the LBGs. Thank you for being proactive as well and sharing from your side. How is it going on in general? Let's see. So there are some questions related to bodies and what's their views on the matter of the proposal. So keep in mind that also the bodies will make a statement, those who are related to it. I will take one specific question from LBG Valencia, and QAD and Vivaldi, no need to go into further extent, you will do on your statements. So LBG Valencia, ask your question.
Yeah, LBG Valencia, Carlos. Were CAD and Vivaldi involved in the process of creating this proposal? And if so, what's your opinion on the proposal?
Okay, so since this is more direct question to the 2 bodies, first I will give them the right to speak, and then I will give you the right, Diana. I will start with Evangelos from Vivaldi.
Vivaldi Department, Evangelos. We were not directly created in any way with the creation of this proposal. We were contacted
contacted after this proposal was submitted to provide feedback and our view. So there was no way to actually provide our data. Regarding our opinion, you will see it in a statement afterwards, so we don't take more time of the plenary. And yeah.
Amazing. Thank you, Vagile, for being respectful and going on the proper amount of time. Lito, you might go as well.
Quality Assurance Department, Lito. Like Vivaldi, we were contacted after the proposal was submitted to be asked for feedback. We were not involved in the creation of the proposal.
Great, thank you, Lito. Uppsala, you can also take the fingers and we'll continue the rest.
Yeah, LBG Uppsala, Diana. Yeah, so the proposal was submitted, but we had a period where we could revise the proposal. So I asked the QAD for feedback, and then I got a lot of feedback from George and the speakers, but I never got any feedback from QAD during this process when it was time to get feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, LBG Uppsala. Then there is a question from LBG Athens directed to the Beacon or the Odyssey, specifically to Piotrek and us as an ex-SIMP coordinator. So LBG Athens.
LBG Athens, Maria. To Beacon or Piotrek. Since you did research on this last year, how many cases of cancelled events concluded with an actual suspension for the LBG?
So first Beacon Hannah, and then Odyssey Piotrek.
I actually think Piotrek might know better from heart, so
all right,
Piotrek, if you wanna.
Piotrek, go on.
Hey, Piotrek, this is your sim, actually. Yes, so I don't have any number from the top of my head, but as far as I remember, there was no case of LBG being suspended for canceling an event. In general, mostly, according to our research, suspension proposals were voted yes. Only if the LBG actually needed support from the international boards and not in case it canceled an event.
Thank you, Piotrek. Diana, you can also take it.
LBG Uppsala, Diana. Yeah, so I actually looked that I saw on the list that there were at least one event that was cancelled, but then that LBG never got proposed for suspension. So either the board missed to do that, or I don't know what happened. Maybe they can reply themselves. But technically, if you follow the internal regulations, you should be proposed for suspension, no matter the reason, unless it's force majeure. And that's what I want to change with this proposal.
Thank you, LBG Uppsala. Last two fingers from Beacon Hannah, and then we'll move on.
Yes, Hannah from the Beacon. Yes, this one LBG was not proposed because it was honestly forgotten and we noticed until a year later. But LBG again, for example, was proposed for canceling their course and it did not pass because they were fine. So as Piotrek said, it does not get voted unless there's truly an issue within the LBG. So this proposal for suspension should not be something to really fear. If you're fine, it will be fine.
Thank you, Hannah from the Beacon. Then there are two questions I will merge from LBG, Lviv, and Porto. These are a bit different. Those touch mostly the aspect of the promotion, so I'll read them out loud and you can respond. Did you consider focusing more on promotion of our external events and adding an option to cancel them? And as an option that LBG could ask for help to the international in order to get a better PR for the events and getting more participants? I think this is directed to you, Diana, so you can reply.
LBG Uppsala, Diana. Well, there is a lot of promotion going on, and we think that that promotion is sufficient. As I mentioned before, for my specific LBG, we don't really have this issue. But I don't think that this is where the problem is. This is not the problem we want to solve. We want to solve the situations that we cannot control with this proposal. Thank you.
All right. Thank you as well, Diana. I will ask now some questions. Vagale, you had one question related to the cancellation of the event without any consequence. Is it covered already? Because we had quite a lot of topics related to the cancellation of events. Yes, so this finger is cut. Okay, I could potentially take this one. It also adds a bit more for the point of view. This is a question from LBG St. Petersburg, so you can take it.
LBG St. Petersburg, Sasha, what do you think about the fact that LBG is spending some of its resources to start organizing the event, and it would be better to postpone it rather than cancel?
Thank you, LBG St. Petersburg. LBG Uppsala.
Yeah, LBG Uppsala, Diana, could you clarify with what you mean with postpone?
You can clarify LBG St. Petersburg.
I mean that you can provide it a little bit later and not cancel.
Diana, does this covers?
LBG Uppsala, Diana, I'm still not sure, like, do you mean that you should postpone, like put it several days later, or to extend the application period, or I don't really understand the question, sorry.
Petersburg?
There was question about extended the dates, so I'm asking to move this event to another dates. Yes, and it can include to extend the date of applications too.
All right, Diana.
Yeah, LBG Uppsala, Diana. For me, I think that changing the dates is basically the same as canceling the event for when it was originally announced and put it at a later date. And currently, the BAS regulations don't really give you the opportunity to change like that. So for me, I don't really see a difference from canceling. Then it would just be a technical question to like make the BAS regulations differently. And that's not really included in this proposal, and that's a completely different technical question. Yeah.
Thank you, LBG Uppsala. So now there are also some questions that are in the form. They turn into cycles in general. So I will proceed with one question, which is related to it. I'll proceed. There are some questions which are more or less potato, similar ones. So I will again ask them. Doesn't not informing people that an event was cancelled count as misinformation? Do you think that it's ethical and according to our values as best? How do you imagine reaching out the PAXes on the matter that you cancelled the event they applied for? How do you envision communication with PAXes that are cancelling a course due to lack of applications when everything is visible to them? So these are all related to the communication with the participants and in general aligning with our values as besties. So you can answer to all of them.
Yeah, LPG Uppsala, Diana. So according to our proposal, there will not be any participants until like before the course is cancelled. So during the ranking period, there are no participants. Nobody knows if they are accepted to a course or BSc or anything like that yet. So nobody knows if they are being accepted or not until by the end of the ranking deadline, where they then get to confirm. But of course, we have the public website of BEST where it says that an event is cancelled, and they will also see it on their page in the BEST website that it was cancelled. So they will get so the applicants will get the information by seeing it in the system. And they don't need to know the specific reasons to why the event was cancelled, because they are not participants and we don't have those obligations towards them in the same sense.
All right, thank you, OVG Uppsala. So for the allocated time, technically we still have 5 minutes left, but all the rest of the questions are very related to each other and what we have talked so far, related to the image and potential harm to the image of our association, if it aligns in general with our vision, our values. There are questions related to research being done in the past and how specific bodies worked on it. There are questions related to what kind of criteria can you set and so on. So right now okay, Piotrek, if this is indeed 2 fingers, you can take it, otherwise I'll cut you.
Piotrek, Odyssey, yes, we don't kind of understand the answer of LBG Uppsala for the last question. You mentioned that there will be no participants if the event is cancelled, so they don't need to be communicated, but we don't understand what do you mean by that. There are people that applied for the event, and they need to know, they need to get the information about the event getting cancelled. So if you could clarify what do you mean or how do you see it happening, it would be appreciated.
All right, this is clarification, by the way. Diana, you can respond.
Yeah, so LBG Uppsala, Diana. So first you have an application period that is approximately 1 month. People apply, they are applicants when they apply. After the application period, you have a ranking period that is 2 weeks. During that ranking period, the LBG reads all the applications and they, during that period, can see did they get too few applicants, did they get too many unsuitable ones, and things like that. So during this period, there are still no participants. It is after the ranking deadline when you have created the list where people can confirm that they want to come to the course by paying deposit and things like that. It is in that step that they become participants. So during the ranking period, there are no participants, there are only applicants. So of course, during this period, if an event is cancelled, as I mentioned before, maybe it wasn't clear, it should be written on the best public website. It should be written in the My page of these people that applied, because it says on the My page to which courses or events you applied. So it will be a message there that it got cancelled. If we want to take it a step further, of course, this should be something that IT should look into. I don't know how it works now. I guess there is a procedure already. If they get an email or not, I don't know. Maybe an IT department should answer to that. But if there is no such thing and we think it's reasonable, then of course it could be implemented. But I mean, there is already information in different ways that the applicants will get.
Okay, thank you, Diana. I believe that Verdi wants to clarify that.
So quality assurance department, Lito. So in terms of quality assurance, we believe that the application period after the participant has applied is an important step because it might seem to participants as misinformation. They have applied for an event and canceling it for no apparent reason. I think it can potentially harm the image of the service, of their organization, and of the LBGs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will not give out the clarification for the moment because it's just a spiral of a topic going on and on. Instead, I will change a little bit the process of how I facilitate. Usually we go through all the questions and then the statements. However, I will take some statements now also to give some space to our dear presenter to breathe because too many questions, too many responses. one person. So I will take first some statements, and then I will ask the motion of the plenary how they feel, and if after as well the statements they feel that they can move onward. So the first statement that I will take is from the International Board. Specifically, this is a statement written by Piotrek. Piotrek, you know that you have 60 seconds. So you can start 60 seconds.
Okay. Dear plenary, this is yeah, can I?
Cover it.
Okay. Dear plenary, this is a statement on behalf of the International Board of West, the Odyssey. We would like to thank LBG Uppsala for submitting this proposal. However, we would like to point out concerns that arose on our side after reading and analyzing it. Firstly, we would like to point out that public image damage in case of cancellation of an event. Canceling an event without an external force majeure reason for it leads to a situation where participants might feel rejected from taking part in best activity, which is not an image we want to create outside. Canceling an event should be an emergency countermeasure. It creates a bad image of best in the eyes of students, which are one of our stakeholders. Furthermore, this proposal is against the purpose of best. Our organization exists to serve the European students of technology, all of them. By cancelling an activity despite having enough applicants to execute it, we are excluding them from our target group based only on organizers' opinions about them, which is not something we stand for. If the applicants for the best course mismatch the expectations towards them, there's still a chance between the confirmation deadline and the best course itself to adjust the content of the event. The last problem we observed is how the change is being handled. To make good and impactful changes in best, we need to work together to prepare changes in advance and keep them consistent. LBG Uppsala informed the quality assurance department about the proposal. However, they did not work with the department on preparing the changes. With that said, the Odyssey does not support the proposal of LBG Uppsala.
Thank you, Odyssey and Piotrek, for this statement. Please try to be concise with the 60 seconds. Big statements can go to VA, smaller ones can go here. QAD, you're next.
Quality Assurance Department, Lito. Dear plenary, this is a statement on behalf of the Quality Assurance Department. First, we would like to thank LBG Uppsala for the effort they put in the proposal. However, we believe that this proposal attempts to solve a problem that does not currently exist, as we have not met such issues in the past. Moreover, we are concerned that this proposal may shift the focus away from maintaining high-quality external events, allowing cancellation risks, promoting an environment where events are organized for procedural compliance rather than genuine value creation for participants. In its current form, P17 does not align with our standards for quality assurance, nor does it contribute to the long-term improvement of external events, as canceling them after students have applied can seriously harm the image of our services and best as a whole. For these reasons, the Quality Assurance Department encourages LBGs to critically think about the consequences that this proposal can have on our events and aim us as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you, QAD. Then we have an upcoming statement from the Vivaldi department.
Hello, Evangelos from the Vivaldi department, and this is a statement on behalf of the department. Firstly, we also would like to thank LBG Uppsala for the proactive effort to bring about change in BEST. However, based on our expertise, we must share some information so you LBGs can make an informed decision. From our research for the handbook revision project and the Vivaldi sim last year, we found no data from an LBG that they confirm the core problem hypothesis, which is student application quality. This hypothesis was also not supported by any feedback that was asked for the new Vivaldi handbook draft. Furthermore, we believe that allowing repercussion-free event cancellations after students have applied is misleading, unethical, and will seriously damage the trust we have built with students across Europe. We already actively support LBGs facing unexpected issues, such as low applications, in cooperation with the solution coordinator, so a support system already exists. Concluding, according to our expertise and experience, this proposal does not solve any current problems. Instead, it only serves to harm the reliability and excellent image of best courses. So we urge you to think critically about the proposal, and we do not support it as a department. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Vivaldi department. Then there is one last statement from LBC Gdansk on behalf of the whole police mafia. second. Wait. All right, you can go.
Okay, hello, LBG Gdańsk, Michael, LBG Poland. This is a statement on behalf of the Polish LBGs, Gdańsk, Warsaw, Wrocław, Łódź, Gliwice, and aGA Krakow. We have a significant concerns regarding the ability to cancel external events simply because applicants are deemed unsuitable. We believe that allowing a course cancellation based on the suitability criteria, which is solely subjective and nowhere defined in the current proposal, introduces a major risk. When organizing the course, the information available to organizers concerning applicants are only motivational letters, which we find are often insufficient for getting to know the actual character of the applicant. Due to the subjective nature of this criteria, it opens a possibility and creates a temptation for the organizers to cancel the course in order to save money or relocate resources without the proper procedure. We believe that if things go this far and events will be cancelled after the announcement, it will ultimately have a negative impact on our organization reputation and public image. Given the facts stated above, the Polish LBGs are against this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Police Mafia, for this statement. So right now we have went to fingers can't happen on a statement. Right now we have went throughout questions and statements all in all. So I would like to ask the plenary if they believe that they have enough information to make an informed decision, or if you would like to continue with more questions. You may use your Zoom reactions for that. More people are on this call, so please use your Zoom reactions because 37 is not even half of the 78. Okay, so we have 43 in favor of moving on, 44 against 1, which is to go slower. I believe that in general with these numbers we can move on. If you have any further question, on of course all of those statements, please make sure to go through VA and as well have a discussion there. With the numbers that we have, we can take an informed decision. Plus, if you believe that something can work upon more, I will say to you, a shameless promotion, there is also the parking lot. So you can always as well propose topics for parking lot and discuss even more there how you'd like to shape future stuff. So thank you everyone for participating in the session. Thank you for giving all your points of views. And thank you as well for the statements and trying to be concise with everything. Right now, as we are moving forward, there are some questions from our dear VP LGS. Maxim, you can facilitate this.
Okay, thank you, Agilas. Here we go. As you can see in the group chat, I also sent you a forum with all questions that LGS Arrays actually prepared for all of the LPGs. So I mean, even if it's not mandatory, but it's cool to ask and provide the input if you want actually to have a proper local group support for yourself, because well, we're working, but we're always needing like your support as well. For now, I have. Oh my God, what the press? This question. Good. How do you think we could improve the GA preparations of LBGs in international discussions and decision making? So you can put your fingers in the group chat if you already have ideas on how we can do this, and I will start calling LBGs from the plenary to actually answer this question. First LBG that I would like to ask is LBG Hania. Please unmute yourself and you're welcome to share your opinion on this question.
Wait, do I need to put a 2 in the chat?
I mean, you can just directly unmute yourself, so I'm facilitator now.
Wow, you catch me pretty off guard. I haven't thought of something right now. I don't know, maybe if I think about it, I will let everyone know, and I will let you, Maxim, know. Yeah.
Okay, so take your time. You'll be the next then after the LBG that I will choose. And the next LBG will be LBG Skopje. Please, can you unmute yourself and answer the question?
Hello. Yes. So I'm Tommy from Logiscopia. I think we could make like, I don't know, annually how many online discussions about GA preparations for LBGs. Right now, our LBG is actually thinking of organizing GA preparations. Oh, GA. Sorry, I totally differently understood the question. For GA preparations, I mean, the discussions are already sufficient in my opinion. I don't think we can make it better. We internally prepare, for example, J preps and discuss it with our members to think about our opinions for the proposals. Right now, I'm unsure of any ideas for the preps to make it better.
Okay, nice.
For
So,
LBG.
I mean, even the input is that the current state of GA preps is good. It's already a good input. So then I would go for another LBG Mostar. Well, this is so exciting, actually. I love this.
Hi, Medina, LBG Mostar. So I already have the answer written down, so I'm just gonna read it. But it's not exactly about the preparations, but it's kind of related. I think that the GA preps are enough because we get to discuss everything, every proposal within our region. But also, I love the regional magic times after each plenary day that we had at aGA24. So I would implement that on online events too. And that's it.
Okay, magic time for decision making. That's actually might be a good idea. So you can talk to your regional advisors. Proactivity, fingers in the chat. If not, then I would like to ask LBG Patras.
LBG Patras, Alexandros, and Konstantina. So we think that what was mentioned before about the magic time is correct and perfect. And also, since internally we already, with our LBGs, we do GA preps, we think that what already exists is efficient and useful, in our opinion.
Good, thank you. I see Marta put two fingers in the chat. You can unmute yourself and go.
Marta LBG Riga. So before the GAs and the GA preps, it would be nice if isn't one session, because then at some point you'll get annoyed that it's too long and you start skipping some details that could be useful to understand the proposals.
Okay, nice. Thank you for your idea. Okay, the ultimate two fingers. If LBG Hania is ready now, after taking some time to think. Yes, go. You send a direct message.
Nice. So I thought about it, and the main issue that I think that we face in my LBG, and I think that in a lot of other LBGs, is that the members that vote, so in my LBG, the full members, they don't always have enough knowledge. So maybe the regional advisor can do a BKT to not only to the GA delegates, but to the full members of each LBG. And the other thing that I thought is that maybe someone with a lot more experience, they can teach us or guide us on how to think. Like during the GA prep, we present the proposals and we just, I think that we read them, but mostly we talk about what is already written in the proposal. So maybe some questions, some food for thought by someone who has a lot of experience. I think this would be very helpful.
Okay, so nice to start the pre-discussions by the people who are submitting proposals before GA. That was a nice idea. Thank you. LBG Aachen.
Yeah, Varun from LBG. And again, for our LBG, generally the toughest decisions to take are on the suspension of any other LBGs. And whenever we think about voting for the suspensions, what we think about is how the LBG is communicating with their own region. But the GA preps are generally mostly done for a region in itself. So in our GA prep, we had our regional advisor, we had everyone from our region, and we had to present the cases of different LBGs, which we have no idea about. We actually don't know the ground reality of what's happening in the LBG. We just present what's written on a sheet of paper. So I believe that someone from all the LPGs that are voted, that are to be voted for suspension, should be a part of almost all the GA preps. If not, at least the regional advisor or someone from that region should be a part of all of the GA preps.
Okay, thank you. That's an interesting idea as well. LBG Coimbra, wow, that's crazy. Let's go.
So I might differ from some of our opinions because I don't think our prep was a lot to add to our J preps on our LBG because I think most of the questions I will ask on the GA and then inform our full members so we can decide about our opinion from our LBG. So yeah, I think the GA preps it's enough, and I think from what Evangelos said, I think the best solution is from the delegates to inform the full members. That's what we do here in Coimbra.
Cool. Thank you for your opinion. Okay, I will count for 1, 2, 3. Oh, LBG Liège. LBG Liège. Yeah, you can go.
Sasha and Liège, something that can be done also is to make broader, having a team dedicated to break down proposals in GA to the members. For example, that's what we do. Like the five people in Liège work to present all GA to the other LBG. So that can also be a more widespread way of doing it. Like having a specific set of people in the LBG whose role is to share what they learn in GA and everything and make proposals as well.
Well, that's an interesting idea actually for the decision-making process. Thank you, LBG Liège. Okay, just an interesting food for thought as well. If you want to make me nominate some LBG, you can text me privately which LBG you would like to nominate, so I will be catching them up to make it a bit more interactive as well. But yes, I really love the answer that I got here, and some of them were actually a new idea that we could implement. Thank you. And here, I think I have still a bit more time, so the next question will be this one. What are the initiatives that you would like to see from bodies for all LBGs. E-bodies means like not just LGS LGS bodies, but also like departments if you can would like to see something from them. Yeah, I would like to nominate first LBG Vienna to answer this question. So you can go ahead.
Just as a general idea that I just thought of, or I've been thinking about, is to have like some kind of pre-made presentations, because I'm guessing most of the LBGs have like either like some kind of Canva or like Google presentation that you do at the weekly meetings. So if there's like some kind of design that you can just copy and paste it there to explain all of the like the new concepts that are coming into BEST, I think that would make it easier for just people to present it, because whenever sometimes besties are very overworked and then they don't have the time to read, to do the presentation, to present it to the other people. So when it's already like kind of done for you to only share it, I think that's could be like a better way to just reach more people. And just also a bit about the last question about how to get all of the LBG more involved. What I'm gonna try and do this time is on the close friends of the Instagram account of my LBG, I added all of the members, and I'm just gonna like upload a daily video of what happened on GA that day. So just kind of keep them updated, try to do it like a bit more funny and to make it more interactive. So thank you.
Yeah, that was a nice idea. Thank you. Now I would like to nominate LBG Delft, please.
Hey, sorry, could you repeat the question once again, please?
What are some initiatives you would like to see from e-bodies for all LBGs?
International bodies from all over. Okay. Do you have any idea? Yeah. Can we have a moment to think through that?
Yes, for sure.
Thank you very much.
You can have your moment. Yes, exactly. Okay. Then the next LBG that I would actually like to nominate is LBG Novi Sad. Can you please?
Hello, LBG Novi Sad, Dusan speaking. I would like to say more additions to the innovation box. Like every department can add something new and can help LBGs actually innovate and create something new. So something like that. And more booklets and guides.
Opa, more booklets and guides. That's nice. Next, I would like to nominate Athens.
LBG Athens, Maria. I don't actually have any idea. I think that the departments, most of them are effective for the way they work. Maybe the idea about the presentations that are ready, or maybe some things to be active during summer. For example, my LBG, most of the time during summer is like dead. We don't do something for the Instagram or anything. So that could be something, some materials to use during summer.
Okay. Thank you, LBG Athens, for your answer. Okay, I will take two more LBGs. I mean, you can still put your fingers, so we won't go ahead of time. And the next LBG that I would like to nominate is LBG Timișoara. If you can unmute yourself, please, and give your ideas for this.
Yes. Hi, I am Simi from LBG Timișoara. What I thought about was maybe like practical meetings, online meetings, where it could be more focused on the, again, practical side, like maybe trainings type or something, or workshops for the LBGs that are interested. I think that would be very nice. Where you can just join and just see what you are interested in.
Okay, thank you. I think you have like the time for ultimate LBG. and the ultimate LPG will be LPG niche. That is going crazy. Like you were all nominated by different people. That's actually amazing. So yes, LPG niche, please.
Hello, LBG Niche, Emilia. So when it comes to my answer, I would definitely agree with LBG Vienna and LBG Novi Sad. So yeah, definitely more innovative events, more workshops, more train shops, more like online meetings or maybe even meetings in person. And I would definitely say less of the generic tasks and generic questions, because if there is something that makes me nervous is generic questions, and some questions that are specifically being very similar when it comes to maybe some tasks and fulfilling some forms. And of course, like someone said before, more practical stuff, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not sure if I still have a time because I see more fingers. If we can continue or not, speakers. Pom pom. Is it fine?
Sorry, can you repeat?
So can we continue with because I see like two more fingers and I think we're going a bit running
Well,
out of time.
okay, so for that I will ask the plenary because there's only one question, one session left for the day. If you want to continue and take the last two fingers, please indicate with vote by reacting with go slower. If you want to continue with the last session, you can react with go faster. All right, I can see that most of you want to continue. Sorry, Maxim, we'll not take the last ones since people would like to continue. So we'll go to the last session for the day before we close the second day of the GA, Saturday. So the next proposal is the proposal to suspend LBG Delft. So fear not, because you will speak again. This is a presentation from the international board, and after it, the presentation from LBG Delft we will follow.
Okay, remote control. You wanted to stop me yapping, but VPL just never stop talking. Okay, I might have control. Let me. Yes, no, yes. Opa, opa. Internet issues. Good. Okay, so this is a proposal to suspend automatic proposal to suspend LPG Delft in this autumn General Assembly 2025. Here you can see the relevant documents to this proposal, which are our statutes, legal base of our organization, and internal regulations, basically our internal rules that we are following in BEST. Internet, okay. Okay, according to the status of BEST, full member has the following extra rights and obligations. Full member has to successfully organize eligible events. Eligible events types, their frequency, and their recognition as successful are defined in the internal regulations. Okay, and full member can be suspended if it fails to fulfill its obligations as described in the article from the previous slide. Okay, as for eligible event that full member has to successfully organize in order to fulfill obligations, yes, as described in a previous article of the status of BEST, applies the following rules. At least one international external event or one internal event needs to be organized successfully every 8 seasons. And well, according to our internal regulations, full member will be proposed for suspension for the following reason if LBG has failed to fulfill its obligation to successfully organize an eligible event. Good. So what happened with LBG Delft in spring 2023? They did their last eligible event, eBEC Challenge Benelux, with eBEC times. In the spring 24, they didn't announce any eligible event, and well, of course, they also didn't announce anything in spring 2025, which was their last deadline. And in November 24, they asked to be placed under monitoring. So as a background, on October 13th, 2024, the announcement deadline for spring season 25 passed. The LBG didn't announce the best course in spring, nor a best engagement education. And LBG also has not applied to host internal eligible events for spring season 25, which led us to this proposal. If this proposal is accepted, the LBG Delft will be suspended and has to present action plan within the 6 weeks after end of the General Assembly. If it's rejected, LBG Delft remain a full member and they will remain under monitoring until the end of the December. Well, yes, criteria to leave the suspension for LBG Delft is to successfully organize an external eligible event. To leave suspension within the next 3 General Assemblies. While voting for this proposal, please, again, the same rules. Think if LBG will benefit from the suspension, ask if LBG is sustainable enough, ask about their areas, about HR, TM, FR, PR. Make sure to ask the right questions to actually inform yourself about current LBG state. Also, think about in which aspect doctor can support LBG, and well, since they have a doctor, you might also ask how it was impacting LBG in the last year. Also, ask if think about lifting criteria, if they will be able to lift the suspension in 1.5 years. Good. With love, the Odyssey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maxim. And the Odyssey, we will now be moving to the presentation from LBG Delft. LBG Delft, as usual, you request control. And since you have the PDF version, you will have to scroll down. You cannot use your arrows.
Sorry, we were just wondering how we would request. Oh, okay.
That's how we do. Yeah.
Yeah, there.
Now we got it.
Thanks.
Yes,
Okay.
you may start.
Okay. Hey, everyone. We're from LBG Delft, and we'll be presenting a case against our suspension proposal. While we understand that suspension isn't meant as a punishment for LBGs, but instead a support tool, we still think that a suspension would hinder our abilities to further our LBG, and we'll be presenting that today. How do I? Space? Nope. Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, this is not working.
We have some technical issues with.
Yep.
Do you guys also see a cut PDF? Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it's not centered. Now it is.
I will scroll it for you because I don't know why while you're scrolling you're getting to the one of the last slides.
Yeah,
Alright,
strange.
yeah.
Sure. So history and significance, we hope that doesn't take away from our time. So the history and significance of West Delft, we were founded in 2008. We're one of the 2 LBGs in the Netherlands, along with LBG Maastricht, and we're one of the 3 international student associations in Delft. Internationally, we've had 3 international boardies in the year 2023, 2024, with 1 other one previously. And 7 internationally involved members. We have 7 of them working in various departments and as trainers. And previously, back 2 or 3 years prior, we would organize at least 1 internal event per year, which was quite helpful for Best. So why the suspension proposal? Well, the board, so the local board, 2023-2024, tried to veer directions of the LBG in a different way, which led to quite a lot of alienation from a lot of members, which led to quite bad recruitment and only led to the next board being recruited, which were just baby members. at the time. Then that board was, as is written down, unavailable. And what we mean by that is they were kind of spread out all over the world. Our president was in Leiden. Our treasurer was starting his new life in Eindhoven and moving and graduating. Our secretary was in Australia, and our VPHR got pneumonia. So that was the first half. And the second half wasn't enough to make up for that. Older members graduated, and no new members were added. There were 2 bad years of recruitment, and we had major loss of funding from the university of 3,500 a year, which was not awarded to us anymore, or other international student associations. This all led to not being able to host a stampable event.
All right. So seeing the issues and seeing the needs that our LBG has, we decided to, and we just did a SWOT analysis with our doctor, and just to know what could we do later with our LBG. So considering the negative aspects of our LBG, like the weaknesses and threats, the most important thing for us is the lack of members, which means that members that used to be active in the past years either graduated, went alumni, started their careers, or something else happened to them, which means that they're not active right now, which means that we had quite a lot of knowledge leakage and a big drop in activity. And that's also one of our biggest threats, because we used to be an organization mainly targeted to master's students, so the member lifespan was pretty low. So what we're doing right now to make that better is we're targeting bachelor students more, so that we have this lifespan a bit longer and we can have more sustainable member pool. So considering our positive sides, our strengths and opportunities, I would say that the most important thing that has been happening lately is a multi-year high in recruitment. We've been doing the most recruitment events, and we've been reaching out the most to students this year, which resulted in having more baby members as of now, even than the whole last year. So right now we're having 4 to 5, because some of them are uncertain, observers to be moved to baby, which really helps our LBG, which right now is losing members. And also Lowlands cooperation is a big opportunity, but we're going to talk about it a bit later. Could you go to another slide? Thank you very much. So right now, as we already said before, we're working very closely with our doctor and our RA, Marta and Katarina. And with them, we are doing our AAP. We are considering our internal issues. We are being guided by them on how to revive our LBG. And one of the main things that we did at the last LGA was the new board structure. There was a reform in our LBG, which led to a smaller board, which would be better capable of leading a smaller organization, which we unfortunately have become. All right, and considering our situation, I've been talking quite a lot about HR. So the most important thing is that we have revived our working groups. We've got activity working group and CR working group, which is meant to be started in this semester. We've been improving in recruitment initiatives, and we have this baby to full pipeline. Also regarding PR, we have increased our presence in social media on campus. We got posters now. We have done lecture visits. So right now we're working towards students recognizing Best Delft more. And regarding CR, we've got more stable financial management. We're trying to rebuild the bonds that we had with companies, and we've held the first successful company event in 3 semesters, which is on the next slide. Yes, so that was that.
And moving on, importantly as well, international involvement. We've had a lot of international involvement, both in our geographical region, the Lowlands, which is the German, Belgian, and Dutch LBGs, and as well our region Apple. So we had a huge presence in the Lowlands barbecue, but most importantly, we co-organized the Lowlands Joint Point Training with LBG Ghent. We're planning on doing a joint motivational weekend with Aachen coming up, and in general there was a huge amount of motivation and discussion and cooperation plans for the upcoming mandates and hopefully future mandates, along with the Lowlands LBGs. Since we're all facing similar situations, helping each other out would be really helpful. And finally, this is the old presentation, but in the new presentation we added that we nursed LBG. No, sorry, just one more thing. If you could go back to the previous
Just say
slide.
no. Just
Yeah,
say no.
sure. One more thing, we nursed LBG Maastricht, which included helping them somewhat financially, but most importantly with knowledge management, with access to our drive, and also providing certain trainings and help to them. So yeah, that's it. In conclusion, why is the monitored full member still the right status for us? Suspension wouldn't help us. It would indeed put a lot of pressure on us to make a course in the next, or a sample event in the next year and a half. We need a year or two to get back on our feet and to be able to contribute to best like we have been able to in the past. We're already taking proactive measures, and we already are working close with our doctor and our RA, which has helped a lot in many cases, which we'll talk about later. And yeah, we've clearly shown significant progress compared to the last 2 years of board. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, LBG Delft, for your presentation. So, as you know the drill, by the end of the day, you can ask your questions. I will give you the right to speak. Always remember how to start. At the moment, there are no questions, only statements. So I will wait for a few more minutes until we start with the first questions. Aha, there is one so far. Amazing. So let's go to the first question by LBG Bucharest.
LBG Bucharest, Sia, what are your plans in terms of organizing an external or any stampable event for the next year?
Thank you, LBG Bucharest. LBG Delft, you may reply.
So we've talked a lot to certain alumni as well as current baby members. Right now, we're trying to get back on our feet financially and membership-wise. But in the future, we do have plans to host one of two events. Either one, an innovative event with our university, which would be about sustainability mainly, which, yeah. And the second one is we have a baby member quite active in the cybersecurity space and who's very, very interested in organizing a course for that. So once we're back on our feet, we were definitely planning on going one of those two routes, depending on how it goes.
Thank you, LBG Delft. At the moment, there is no other question. So I would like to listen from LBG aGA25. What was a thing that they liked from the presentation of LBG Delft? LBG aGA25? Enzo, are you with us? All right, then we will go to LBG Ankara. Same question. What was the thing that you liked from the presentation of LBG Delft?
Hi, LBG Ankara, Özge is here. The most thing that I liked from the Delft presentation is that like they're explaining their case like very clearly, and even though like maybe some of us didn't know the case, like they directed us the problem like very clear and very nicely. And I like the fact that like they're planning to do an external thing, and they plan that through, and also like they asked for some like separate time for like 2 years, and I think like that is the most thing that I like from their
Thank you, LBG Ankara. Now I would like to ask LBG. Which LBG? I would like to ask LBG Kaunas if they see any improvement point for LBG Delft.
That's a hard question. Hello, LBG Kaunas Dominicos. I can feel that LBG Delft will improve. No, I'm always hopeful of that, but no, I'm hopeful and I think that they will improve themselves. I don't know what else to add.
It's okay, you don't have to make something up. This is your point of view. Amazing, that's great. So since there are no questions, I will still ask some LBGs randomly. Let me go through my list. LBD Lviv, would you like to say how you view this proposal?
I think that the first thing that they were improved, that international involvement, like the last ERAM in Valladolid, there were 5 or 7 participants from Delft, and they have a lot of plans, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of motivation to solve this situation in their LVG. So I think that they have this ability and they can.
Thank you, LBG Lviv. I will spot one last LBG and then I will go to some of the statements. Be careful. So let's see. Nice exotic LBG. LBG Las Palmas. What do you think about the proposal?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I think about the proposal that, yeah, I think that they make emphasis a lot on what was happening with the last board. In our case, is more or less similar here in Las Palmas with the actual board. We have some kind lack of organization with the new recruitments and trying to find new people. I think that is something really common in all LBGs. They were so um, trying to make decisions to improve the actual situations of the LBG, like funding doctors and whatever. So yeah, I think that they still have a chance to improve.
Thank you, LBG Las Palmas. We will now proceed with some statements as a real question. So, actually, one question was just submitted. So, I'll change order. A question from LBG Bucharest. Again, LBG Bucharest?
Yes, LBG Bucharest, yeah. One more curiosity because you mentioned it in your previous answer. What is your CR strategy for this year in order for you to get back up financially?
LBG Delft, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah. So basically, last year our CR was quite absent. There was a tiny bit of CR with one event, with one company reached out to, but wasn't fully actualized. Like the event wasn't really successful. This year we have a VP CR who's a lot more involved and who has a lot more time on his hands to be able to reach out to a lot of companies. We're looking through other. We've asked other LBGs in the Lowlands for help and information on CR because this was one of the areas we weren't the most knowledgeable on. And we're looking through certain documents to help us out with CR. And as a proof of concept, the picture we showed in our presentation, that was a CR event that went really well. And we're going to try to take that event and advertise it more to companies and hopefully get back on our feet with that. But yeah, we're very hopeful for that specific part.
Superb. Thank you for staying within the time limit. There is a question to the board from LBT Budapest. LBT Budapest.
Yes, that's right. LBT Budapest, István here. So I wanted to ask, maybe I understand it incorrectly, but if the LBG doesn't get suspended now, they will still have to organize an eligible event. Is that correct? And then if they only plan on doing that later, then they would get proposed for suspension every GA, basically. Is that correct?
Thank you, LBT Budapest, for the question. How do you say, Maxim? You can respond.
Yeah, Maxim, what do you say? Based on our regulations, LBG cannot be proposed for suspension for 2 consecutive GA for the same reason, so they will be proposed in one GA after, like in next autumn GA, not in this, not in next one. And
Right.
then plenary decides, yeah, what will happen with them.
Thank you, Maxim. Now we'll move on with statements, so don't unmute.
Well, okay. Dear plenary, this is the statement on behalf of 38th International Board of West Odyssey. LBG Delft has faced human resources challenges in recent years, which have impacted its sustainability across various operational areas. This situation led to the inability to organize eligible event within the past 2 years. However, the current active members and the local board are proactively taking steps towards improvement. Their engagement at the regional level and connection with the local CBGs definitely had a positive impact on the motivation and sustainability of the local group. Taking into consideration this and the fact that they are already under monitoring and actively working with the doctor and regional advisor on an action plan and timeline, there is no need to provide additional support and suspend LBG Delft. The international board doesn't support suspension of LBG Delft. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxim. A question to LBG Aachen. Can I confirm that you have 2 different statements? Perfect. Okay, before I will go to that, first we have the arrays team. So, arrays team, Catarina Diaz.
So this is a statement on behalf of Marta Hointzaka, Doctor of LBG Delft, and Katrina Diaz, Regional Advisor of Region Apple. Throughout this year, we have worked closely with LBG Delft's board, who has been very communicative, motivated, and proactive. They have been developing an action plan with Marta to recover from a challenging period, marked by a reduction in motivation and members leaving the LBG, leaving a significant knowledge gap. They are doing well financially and have completed a successful recruitment. At the same time, they show strong international involvement. LBG Delft has a strong support network of alumni and neighboring LBGs to support them, and a strong board. For these reasons, we believe that LBG Delft truly embodies the best spirit and is sustainable and should continue as a monitored full member. Therefore, we do not support their suspension. Thank you.
Thank you, arrays team. Then there is a statement from Aachen concerning the lowlands. You can take this one, and after I will let you take the other.
Okay, so this is Varun and Aaron from LBG Aachen, and this statement is on behalf of all the lowland LBGs that comprises of Aachen, Ghent, Maastricht, Leuven, Liège, and Leuven-Hanovre. And we would like to highlight the plenary of the strong presence that LBG Delft has shown throughout the past year with its neighbors. They have been remarkably active, sending many members to participate in the events, maintaining a fair amount of engagement with neighboring LBGs. We also want to commend LBG for their support in organizing our last JBT along with LBG Ghent. Their commitment and willingness to assist played an important role in ensuring the success of the event, and their efforts were greatly appreciated by everyone involved. In conclusion, we view LBG Delft as a highly engaged and steadily growing group, demonstrating dedication and a positive spirit in all their interactions with the neighboring LBGs.
All
That's
right.
it for the first statement.
Thank you. I will first give it a statement to Leon, and then I will come back for yours. Right. LBG Leon.
Yes. This is a statement on behalf of LBG Aachen, Almada, Saint-François-Pélec, Louvain-la-Neuve, Lyon, Madrid, Messina, Prague, Rome, Torre Vergata, Valladolid from Region Apple. We would support for LBG Delft and sorry.
LBG Leon, you are cutting. Could you please start again?
Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes? Okay. This is a statement on behalf of LBG Aachen, Almada, Saint-François-Pélec, Louvain-la-Neuve, Lyon, Madrid, Messina, Prague, Rome, Torre Vergata, and Valladolid from Region Apple. We would like to express our support for LBG Delft and advocate for them to retain their full member status. Delft is a highly motivated LBG and